All right. Hello, everyone. Sorry for that quick, brief little mistake there. We are back here. We are live. And what's up, DJ Tech? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. It's a wonderful being here. Sorry for a little blurb earlier, but you can't have a tournament without one. I mean, it always has to happen. It's like, the initiation of the new casters. But anyway, hope you guys are having a great time out here. I'm excited to see what's the Masters Brawl League 2017 has to bring us. The pools are looking great. It's looking juicy. How are you feeling on it?
I'm feeling real good. I'm super excited to be here. Nothing more on a Saturday morning, although I suppose it's an afternoon now. It's afternoon. I want than to watch some hype games in Brawlhalla, some top tier esport?
Absolutely. I mean, being a player myself, I'm not the absolute best. I'm like around platinum or whatever, but seeing these diamond players, even the platinum players, go at it, the speed difference between, coordination, hand and eye coordination, how fast they can hit the buttons, predicting where a person's going, it always intrigues me and inspires me to play even more. So thank you guys for being as good as you are, bringing more faces and more people to the tournament. So what are we going to look for today, Toast?
Man, I don't know. I mean, this is our North American qualifier #1. So we if we take a look at the bracket, I think we have a lot to look forward for. Keep in mind, this series is going to go across basically the entire summer, all the way until August.
Wow.
And I think it takes place in kind of a semi-round robin format, I believe. Mm-hmm. And basically, I mean, circuit points and all of that, I think this is probably if not the biggest event all summer outside of, LAN events.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, we have like over 600 contestants, or is it more than that?
I think it's more than that.
Wow.
We could take a look over at the bracket and we could probably see the actual numbers of the entire thing, which is actually pretty exciting. I'm actually going to do that right now.
Yes, indeed.
Oh man. All right, yeah. So we got a ton coming up for you today. If we're looking at these, we're looking at the event and we're looking at the bracket here, looking at these pools. I mean, we got names, but we also got names that you don't realize. And these are the names to keep an eye out. These are the names that you want to keep your eye out for. If you don't recognize them, maybe they're going to be the next LDZ. Maybe they're going to be the next iThrow. You don't know. We don't know.
Yeah. They have nothing to lose. I mean, it's always the underdogs that tend to pull some upsets. A lot of people that are known names, from what I've seen, they get a little cocky in the tournaments. Yeah, they might win that first stock, but the first stock doesn't really matter. At the end of the day is how you finish. And a lot of these guys that are trying to get up and get their names out there fight a little bit harder, a little bit more hungrier.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so if we're looking at this, I mean, prizes, I think this is always super cool and always kind of look at. So you're looking at a $1,500 prize pool for the NA, and then another $1,500 prize pool for the EU portion of things. So you got a series of 2 qualifiers. You got today, the 22nd for North America. You have July 16th and July 23rd for Europe for the EU. And then you get Masters pools in August 12th, Masters finals August 19th, that's for the North American, and then you got August 13th and August 20th for pools and finals for the EU, which means you guys have not 1, but 2 whole months of tournaments basically every weekend.
How amazing is that? Seeing where this game started and where it is now, having this tournament stretch between months is just incredible. The prize pool is getting bigger, being at EVO and these big events. I have to say I'm proud.
Yeah.
I'm proud.
Oh man, I started playing nearly 2 years ago, and if you had asked me then, like, hey, you think this is gonna be a game where people are winning $1,500, $2,000, $7 million off of it, I would have been like, no way. But
absolutely, like I play this game every night. Like every night when I in my stream, I'm playing this game until like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and people are like, "Why are you playing it? It looks so simple." I was like, "You have no idea,
idea
the technicality that goes into this game." So just seeing these amazing players just put so much into it and getting so much out of it, and sponsorships, new teams are being formed, very young legends are just popping out of nowhere. So just keep going, guys. Keep pushing.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. Lately too, it's been like you can't go on Twitter without seeing that someone's been sponsored. It's pretty amazing. There's all of these esports sponsors are starting to see Brawlhalla as like a not only a fun game, but a viable game for esports, and they're starting to come in and support it. And that's so cool.
Absolutely. And it's fun to cast. It's fun to watch. I can't take my eyes off of it. Anytime I have free time, I should be working, doing something else, preparing for something for the next day. I always have Brawlhalla in the background anytime you guys run in tournaments and stuff. And this, I'm gonna tell you, like, just seeing the sheer excitement of the crowd and the community is actually really welcoming. Just keep it up, guys. Keep that positivity going. This game is going to get really big really fast, especially with ESPN and starting to put things on TV, and Evo starting to be like right up in people's faces, E3, all kinds of stuff like that, bringing more attention to these games. So this is pretty amazing.
Wait. Are you telling me that I know ESPN once, like ESPN 2 did StarCraft 2 once or twice, but
yeah,
was Evo on ESPN?
They're pushing for it. It's gonna happen. ESPN knows it's an avenue that we need to go. Gaming is definitely, it's in our face. We can't stop it. You know, it's the biggest, one of the biggest money makers in the US, especially. Esports in general is getting more noticeable. I mean, look, Blizzard is definitely a great, you know, partner in this because they bring it to the campus. Yeah. They're giving people scholarships and stuff. So that stuff is bringing a lot more activity. People are interviewing more gamers, more content creators. So don't let your dreams be memes. Actually play your games. Your parents like stop playing that video game. Say, hey mom, I have a chance to win $1,500.
That's a lot of dollars. Yeah. That's actually all of the dollars.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I try.
Oh my goodness. That's super cool. That is actually super cool. And you know, I saw someone, I was on Twitter the other day. I find myself on Twitter way too much now. And someone posted an article about, I forget who it was, but the discussion about esports. Now it's all lowercase esports without the hyphen. Like that's how it's officially done. Yeah. It's official enough that it's in like the Merriam-Webster dictionary that way or something.
Yeah, I mean, people are making professions out of this, right? You got actually professional shoutcasters now. You have professional analysts and hosting. It's broken down just like a regular sport, like, you know, NFL or the NBA. You actually have steps, and people are getting more and more into production. There's more money being spent on these tournaments. I remember back in Smash days when I played professionally, we were on tube TVs in lobbies in a hotel, and we had a sheet behind us, and we were casting that way, and we were just joking around half the time. We weren't even really casting. We were just really talking junk about each other. And next thing you know, so you have Evo, and you have, you know, Smash GG. Man. Everything is there, so it's
that's
interesting.
That's incredible. I mean, that is you know, coming from nothing. Which is pretty cool. But I think we might be ready to jump on into our first game. You want to do that?
Okie, let's do it. Oh, absolutely. I'm ready to see it.
So here we go. We have Yumiko pick out from Nintega versus DVS. It's the clan. For WHITETOwn.
WHITETOwn. All right. A Yumiko. I've been itching to see Yumiko in tournament play.
Have you been playing lots of Yumiko at all lately?
I have. You know, it's definitely a lot of movement and a lot of setup around the character, which a lot of characters people don't really tend to focus on in my bracket. But setting up with his Foxfire and just being able to lay out so much damage so fast, making people jump into your attacks, and then setting up lots of movement off stage. I'm a little bit afraid to do anything off stage though, because of the way his movement is. But other than that, yeah, I'm a big fan of Yumiko.
Yeah, she came out and first legend in a while to not be rocking one of the newer weapons.
Right.
Bowhammer, real big return to kind of some of our older weapons. Although bow, I guess it's old now, but it doesn't feel that way to me. But really, just kind of for me at least, a breath of fresh air in kind of the string of scythe. You know, always an exciting thing, and with some really good zoning control on those SIGs. It looks like we have this Azoth pick out from WHITETOwn as well.
Yeah, Azoth. What a powerful character. A lot of people underestimate this character, but you get hit with that axe enough times, that damage just keeps racking up. A lot of people like to run into it. It's all about positioning. I found out with the axe myself. Yeah, it's scary, especially him with all his distance. He can cover a lot of distance quickly. Very scary character.
I completely agree. Especially that axe. just with the range that acts like you were saying, if you can position yourself, it's going to be kind of just all around a scary thing to see. We're going to be moving in here. I think that was onto Thunder Guard.
Yes.
And we'll see kind of how this game is going to turn out, how it's going to end up.
He's also got his bow first. He's going in, probably racking some combo damage.
Looks like kind of, yeah, like WHITETOWN here is moving in and kind of just holding down this neutral area, this ground here, and just trying to move in here. Got a feel for how Nintega is going to play.
Yeah. Definitely surveying this game. I wonder if Nin is actually just feeling it out, trying to get some movement, but he better be careful because that axe racks up a lot of damage. As you see, just that fast, that axe can rack up so much damage. Getting hit with a SIG right off the stage.
Oh, man.
So then it still seems like he's filling him out, not getting a weapon. This is very scary. You gotta hurry up and do something because the axe is no joke. As you see, he's already almost an orange.
Yeah, and we are seeing that Nintega here not able to really get in there at the moment as WHITETOWN with a really nice recovery right there, picking up a KO. Again, pretty early. Gonna look at a potential 3-stock in this game unless Nintega is able to get in here and really turn things around.
Oof. Grab that weapon and go in there and do some type of damage. Just get some white damage on. I wouldn't worry about sigging too much right now. I would just try to rack up as much damage as I can on Azoff. Or, I mean, excuse me, on White House. Doesn't look like he has an answer.
Nintega keeping WHITETOWN off the edge there quite well, but it will hit that ground pound, goes for the side sig. WHITETOWN though hovering above, using those jumps, using that movement very well. Neutral sig coming out, following up by a neutral air into a side air for a hit. Nintega dodging horizontally with a recovery, will survive and is going to go ahead and pick up that weapon.
Just that fast, guys. As you so see, that actually racks up so much damage. Not a lot of not a lot of dodging, not a lot of aggressive dodging in by Nintega. Maybe could have helped him get inside. One thing I noticed about the axe, if you're like right inside the axe, you can kind of like negate that range and avoid the hitbox.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think Kit with the axe has so much 360-degree just movement and motion, and that's just so scary if you don't get the right approach, if you're not there immediately where you need to be. Oh man, it looks like we are going to jump right on into our next game here.
Okay.
Seeing No Small Great Hall. Interesting choice. What do you think about these maps? When you're playing, what are your thoughts?
Oh man, that map we were just on, I absolutely hate it because I like having a bigger stage to move around, lots of more options. I have a little bit more throw game than just straight up trying to get white damage off and then hitting with a SIG. So I'm a real big fan of Shipwreck, and I see a lot of people don't like it. I guess it's because the vertical is kind of low. But I'm starting to really start moving into Small King's Pass. It seems to do really well for Lance, even though Lance feels a little different now than it did a few weeks ago.
That's with every weapon though. The devs do put out lots of updates, and it does keep things pretty fresh, I think, which is a nice thing. In the long run,
it makes you rotate around weapons and stuff, and I really dig it because now I'm really learning Katars and really falling in love with them.
Katars are great. Even when they weren't great, they were still pretty great, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's nothing better feeling than getting that Katar gimp off the left or right side of a stage.
Seriously, yes. If you can continue the string, knock them down is great. All right, going into the second match. Let's see if the Nintega was just feeling them out for the first one, knew that he can come into the second one and do some damage.
Does look like WHITETOWN here is being very pretty aggressive here, just holding back, not really gonna let Nintega get that weapon, although Nintega does actually pick up that hammer, moves that to the left side with the side stick. WHITETOWN moving back, holding back, trying to stay out of the range of that hammer with a nice punish on that SIG out from Nintega.
Absolutely. He seems a little bit more confident. The hammer is a very, very good weapon right now. It does a lot of damage, has a lot of control. I say if I was Nintega, if you can't beat him straight up on the map, why not play off of it a little bit, try to get that recovery kill.
Yeah, I completely agree. we're seeing a similar game so far as to that last one we were seeing WHITETOWN here. Up a stock with little damage, keeping Nintega away, Nintega down into the central area here, hugging that wall. WHITETOWN will get that recovery in there and pushes Nintega away, keeping Nintega away from himself. Very, very strong.
Oof, absolutely. The punishes are just insane. Nintega being with that bow, trying to go in the middle, trying to play a little bit of gutter game. I don't know if that was planned or he's still just filling him out. Maybe he's waiting for him to make a mistake, but WHITETOWN is just not taking any bait right now. He's just punishing constantly. It's like he's just trying to end this match as fast as he can.
And you know, he's having good success with that strategy, as Nintega's unable to get in here and really push the advantage.
Nice little hammer combo. He's getting a little bit confident. Oh no. And it looks like Nintega is, yeah, that's it right there. All right, well, if anything, he takes away, he learns a lot from the axe. Maybe he'll learn about a little bit more positioning from the axe, but let's give it up for Nintega. I mean, hey, he went in there, he didn't give up, he at least tried. WHITETOWN had a little bit more of an advantage, and that's just how tournaments roll sometimes. You're right, that's how it goes from time to time. You know, that's unfortunate, and but it's reality. You know, that's what you get. Yeah. Go ahead and jump on to the next game here as we're getting set. I want to show you guys a quick infographic about the schedule, just so you guys can see, get some eyes on it, get your eyeballs on it here. Before we jump into this next game, check this out. This is the schedule that we talked about when we were, you know, introducing the thing. But you can see there, you can see the prize pools, you can see the schedules, the dates, and guys, stick around, because for all of these events, you have top-notch casters and top-notch players. So it's gonna be super legit. Absolutely, a lot of fan favorites going to be here. So make sure you guys are here for that. Support it. The bigger it is, the better it becomes, guys.
That being said, you want to get started right on into our next game?
I'm really excited what's going on right now. So we have, I love this name, Kitty Cat Kitty. Okay, are they? No. I guess going with Yumiko. I thought we were actually going to see a Sentinel coming up right here. Dire warning on Scarlet, which I'm actually excited because Scarlet was one of my mains. I want to see the Lance play and see how it goes out, especially since they made some changes.
Yeah, man, I would love for them to choose a legend though, because they've been throwing out all the legends in the book right now. And we did
maybe it's a mind game going on right now. Maybe we're trying to get in each other's head.
It's working, and they're getting in my head.
The new meta, guys. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Well, once they are solid on a pick here, dire warning, player who's been around for a little while. Definitely seen them play some tournaments in the past. Know they're a fairly strong player. Kitty Cat Kitty. I've never seen or heard of, which I'm pretty excited about. I think it's going to be
I'm very excited. I'm gonna pull for Kitty Cat Kitty a little bit there. I think the underdogs need a little bit more cheering on. But I will tell you this: if they're not showing us every character, they're definitely showing us they have their skin game on lock.
They do. I mean, they have all of the exclusive skins there. They had all the on point best exclusives from those chests, those roulette chests that you got to cross your fingers and hope you get it.
I mean, that Orion skin is absolutely cool.
It's the like raggedy cloak, or is it a scarf?
Yeah. I'm guessing it's like an old T-shirt he ripped out of. It's probably not. It's probably a scarf. And the scar across his eye. I like it. And if we're going with these two, I'm very excited to see some Sentinel gameplay. Orion. I get really upset Orion playing against him. He's just such a great character. Lots of movement. Sigs are just amazing. His spikes are crazy. All right, looks like we actually have finally some choices. We have Orion versus Sentinel. A dire warning on Orion and Sentinel and Kitty Cat Kitty.
It's a great name.
Looks like we're going Small Mammoth Fortress as well. Looks like it's going to be a great match.
Like you were saying, I'm always curious to see Sentinel gameplay, because Sentinel's one of those legends you don't see, at least on the rank ladder, too often, I think. And Sentinels, some of those SIGs and some of Sentinel's kit, I think, are so powerful to be able to get in there.
Yeah, especially a lot of graph cancel SIGs on Sentinel. can do a lot of damage real quick. And since he doesn't move too much forward and he's very stationary, definitely and has a big range, especially on his down sig. Can do a lot there. So they both filling each other out. They Sentinel with the hammer.
Yeah, pretty close.
Dyer's trying to land in.
Neutral game at the moment. You're seeing Dire warning here throughout a lot of these neutral areas, just kind of spacing out Kitty here and trying to keep them away from themselves. With Kitty Cat holding their own, trying to be a little more aerial here, but Dire warning, like before, always right on in there with those neutral airs.
Exactly. Just racking them, just punishing. Kitty Cat staying in the air a little too much. Maybe we want to switch it up. And absolutely getting punished for it. Dyer's just not feeling it right now. Oh, Kitty's trying to reverse it. Excited to see some guitar play. Lost the speed on that. Can actually be pretty good counter against Lance if they stay above within that hitbox. And now they're just not connecting each other.
I mean,
maybe I feel like they're still filling each other out. I don't think either one is very serious right now. Oh, there's that famous sig.
It's a nice neutral sig for that kill right there onto Kitty Cat. Kitty, not, has put out a good amount of damage onto Dire Warning, who is doing really nice work with that weapon throw into that neutral air. Kitty knows he got one good hit away, but Dire Warning not letting him get it. But there it is. There's the neutral air for the KO.
Nice neutral air. With this stage having such a small vertical, using it to his advantage. Let's see if Kitty can keep him away from this weapon, racking some damage really quick with these Katars. Katars are definitely, I want to say they're very underrated. People don't really understand how fast you can rack up damage with Katars.
And especially with Sentinel, who's got just some really nice strings and some really nice options with his SIGs out there, you can really lay into some of those guitars. And we're seeing Kitty right there with a nice little string, putting in a little bit of damage onto Dire Warning. Dire Warning, though, moving back, using his movement really well to hit that neutral light. But Kitty immediately turns it around into that neutral air, into that recovery.
Yeah, I absolutely think that Kitty is actually doing exactly what he should be doing, staying right on top of him with that lance. Make sure he didn't get any shoes. Oh no, he just got sniped.
Kitty,
and he will not make it back.
Woo. Dire Warning up in a very comfortable position here, not quite in the kill percentage, not really red even yet, and already starting to put the damage out on Kitty, who is able to knock Dire Warning away and does get this hammer pickup.
I think Kitty is still in this game heavily. As long as he just keeps his distance, use the hammer to his advantage, get those SIGs off, keep him off stage. Maybe even get a recovery kill off the stage. He probably can come back pretty easily.
Although, we are seeing Dire Warning do a really nice job of being aggressive here and push, but nice denial right there from Kitty.
Very good.
Onto a SIG that could have knocked Kitty out, at the very least done a lot of damage right there. And the neutral SIG does hit. Dire Warning does survive though.
Let's survive. Oh my goodness. Oh, the spike. All right, now I think Kitty. Oh no, there it is. I was gonna say it needs a little bit more dodging in, but before I could get it out, I couldn't send it to him telepathically. He didn't accept it.
They are going to be hopefully jumping right on to the next game. Does not look like a legend swap from either player. And that was a fairly close game.
I think so. Yeah.
And going into game 2, we could see that Kitty knows a little more about how Dire Warning is going to play and how Dire Warning is going to approach. And perhaps we'll see something that's, a bit of adaptive gameplay.
Exactly. If I was Kitty, I would stay with Katars when he's on Lance. Try to stay right on top of him. Rack up as much damage as I can, and then switch to Hammer. Use a little bit more throws, a little bit more aggressive dodges inside, even dodging away. Like just switch up my game a little bit. Try not to be too much airborne because Dire is just catching him on the air game really easily. He's just kind of floating. He plays a little bit more floaty.
Yeah. I mean, we did see, you saw just the usage of those recoveries and neutral airs. Neutral airs with that lance, especially early on this game, and then the recoveries with the spear coming out towards the end. I mean, they were relentless. And usually, you see those recoveries because they've got that horizontal hitbox. It's kind of narrow, but it's very wide. They're not super hard to, they're not super hard to get around and punish. But Dire Warning was right there with those recoveries, exactly every single time, precisely as he needed to be. And it put out the damage on Kitty Cat.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. It's all about just feeling out your opponent, racking up that damage, throwing out a sig when you need to throw out a sig, not just swinging relentlessly, and just learning positioning and predicting where your opponent is going. And just 9 out of 10 wins games.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
And gonna spawn in here. Looks like Dire Warning will pick up that spear first. Kitty Cat hitting the neutral light, hitting another neutral air, another one.
Kitty Cat's going in. No weapon. Fast to start up from damage. Oh, switches straight to the guitar, doing pretty good. This is actually a really nice adjustment.
I mean, so much early damage dished out by those neutral lights, but there's the downlight into side air. Kitty Cat, though, turning around with a recovery into Dire Warning.
Oh, Kitty Cat's being a lot more aggressive. Seems a little bit more confident with guitars. Going in pretty fast. Dire is starting to not knowing where Kitty Cat is going. Kitty Cat is definitely getting an edge on this.
You'll notice, I think Kitty Cat's being hovering just above, so often above Dire Warning. Dire Warning anticipating a fall and goes for the grab cancel neutral sig. Kitty Cat will punish with a ground pound of his own, but ground pound comes out from Dire Warning, who turns it around into a recovery for the KO. Beautifully done.
So notice Kitty Cat's playstyle is definitely a lot different. He's not floating it as much. Definitely a lot of short hops, a lot of dodges in, a lot of very, very accurate sigs.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a potential for a best of 3 in this matchup right now.
Absolutely. Definitely got the confidence building right now. Whoa, absolutely.
He hit a really nice down air.
See if you can rack up some more damage. Keep him away from him. Hopefully punish him trying to get the weapon. That picks up the lance pretty easily. Working on some pro game. I'm definitely into that.
Back to the guitars here.
Just past the controller. I mean, he's moving so fast. He's definitely feeling him out, not getting hit as much, not falling for those neutral airs.
No, Kitty Cat's playing a much more precise game in game 2 here, and been putting out the damage onto Dire Warning, who still has a little bit of a damage lead here, but Kitty Cat quickly and very rapidly narrowing that distance, although nice weapon throw into followed by the neutral sig from Dire Warning. Dire Warning throws the lance, goes instead for the spear. Kitty Cat with the neutral air, Dire Warning with the neutral air right on back, but again, this is neck and neck at the moment, the damage. Kitty Cat doing a really nice job of just getting a ping here, a dip there, nice down sig, evens up the damage significantly.
Yeah, if Kitty Cat keeps doing that, keeping his range, staying out of the way of the neutral airs, just playing a poke game. Oh my goodness. The catch. Wow, Kitty Cat is definitely showing some potential here. Confidence building is going up. Dire trying to find a way to figure out what the heck is going on.
That was just a beautiful read right there. And the weapon throw to kind of give a little protection, and Kitty Cat survives another recovery, but a third recovery from Dire Warning will get the KO. Brings it down to 1-to-1 stocks, fairly even damage across the board. This game could honestly go either way. It's very, very close.
Exactly. With Dire playing on Orion, Orion definitely has some sigs that can really rack up damage really, really fast and catch you on the movement. Dire's not really throwing out many sigs at all. It's just kind of racking up the white damage.
Notice both players here kind of engaging each other, being a little careful. Dire Warning's got Kitty Cat up above, and we've seen that be so dangerous.
His weapon away.
Last game, in this game with the recoveries, the recovery into Nair, into recovery side sig, will get punished by Kitty Cat, who will fall back, pick up these guitars. Gotta be scared, Nola, now, because the guitars are very effective for Kitty Cat. Oh, damage is high. Is this it?
Oh, wait, it's going in. Oh, he let him come back on the stage. I mean, I'm not gonna say that's not a bad thing. Play a little bit safer, space yourself out. Seems like Dire is very more comfortable with the spear, and there's the sig.
Gotta say, that was a fantastic game from both players, from Dire Warning and Kitty Cat. Just all around, really, really well done. Wow. All right.
I really thought Kitty Cat was going to come back at the end there. Seemed like the confidence was a little too much, to the fact of not really spacing as well. Dire did a really good adjustment, keeping with the spear, started using a little throw game, a little bit more. The up sigs is what killed Kitty Cat at the end of the game.
Oh my goodness, right? And it's not just the up sigs, it was
the recoveries.
Yeah, it was all of the aerial stuff with that spear especially. It was very precise. It was a recovery and then a neutral air with that spear immediately as Kitty Cat was falling down, and then recovering again and then into a neutral air, and just managing to time those strings so perfectly to get those damage, just build that damage up and up and up and up.
Absolutely. I believe if Kitty Cat would have kept with what he opened with, just with no weapon. I mean, he just kept catching them left and right and just throwing them off, switching up the game left more and more. But I think he got a little bit more comfortable, started falling back into that same pattern he was doing in the first match. But I'm excited to see adjustments and stuff like that. We're starting to see where the players are pulling from the masters from the casuals.
And I completely agree. But and in that game, I think we were seeing two very, very strong players. I mean, Kitty, especially in that second game, I mean, kind of brought it more than a little bit.
I was asking, I was like, man, did he pass the controller or pass the keyboard? Because that was completely different from the first one match. I mean, he was 2 times faster, in my opinion. A lot of short hops, a lot of great spacing. Guitar game was on point. I mean, the punishes were great. Probably could have did a little bit more off stage, but man, I love the adjustment. I can't wait to see what these pools have to bring later on.
Yeah. Oh man. And a lot of these things are double elimination, so you could potentially see any of the people we've seen who have gone down into that losers bracket come back. Am I right?
Absolutely. You're 100% right. I'm a big fan of loser brackets. I've seen so many upsets happen from loser brackets. It's amazing. The best thing I like to see is one of the players that just keep going faster and faster, like longer and longer in the tournament, being the winner at the top, sweat and just get so clinched and make those mistakes, and it comes down to a last match. Those are the best matches. I don't like seeing the wash matches. Yeah.
No, it's where your heart is pumping and you're just edge of your seat and you feel anxious. There's the feeling of anxiety and excitement and a little bit of dread. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely. So what is going on right now?
So we are, we're holding on for our next couple of players to jump on into our lobby, which it's pretty cool. And I want to highlight there's a couple of cool things coming up for Brawlhalla outside of Masters. Obviously Evo is happening. Just happened. Did it finish? No, it's still happening.
It's still happening.
It's still happening. It's a weekend, right?
Yeah.
But you got a couple lands. You got Shine coming up in August. That's in Boston. I'm pretty excited about that. BCX in November, but when in November, we don't know yet, but we got that coming up too, hopefully. We got events for Brawlhalla coming up.
Lots of events. I mean, the good thing about Brawlhalla, you constantly have tournaments. It's constant chances provided to the players to be able to make a name of themselves, get in there, learn a lot. And a lot of people may see that we might have some difference in skills here, but at the end of the day, that's how I like to learn. I mean, when I first started learning this game, when I was doing the Twitch tournament, I was fighting diamond players like nonstop, and I just started playing the game because I was like, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna take it easy." I was like, "No, just completely dominate. This is how I learn. Kick my butt. I'll get up and be better and be faster." Learned a lot from it. So this is amazing. Just seeing how many players are starting to play this game. The popularity has just grown. All these events and tournaments, the Twitch love that is getting, the Twitter love that is getting, the players being excited, the community being so supportive. This is what it's all about, guys. This is what esports is about. Esports is coming back. There's a time that we were kind of laxed. A lot of people were doubting esports. A lot of people thought it died off because it was more of an FPS world. But now these brawl fighters, fighting games in general, oh yeah, we're ruling it right now. So now's your time to shine.
And just to kind of build off of that, especially, you go look at the sidebar in the Brawlhalla subreddit, or go join any of these discords, these Brawlhalla discords, and there will be maybe not for circuit points, maybe not a S tier, A tier tournament, but there's tournaments, casual tournaments, literally every single day of the week. Basically, you could find a tournament every day of the week, and whether it's a clan tournament, whether it's a Clanhalla type tournament, whether it's just a streamer tournament, or someone finds Brawlhalla for the first time and they're like, hey, I want to do a tournament with my viewers, it's out there.
Yeah, absolutely a good way to put your name out there. That's what we started with, guys. Back in the day when we wanted to play some video games, get together, we called around, we found local areas, we got together, and then it just grew and grew. I mean, just imagine guys in a hotel. We're not renting rooms, we're renting space. Hell, we weren't even renting space. We're just bringing our TVs in there and playing, getting kicked out of hotel lobbies. That was the fun of it. Now seeing where it is today on the big screen. Yeah, like we were going there with Smash, man, with the tubes, and they were like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Don't worry about it." So we get like 2 or 3 games in, we try to record it and then put it up on the Smash forums and just get kicked out. And It was all about just the love of it, and we just seeing where it is today, where you actually have your own space. It's crazy. Growing up with that.
That's actually a magical story.
Absolutely. Like,
Oh my
and
goodness.
you know, I go around Twitch and I lurk in a lot of people's channels that run in these tournaments, and just seeing the level of excitement from the community in general, and they're giving away like custom skins and you know, colors and stuff like that. Like, it just makes me feel really good that people can, like, of all ages, races, color, whatever, wherever you are, can relate on, you know, a video game can bring you together. Something so small.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. And it's only going up.
That's right. It's only going up for here. And you know what, guys? It's up to you. Your next generation out there, keep it coming. All right. Looks like we're ready to jump right into the next match here.
Hopefully. But I think we got one. Looks like we might be still be on one player here.
Okay.
Potentially. I don't know. Oh, goodness gracious.
So Toast, do you compete anymore?
Oh, I don't know that I ever really competed.
Oh, really?
Here's
I always call myself a competer, even though it's not in a tournament. You know, sometimes you got to put yourself in that mind frame.
You know, I think when I get there, I think I get a little unhealthy sometimes about it.
Salt is a little bit of salt is healthy.
A little bit of salt is healthy.
Flavor. Yeah, a little bit of flavor to your diet. You have to have a little bit of salt. You know, salt gives flavor. Too much salt can kill you.
No, you know what? I think I play a lot of ranked, and
yeah,
and I think I'm only like 500 hours into this game. I've been playing for 2 years on and off.
Okay. I was like, only 500 hours. That's not a lot at all.
But but like there's definitely like a shift for me. That went from kind of it shifted. I got a little more competitive about it, and then it changed how I thought about it, and it was a little weird. I'm working on it, but you know, we do have a game ready to go. You were right.
Let's go. Talking about pinch of salt. Let's see how it goes in this round.
Switching over here. You go ahead. Why don't? Yeah.
Was it the penguin? Okay, I can actually read lead speak now. The penguin on Lord Vrax, which is actually a really strong character. The guns are very unpredictable sometimes. I mean, with the distance that you can have on it, and hazN. Oh, well, I said it right. On hazN,
maybe hazN.
Maybe hazN. But it would have been an I.
I don't know.
I hate remembering name.
Names are hard. Names are super hard.
Exactly.
I think
Cassidy's actually scary. Just so much setup you could do with it. With is Cassidy the only one? I could be wrong, and Jack, correct me if I'm wrong. One of the ones that have the was it
3, 2.
God, I'm trying to think of it. Is it down neutral?
Would
they set up with the hammer?
Oh, stomp into like end state type of thing.
Right, isn't it like a true? That's like true. It never misses, right? She's like one of the only ones that have it, unless they fixed it.
I know Taros for sure. I'm not sure about Cassie. But either way, I mean, that's not really too much of what we're seeing at the moment. You know, hazN here, quite just in the red. It's the penguin here, just laying it out.
Oh my goodness. The penguin is not taking any names. He's just going straight in, racked up some damage with the guns, and just went straight into the landscape right off the side of the stage, which the stage is known for having that. Not very far to go on the side.
We are seeing hazN here trying to turn this around. Hits the down air, goes in for the neutral air. Penguin avoids it. There's the side sig to punish the side sig. Actually, neutral sig out from Penguin. Penguin gonna be knocked down 2 stocks either way. And Penguin had a very strong lead, and hazN has done a very nice job of evening this up here.
Hammer game from Cassie is definitely very strong. Lots of setup that you can do with it. Seems like the penguin is not finding any kind of ground right now. Has been staying right into the hip docks, just racking up some damage. And just as I said that, penguin must have heard me.
Very even, but a really beautiful grab cancel right there for the KO. That was a down save.
Absolutely.
Off the left side. Very early kill onto hazN right there. Gonna put a solid lead into the Penguin's favor here. But we did see hazN take a lead like this in the first stock and turn it around. We could see that again. hazN pushing out the Penguin out to the right side, but Penguin recovers. Dodge.
Oh, nice dodge.
Yeah, that was a beautiful dodge.
Penguin is not feeling it. Still racking up some damage. Nice string combos off of the guns. Goes away his weapon. Goes into the lance. Starts still racking up damage. Oh, my goodness, hazN did not get caught in that. Probably would have been a stock right there.
Yeah, it's the same grab cancel bouncing that he was successful before, but there's another sick out from hazN for the KO onto the Penguin. Brings it down to one stock. hazN kind of close to that kill zone, and Penguin has racked up so much damage so fast, especially with that lance, but hazN's right now the one with the weapon. As soon as
I think with, oh, nice combo string. I think, oh, just that fast.
Player 2 wins.
Right into an up recovery, wins the game. That was still a very, very even close match. It could be anybody's game.
Could be anyone's game. I mean, you're right. It came to our final stock. It seems like Penguin's playing in kind of a burst style where he's coming out and he's throwing out a lot of damage really, really fast. And hazN gets in there and kind of combo blocks that a little bit and turns it around and evens up the game that way.
2,
Absolutely.
1, brawl.
Oh, hazN has a hammer first. Probably can rack up some early damage. Now is the time to keep him away from a weapon. No, Penguin picks up the guns.
Oh, hazN with a really nice little hammer string off right there. And pushing Penguin up. Penguin having none of it though. 2 down airs in a row. Throws out the recovery. hazN though, not having any of it. Will hit that side air. Going to stomp. Penguin does dodge through it. Neutral sig out. hazN with a side air pushing Penguin out. Very even game. Very neck and neck. Very close at the moment.
Absolutely. I was going to comment on hazN. hazN has changed his game up a little bit more confident, starting to dodge in and punish. Penguin is adjusting really fast though. hazN is definitely in trouble without a weapon.
Very even. The side air out from Penguin pushes hazN out. There's the attempted read for a neutral sig. hazN sees it, moves out of it before it hits him. Down out from hazN. The damage on both players so high. Side air pushes it away, and the slide down
goodness,
sig.
a sliding. Wow. Let's go.
Nice.
That's what I've come here to see, people. Adjustments, follow through, precision. It's amazing. So Penguin was working on his throw game. That lance is definitely the tool that you want to use for the throw game, but hazN's not feeling it.
The neutral sig for the KO evens it up. 2 stocks either way. hazN right now with the weapon, with that weapon advantage, the hammer. See if hazN's going to be able to kind of push this lead, push this advantage, and even it out. And it looks like, yes, that is the case. And beautiful string right there.
Ooh. hazN is just going in. Can hazN keep him off? Penguin is definitely still confident enough to try to get the knock some sigs off, racking up some damage. Penguin is not about getting any white damage. He just wants to go in and end this match as fast as he can. hazN answering back, throwing some more combo strings out. Nice dodge.
Super close stock.
Anybody's game right now. Anybody's game. And it looks like the Penguin will take the lead.
Will take the lead with that side stick, but it's kind of a tenuous lead if you're looking at the damage-wise. hazN's a neutral air, side air away from potentially getting the stock. Recovery, having the grab cancel puts Penguin open, but Penguin able to maneuver around the recovery from hazN. hazN with the neutral sig will get the KO.
We are
it
even
up.
right now.
Very even. This is almost an exact copy of stock 2, I think.
See if hazN can pull it out, or will Penguin take it back? hazN's nice combo strings as usual. This is an exact copy. This is copy pasta right now, the last match.
So close, side air.
Oof.
Out from Penguin. Penguin got a little bit of space here. Goes for the side sig. hazN avoids it. The recovery. hazN loses that hammer. The damage will knock it out. The side sig coming out. The range on it super long. Hits hazN out. hazN does have enough space to recover. There's the dodge. The neutral sig comes out, but hazN with the down air into the side air for the follow up. Even it up, but Penguin picking up that down air into another down sig for a KO.
As I said before, those guns are so unpredictable. The distance on them are very. You tend to run into those hits very easily. But same with that saying, that was an absolutely great game. This is what I come here to see. This is the adjustments that these players are making is absolutely incredible.
I mean, those 2 fantastic games, and both of our players for the next set are already ready to go. We have Atrophius here, rocking that new Cryo sponsorship, and Tybo with the Yumiko pick.
Absolutely, one of more decks. Very, very excited to see more decks in tournaments, just because he has such fast recovery on his sigs. He's very scary if you get caught, and his sigs has so much like distance on him with the scythe, even with the gauntlets. You know,
I gotta say he also got that sweet skin from the summer heat wave update. Have you seen it? It's like the puppy dog skin for Mordex.
Oh, yes. It's actually way too cute for me to play with. It just feels, unless it stuns somebody to be like, oh, and then I can just knock them off stage or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's absolutely cute. The detail that are putting into the skins are just absolutely amazing. I see myself dipping into my wallet a little bit more on Steam. Thank you. Thanks for nothing. But I thank you on top of it. All right, so we're going right into the match. Shipwreck, one of my favorite stages. I don't know why a lot of people don't like this stage. I absolutely love it.
And, you know, it might have something to do with those narrow walls on either side.
Correct.
But I'm with you. I think it's one of my favorite, if not my favorite map in the game for tournament play.
It's like both of them sizing each other up. The side play is coming out. Lots of combo streams going out for Mordex. Mordex is so fast. He has such high speed.
And with that scythe, both of them, by the way, rocking those gold forged weapons. It's pretty cool. Both of them really trying to use the range of their respective weapons here to kind of outspace the other. And if you look at damage, it's neck and neck. This is really, right now, the stock is a stock between two kind of masters of their weapon. Atrophius switching over to Gauntlet's gonna give him a little bit less range here, but does allow him to get in and be a little more aggressive. Gets a side air, goes for the neutral light, but Tybo jumps above it.
Exactly. Seems like he's trying to match the speed, because I'm gonna be honest with you, TYB, I'm just gonna call him for right now, is definitely has a lot of movement. He does very well with his movement. I mean, his dodging, his aggressive dodging, his passive dodging is just amazing. Just like he's throwing him off just a little bit here and there.
And you know, I think that's a part of that sweet bow is that bow really lets you have a lot of mobility and motion there. But Atrophius here really pushing Tybo away, goes to the grab up, but Tybo with a recovery.
Oh my goodness, oh, that was scary.
Off the edge. Oh man.
He's definitely doing really good edge guarding, but let him get back on the stage. Hammer can just do so much damage. He needs to end the stock as fast as he can, or he will find himself in trouble.
On the edge, the recovery out from Atrophius does hit. Atrophius going in for the neutral air. Very close game. Tybo playing a very strong game on this first stock here. Not super far, gets knocked out, but will survive. And then the side air from Atrophius for the KO.
I was kind of rooting for him to get that stock off, because it seems like he was just still trying to fill him out, not playing as aggressive and just poking him down. But man, when you're in the red, try to get rid of him as soon as possible, because you don't want Yumiko starting to have that setup with that hand. It does so much damage so fast.
Just Tybo's use right now of that down sig is brutal.
Absolutely.
Keeping Atrophius away, but Atrophius with the string, with the gauntlets.
Nice dodge.
The down air. Is this a game? Is this a game? That is.
Got him.
Beautifully done.
That was beautifully done. Nice prediction. Knew exactly where he was going. Executed.
Oh man, that was wicked. Atrophius here. Again, up 2 stocks doing a ton of damage already with the scythe.
Yeah. Already has him in the yellow.
Side arrow from Tybo. Recovered from Atrophius. Hits. Tybo moving through with the double dodge.
I think Tybo can get this off just a regular old combo string. We can probably end the stock. Atrophius is just not feeling it. Just constantly just poking damage away. Knows he has another stock to go. Just extending that lead.
Oh!
There it is, Tybo with a nice. Sure.
1 stock. Tybo in a little bit of a place to build back up, but we're looking at that 3 minutes passed on this game already, which is a fairly long point for a game like this.
It's actually fairly even right now. The damage Tybo's putting out.
Atrophius moving around Tybo with those gauntlets, searching for this opening. Tybo not letting him have it. With the neutral air, there's the opening, the side air. Tybo recovers, hits the down air into a neutral sig. Atrophius moves away from it. There's the side light, the grab cancel side light. Tybo moves out, the down air hits. The recovery.
So he's getting the damage that he needs.
Very close game at the moment.
Calculating where Tybo's gonna go. Tybo's trying to calculate where it's gonna go.
And there's the sig. It's pixels away from hitting. Tybo able to move away, maneuver out of it. Does hit that side air. Goes for the recovery. Atrophius with the down sig.
If he gets a really good side air on him, that will probably be the end of it. I think both players know that.
Game is too tense. The neutral light knocks Atrophius up. The recovery, Atrophius avoids, goes for the down sig. Tybo covers behind it, and it's a neutral light.
And it gets it. Wow.
S. Wow.
That was anybody's game at the end. Tybo was being a little bit more aggressive and took it. Wow.
Oh man.
I'm excited about this next game. Anybody's game. Both players seem very versed in their characters.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, this could go, and I hope it does go to a best of 3 because that game was, I mean, that was neck and neck. It could have gone either way at that point.
I think Atrophius needs to kind of like adjust a little bit more, try to go for more SIGs at the end. He's getting Tybo in the red. He's just not finishing it. I see that's my problem as well with Scythes. It's just that you seem like if you do a SIG and you miss, you kind of open, especially on more decks.
And I think you're seeing Tybo utilize kind of that punish window very, very well, and that allows him to kind of get in there and start some of these bowstrings that are scary.
Absolutely. Tybo's still feeling the mouse, still have really great movement, not afraid to play off stage. Atrophius is trying to be a little bit more careful. Probably just needs to be a little bit more aggressive, just go in there and just start laying in the damage. Gauntlets has such momentum and movement.
You see that Atrophius opting to keep these gauntlets, and I think it's for the reason you said that movement and that ability to get in there and punish, super strong. The side sig out from Tybo does hit Atrophius out to the left side. Atrophius goes in for the sig. Tybo moves a little bit away, picks up the neutral air. Atrophius, okay, gonna pick up the scythe. I mean, still very close game damage-wise. It's pretty neck and neck.
I think he has the answer. He's racking up some white damage with the scythe, switching to the gauntlets. He's a little more comfortable using the sigs with the gauntlets. Knows he needs to finish the stock. Is he going a little bit more aggressive approach? Super close. This is the down light.
The weapon throw.
Just gone in with the snipe off the stage. Feeling very confident. Still on his third stock.
Atrophius is still clean though. Still clean here on the second stock. We'll get hit there. It's a little bit of damage. Tybo being relentless here, but there's the neutral air. Following up, but Tybo turns around with recovery.
And he gets it. Gets back on the stage. Tybo kind of put himself in a bad predicament right there. It's anybody's game still. That's what I mean, guys. That first stock doesn't really mean much at all.
Oh man, he got caught on that edge and went for that gimp. I mean, that could have been hype as
wow,
crazy.
Almost. Tybo, just amazing setup. Playing Yumiko as Yumiko should be played.
Atrophius keeping Tybo on the edge here, playing that edge game, that air game. Tybo gonna get that stomp into side air there and follow up with the recovery. Atrophius has a recovery here. The weapon throw will knock him out. He does not have enough movement to get back, and Tybo will take another stock. Very clean position right now.
Tybo feeling very confident, as you can see. He knows the hammer is just doing work. Can't get him off it. I think his ledge game is a little bit stronger than Atrophius right now, especially with that hammer. It's very scary. Get close to the ledge. Something instantly can happen to you, instant death.
Tybo has been just kind of on point with his hammer, especially. I think last game and this game too. It's where it needs to be every single time. And the use of that down stage just to space out is awesome. On the counter side, Atrophius has been really adept at getting in there with his gauntlets and starting a little bit of these strings, getting a little damage here and there. Nice follow-up. Goes to the ground pound.
No.
And the ground pound, he did it.
There it is. It was absolutely well played. That was just a well-played match.
Two very strong players. And that was game 2, right?
Yeah.
Man.
That was game 2. Yeah, Tybo just controlling them out with that hammer. Just trying to find some kind of answer. I feel him. Believe me. Like when a player can predict where you're going and it only gives you one option and you can just feel it and you have to time your dodge perfectly, and sometimes it just does not pan out that way.
Yeah, it's pretty intense, pretty insane. I mean, the hammer play and the scythe play from both of those players, respectively. I mean, both players so clean, so on point.
Absolutely.
I think we're ready to move on into our next set here. We've got Afro Pig and Cosolix also rocking that cryo tag.
Afro Pig. I'm a fan of that name. Very, very creative.
Oh man, and kind of curious to see what legends we're gonna pick. I think typically Cosolix plays a Scarlet, but I thought I saw some Twitter stuff about maybe swapping over to a different legend. We'll see. I'm very curious about this.
Is this bait? Is that bait? Is it actually going to go with Wu Shang?
Pig rocking Wu Shang, and Cosolix here rocking
Sir
that Sir
Roland.
Roland. Yeah.
I love seeing Sir Rolands. They're tanks. I mean, they're just a tank that can rack up damage really fast.
Dude, I'll be real. I do not like Sir Rollins.
Really?
Because exactly the reasons you said. I feel like they rack up damage so fast, and then their SIGs, I'm always where their SIG is landing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of grab cancel up SIGs, forward SIGs, down SIGs. He has such moves, such range. His lance is insane. It's just a very strong character overall. And then I always get really salty when you knock him off the stage, he just keeps coming back. So he's like a nightmare at the end of the day.
It's like a nightmare.
With a smile.
You know. Wu Shang, though, kind of the same. Wu Shang has such options, such power, those SIGs with his kit. Gauntlet Spear, I mean, that's scary no matter who you are.
Absolutely. Definitely one of my favorites, especially with Gauntlet. Lots of movement, as we see right there with the side SIG. Absolutely, just landing it so easily. Afro Pig staying on top of him. Staying right on top of the lance, racking up some white damage.
Cosolix getting in there with a little bit of string, getting that neutralite at the end. Throwing out those neutralites, trying to keep Afro Pig from recovering. Afro Pig with the weapon throw, kind of falling up in the side light. Cosolix able to move out of the way. Ooh, and the SIG Afro Pig taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, the tides have definitely changed as soon as he threw away the gauntlet, got his spear. Cosso's not feeling any of this movement right now, just completely punishing him.
The weapon throw, that's the KO. First
That
stock
is
goes
it.
to Cosolix here. Afro Pig opted for that spear and was engaging with a lot of down airs, and Cosolix's movement was just keeping him just a little bit away from those down air hitbox every single time. Afro Pig with a beautiful down sig though does knock Cosolix out to the right side. Not for the KO, but the damage is high right now.
Absolutely. Threw his weapon away, changed his spear. Also still alive, and there is the side sig right off the stage. Just that fast, Wu Shang can turn around a game. Or a stock, I should say.
Afro Pig with that spear trying to not going to keep Cosolix from getting this lance, and this lance is where Cosolix was really shining on that first stock.
He's definitely strong with the lance. Afro Pig's finding some kind of answers, just staying inside, just getting that damage in as fast as he can.
Oh, man.
Neutral lights.
Very.
Afro Pig is still afraid of that lance, so once that lance starts going, it looks like it doesn't stop. Nice throw game.
No, Afro Pig though, yeah, with that throw game has been on point. And there's the SIG for Cosolix, knocked Cosolix's weapon out. With the weapon throw to deny Cosolix that recovery.
Takes the weapon from weapon hogging, as he should. Trying to keep Cosolix away from him. There it is.
And effectively, and we're seeing a ground pound grounded. Cosolix moves through it. The side air will knock Cosolix out to the side. There's the weapon throw up, trying to deny Cosolix's rival. There's a slide down, so Cosolix hits the recovery again, picks up the sword. Goes for the side stick. Afro right in there with the side air. Side air does not hit. Cosolix is not there. The down light into side air knocks Afro quite down. Will he be able to recover? He does not. Cosolix with the down air.
With the denial.
Oh.
It's like, I know you can't get back on the stage, but you know, I'm just gonna make sure. Extra credit. Afro with the answer comes back, evens the match up. Both on the last stock, both in white.
It's basically a brand new match. Sudden death, but clean.
Cosolix does have the lance. This is where he shines the most. But Afro is just staying on top of him with that lance. I mean, excuse me, that spear. Cosolix turns it right back around.
Afro Pig has had such a nice, with the aggression using these chase dodges to get into Cosolix's face and try and get past the hitboxes with that lance, especially with the spear, have been on point. You'll see it right there. The double chase dodge. Yeah. Cosolix realizing it, dabs to it, dashes back to move out of the way. Picks up that recovery though. Damage is neck and neck right now. Afro Pig a little bit more in the red than Cosolix.
Oh my goodness, I'm clinching for both characters. I mean, excuse me, for both players right now. It's just absolutely so close. They have an answer for each other. They're like destined to play each other.
Down there.
Afro does not have a weapon. They're trying to get to it. Costa's trying to hold it hostage right now, trying to rack up the damage. Look like he's knocking him off the stage. Will he come back? It's like he's gonna play it safe. Oh no! Whoa. That was very close. That was kind of scary.
The side A right there. Gotta get it. Cosolix will take game one. But, you know, that game could have gone either way. It was neck and neck.
Very, very much.
You
excited to go in the second match. Whoa, we're switching up.
A Surrey out from Afropig, okay. And with that extra force too, sacrificing a little bit of that dex.
Asuri is one of my favorite characters. There's so much setup that you can do. The throws are just amazing. Her sigs, it's a she, right?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
I think. Yes.
Her sigs and her movement is just amazing. Goes in straight into the guitars, one of my favorite weapons here. So much damage you can rack up. It's so fast on this character. This character is so fast.
Now, for me, always the thing to watch with guitar versus Lance is that Lance has so much more range than guitars, and I find that it can be a tricky thing to approach. Afropig clearly doesn't think that as he gets a really nice string onto Cosolix. Cosolix, though, does turn it around and does, Lance with that horizontal mobility and horizontal side heavy with the ground pound into a second ground pound for the KO! Oh!
So you doubt my guitar play with Lance? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna throw it in combo in with ground pounds. I love it.
That was beautiful. Oh, the down sig out.
Cost coming back with the answer. Throwing some sigs out, down sigs out, side sigs. Afro still alive and knocks him off the side air.
Very even right now. Stocks either way. Afropig, no weapon here. Trying to let Cosolix approach, it looks like. Picking up that sword. Ooh, nice grab cancel into recovery.
Man.
Just like that.
Afro has moved, but this is clearly his character. But let's not doubt Cost at all. He has his lance. He's definitely strong. He only needs to take a couple of hits to match up the damage that Afropig is bringing in with the sword.
Yo, the neutral layers out from Cosolix right now are unstoppable. But Afropig with the sword has been just so effective to get in there and get the damage done.
Cost is not taking any chances. He's not going to play off that stage. The lance is definitely a dangerous weapon to play too long out there. You lose all your jumps that fast. Afropig answering back just with some light damage here and there.
Afropig with that sword, looking for this hit, looking for this hit confirmed for the KO. Cosolix kind of using that change maybe in mentality to get a little more damage here and even this up to be in a kill zone for both players. Cosolix though is very red, hits that recovery, keeping Afropig away. Afropig dodges nearly into that recovery, but the recovery does not connect.
Exactly.
And the recovery out from Afropig unarmed will get the KO.
I was gonna say, do not call him any kind of crazy without having a weapon. He saw many a display without the weapon that he can answer in stocks. After trying to get as much damage as he can, trying to off this stock, Cost is just trying to end it as fast as he can.
Afro not allowing Cosolix back onto the space here, back onto the platform. Keeping away, there's a little swap. Afro is now the one on the platform, but Cosolix saying, no, I want my lance, goes back for the lance, and is throwing out those neutral airs, throwing out that side lights, side airs to kind of space out Afro here. Afro goes for the sig, Cosolix is not there. When it happens, there's the side light into recovery for the KO. Afro down to one stock.
I'm actually very surprised Cost has not been throwing out many sigs at all with his lance. So Rollins definitely has some strong air denials with his sigs. Afro's going in with the guitars, as he displayed earlier, is very strong with. Cost is answering back, trying to keep him away, trying to keep him at the distance that you talked about earlier.
It's so close right now. It's just like the last game. It's 1-1. Afropig has had kind of a gentle lead this entire game, but Cosolix having none of it and turning it around right there. Damage-wise, neutral air, denying Afro the recovery. Another neutral air, knocks out the guitars, goes in for the recovery, goes in for the side air. Afropig above it. There's the side air, Afropig.
Trouble right now. Cost is definitely trying to keep him off edge guarding right now. Just play a little bit more aggressive at this point. Just keep him off the edge. Afro's trying to bait him to the edge. Maybe he's trying to get him off, knowing that Afro has a little bit stronger. Seems like a little bit stronger game off it. And Cost answers with the recovery.
And Cosolix will take game 2 and another with these incredible close games. 1-1 either way. It could have gone either way. And you got to give props to both Cosolix and Afropig for their play because they were both on point.
Hey, this is actually our first game. We went into the third match.
Did we go to a third match on that?
Yeah, this is the third match.
No,
right?
No, Cosolix won game 1.
No, it's not. Oh my goodness, it was just so intense. I thought that was back and forth. Excuse me.
It felt that way too. I was like, but
yeah, it was long. Those were some long matches for the amount of gameplay that we saw from both of those guys.
Yeah. We are gonna, I believe, jump on into our next game right away, and we're looking at Midget and Isidroo. Isidroo, of course, sponsored by Fable. You can check out that sweet avatar And you can check out that little label right there too. Some pretty fly stuff right there.
Midget on Bolivar.
Bolivar.
Bolivar. I mean, I'm guessing that's why those dots are there. You know, give it a little bit more flavor. It's actually salt on top of the O, because that's how I have when I fight against Bolivar. He's such a good character. He's just right in the middle. He's the Mario of Brawlhalla, it feels.
He really is. I mean, he's if you had an album art for Brawlhalla, it would be Bolivar.
Bolivar is even.
Bolivar.
Well, it's like Fable. Oh, excuse me, not Fable. Excuse me. Is it Isidroo?
Isidroo, yes.
Yeah, Isidroo on Bryn. One of my favorites, actually. A lot of people don't really. I haven't seen a lot of Bryns lately, but man, if she hits you with her SIGs, it does a lot of damage.
There's something I love. I think it's the down sig with the axe where it kind of just it sweeps you.
It just spins, right?
Yeah, and it just.
Does she have that with her lance? I mean, her spear as well. I believe she has both weapons do like this sweet little spin. You can get caught on it pretty easily. Seems like it hits you more than once.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage, and you know, Bryn, good legend, cool skin. Both of them with cool skins. Be interesting to see if the hammer from Midget is gonna be the hammer that comes with that skin, which is the chair.
I actually have this skin. I love it. As soon as I saw it, I had to have it.
It's pretty fantastic. Let's see, Isidroo gonna get the axe first here. Midget moving back, picks up the hammer. It is the chair.
All right. You're just filling them out. Definitely racking up some damage on there. Isidroo's answering back with the axe. Two of the scariest weapons in this game right now for me. It's going at it neck and neck.
Midget though, I mean, very close, very even right now. Hard to tell on that first stock in those first like 20-30 seconds of the game unless you get a 0 to death type of situation. Isidroo pushes Midget down to the side. Midget returns it though with a recovery, throws the weapon. Isidroo uses that to punish with his own recovery there.
Midget definitely going in, has a little more movement, but Isidroo is not feeling it up with the recovery kill.
Isidroo, Midget looking to get this KO onto Isidroo. Does hit that down on recovery, picks up the hammer, goes for the side air. Isidroo here moving through the side air from Isidroo, not gonna hit. Down air from Isidroo does hit there.
Just take one good, there it is. I was just gonna say, it just takes one good, that was his down sig, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, just one good down sig right off the edge. Just like he's baiting him to that corner.
And you know, it's scary because with that wedge, it can create some weird interactions with any SIG, with any kind of KO. And it worked out super well for Midget's favor there. I mean, that's a classic grab cancel right there. It's pretty vintage. Exactly. And it's super effective. I mean, two stocks either way. Midget, Isidroo, both very even at the moment. And Midget been able to get in here and do some good damage, hits that side SIG, and even this up. Looks like, was that a side air from Isidroo right there? I think so.
So it looks like Isidroo creating that distance with the spear. Midget's constantly staying underneath him, getting the damage that he needs. Really get back on stage. He takes the alternate right around the island.
Down there.
Isidroo still trying to get that stock off. Can't quite get it. Midget creating that distance with the sword, going in when he needs to, and Midget takes the stock.
Very, very close game. Isidroo not too far from getting KO'd on his own, but if he keeps the stock and is able to do some good damage, he will be in a really, really good position to take this game. That being said, Isidroo on there, the stomp out from Midget, followed by the neutral air. Kind of a very grounded neutral air right there for the KO. Does even the stop 1-to-1 stocks very clean. Both players could go either way at this moment. Basically a total reset.
100%. The game is very even right now. Isidroo's a little bit more confident on the axe, it seems. Definitely rack up damage really fast versus the sword. Midget's answering back.
Isidroo moving
distance, reading them really well. Isidroo's just hoping for a wish to land a hit.
You know, Midget's been doing a really nice job of moving through those 360-degree hitboxes from Isidroo and getting to the point where they don't active. But Isidroo's been doing a great job with these,
very much in trouble.
With these side airs, with these down airs, pushing Midget away, and the SIG hits.
There it is. Isidroo still good? Yep, there it is, right there.
Player one wins.
Beautifully done. First game is gonna go to Isidroo right there. Midget putting up a great fight, and they're gonna jump right on into our next game. And you know, here, we say this every time, but I think this could be the one.
The one going into 3. I absolutely agree with you. Both very strong players, reading each other very well. Adjustments are being made. Very comfortable with both weapons.
3, 2, 1.
It seems like they both like the stage.
Here we go.
Exact copy of the other one. Isidroo starting off with the axe. Midget picks up the hammer.
Pretty close, pretty even. Goes for the ground
It's always
pound.
scary when people do that. Down pound off the stage.
One misclick and you can get destroyed by the hammer on the air.
Exactly. Midget playing a little bit more safe, but definitely much more accurately. Isidroo racking up some serious damage on those SIGs.
I mean, Isidroo's placement and timing with those SIGs is just perfect. That's the only thing for it. I mean, it's perfect. The side air there knocks Midget out, goes for another side air. Midget was dodged there, but does get hit by the recovery. Midget will hit the touches the wedge here, and the side air from Isidroo gets the KO.
Axe is such a great weapon on this stage, especially with the sides being so short. See if Midget can answer back with the sword. Looks like he is answering back.
Side air, and Isidroo
is down.
have the movement, yeah. And so this brings it down 2 stocks, basically another total reset right here.
It's almost like they rehearsed this, like choreography. Isidroo picks up the axe again, see if they can rack up the damage as fast as Midget is dishing it out.
Midget hits the recovery, goes for the stomp. Isidroo in there with the side air. Midget with his own side air. Isidroo with a recovery knocks Midget. Midget with the grab cancel down stick, but Isidroo says no and moves right away from it. The weapon throw into side air from Midget. So clean, so good. And there's a down air into a side air for the kill into Isidroo. Very nice. Yeah, very nice combo. And Midget taking a strong definitive lead here.
Yeah, this is a stock you want to rack up as much damage as you can against Isidroo. Keep your distance. Don't play too reckless. That's a lot of things I see a lot of players do is when they're up a stock and they have a good bit of damage, they're a little too aggressive. But it seems like Midget has figured this out. Definitely racking up so much damage, almost making it even with his second stock. Isidroo trying to find the answer. Lots of recoveries throwing out a lot of SIGs right now. Know that he can get the kill.
And the recovery again. Isidroo gonna even this game up.
This is still anybody's game. I mean, even though Midget racked up a good bit of damage, Isidroo can get him there just as fast. A lot of neutral airs.
Very close at the moment. Isidroo racking up the damage really quickly, trying to even it up. Midget here now basically neck and neck damage-wise with Isidroo. Unable to get in there as Isidroo was relentless with his spear, relentless with those recoveries. Not allowing Midget to recover. Midget, though, with his side air. Isidroo, though, maneuvers past the down air there. And the side sig out from Isidroo.
Side sig.
Does not get the KO. Midget able to survive. The damage is high in the side air.
And Midget falls short of the stage recovery.
Doesn't have the jumps. And just like that, Isidroo will take game 2 and will be advancing 2 phenomenal games yet again from Isidroo and Midget. We're never going to get to see a best of 3 today.
Doesn't feel that way, but they're very close matches. But unfortunately, we're still hunting for it. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
This is exciting.
Yes.
Queen Nye.
Yes.
The Sig Queen herself. I think they should change her name to that. Hexeract on Queen Nye. And Lil Capped on Brawlhalla. With the lovely, I love this skin. It always reminds me of one of our caster friends, Bajira.
Oh man, it's a pretty great skin. It's the hat, I think, that does it for me with the the cute little
the teddy bear on it.
Yeah.
Such a trolly hat. As I'm beating your face and look at to my bear, call me Bodvar in your dreams.
Bodvar.
Exactly.
But you know what? I am very excited for Hexeract's Queen Nye. I'm very excited for any Queen Nye because I am a Queen Nye player myself.
Are you?
I am. I'm the scum of the earth, and I embrace it.
Scum. No, I was kidding. You know, people call you scum because she has very, very strong SIGs. Probably some of the strongest in the game. And man, it's easily get caught into it. I always say that they're vacuum SIGs because I seem to always get sucked into them.
Yo, it's the neutral SIG with the guitars, the nitro SIG.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Ugh.
Maybe we'll see a little bit in our game here. Let's see what happens. I mean, I didn't see Hex with any of the stances there, which is interesting. 3 speed against Bolvar, who was a little more maneuverable, a little bit faster here, and we're seeing Lil Capped kind of keep Hex off the edge. Those guitars are so cool.
There it is. If Lil Capped gets caught in those guitars, looks like he's not feeling. He's gonna keep him off the stage, edge guarding like a pro. Hex is trying to answer back through the neutral sig, and that's the one we're talking about, folks. The one that's very, very scary. You can get sucked in that very easily, especially if you jump a lot.
Pretty kind of back and forth game at the moment. I think both players are trying to figure out how the other person engages and what's the best way to counter that. The side sig from Hex does hit.
There it is. That's what we look for. The way to rack up damage on Queen Knight is to throw out those sigs, folks. A lot of people call it spamming. I call it the salt container. Throws the stop sign, picks up the sword. Hex, Hex is still keeping him off, scaring him with those sigs. Seems like
side
definitely
sigs.
getting in the head. Get into his head
sigs.
with those sigs. Yeah,
this side sig. It's actually unbelievable.
It's too good.
Oh my gosh.
I think Lil Capped is a little worried seeing those sigs. I don't blame him. Playing a little bit more careful, trying to get the placement in. Hex is just throwing him out because he can. And
you know, Hex is not being handicapped by this low speed from Queen Knight at all. But there's the recovery, which will get the KO. And you know, that's I think a function of a bit of the weapon recovery and also the speed on Queen Knight. But what I was gonna say is that Hex has just kind of been moving slowly, but has always been exactly where he needs to be to dish out this damage and dish out these side sticks that just keep on hitting no matter what.
Well, you know what? This stage is perfect for Queen Knight on low speed. It's a short distance, short stage. Lots of space can be covered with the sigs from both spear and guitar.
There's a ground pound out from Hex. Lil Capped trying to keep them away. I mean, it's a pretty close game. I mean, neither player is really going for any long string. It's more about like here or there. We do see Lil Capped go for that chase dodge. Hex jumps above it, throwing out that neutral sig.
Very, very scary. I still feel like Hex is still a little bit in Lil Capped's head. Lil Capped's playing a little bit more aggressive, but he should go in. He has that hammer. Stay that distance, do your damage. But those sigs are just so scary.
Side airs from Lil Capped. Those stomp into side air is so strong, but you gotta keep in mind the defense.
Oh,
but
beautiful.
The down sig out from Lil Capped will get the KOs Hex right there, not allowing him to recover, not allowing him to get the wall touch. Beautiful, putting a very nice solid lead, especially in this game where the damage hasn't been going up super high, super fast into Lil Capped's favor, and keeping the weapon away from Hexeract as well. But the grab cancel, neutral heavy. What a perfect read right there. Taking Lil Capped's
grabbing the guitars, doesn't even want the lance, knows exactly what he needs to do, place those sigs perfectly, rack up the damage fast, and get him off the stage. Lil Capped picks up the hammer, the stop sign, trying to put a stop to this. Oh, and absolutely does that, just that.
This is the most perfect time neutral sig. I guess anticipating that down air and gets that read for the KO right there. Great game.
Oof. I love this next pick. Lucian, one of the favorite. I'm trying to learn him very well. His guitars are so strong. His sigs are absolutely strong. They cover so much area, both vertical and horizontally. Watch out for his down sig off the side edge. If placed correctly, you are going to get spiked.
Yeah, you are. And you know what? He looks real flying.
Just stayed in regular stance. No extra stance taken.
You know, more power to him. Keeping Lil Capped away from those weapons. Picks up the guns, blasters. Lil Capped picks up the sword though. Hex dodging through that side air.
Oof. Lil Capped is definitely a lot more confident fighting against Lucian. Lucian's trying to find an answer with those swords. Lil Capped is just staying in his hitbox. Very, very well placed. Nice. Found his sweet spot.
Pretty close game damage wise. Hex being kept on the edge. Picks up the recovery. Lil Capped though right there with the side air. Side air from Hex, denying that sig out from Lil Capped. Down sig into a neutral light, into a recovery.
Ooh,
Lil Capped gets KO'd.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
Hex is showing that I got multiple answers. I'm not just a straight up guitar player. I can use guns too.
Yeah. Very, very tense, very close. That was beautiful. Stomp into side air. I mean, Hex in a good position right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing a little bit off stage, being very, very, very cocky off stage. Lil Capped seems to be reading it. Hex is going right back in. Guitar play seems to be his strong point.
Oh.
And there it is again, folks. The down sig, beautifully placed.
I mean, that was like last minute kind of down sig territory for that to hit. And you know, I thought he would have bounced off of that corner, but he was just right on through it. And I was gonna say Hex in a really good position to kind of keep going. And you've been noticing Hex's approaches are always super careful. Lil Capped though, just too good at catching those down air reads.
Well, Lucian Hex's gunplay is absolutely fantastic, but Lil Capped is just keeping him off. Stomp to the side there. There it is again. He's playing very defensive, keeping him off, edge guarding like a pro, and gets him off, takes the stock. Hex is going to have to do a little bit more work to get Lil Capped. He's got really good life right now.
But Hex
HP is very good.
To take a very early stock with that gun recovery, hitting that sig, goes in for the side light, goes for the down sig, which
there
hits
it is.
and
I
KOs.
told you guys. There it is. That down sig can spike. Has such a huge arc in area. Lil Capped is trying to answer back. Just keeping the poke damage on. Hex is trying to find an answer, looking for an opening, finds it, goes in with the combo string, back to the edge, getting into Lil Capped's head. Lil Capped is trying to find an answer, picks up the sword. Seems like Hex is trying to be very careful. Lil Capped is very good at placing his down sig. Hex needs to. He's just playing the ledge game a little too often. Could get red and taken out.
And there it is again. Does Hex have the jumps? He has a recovery. The weapon for the knives. He does not have a dodge.
Down. There it is.
Lil Capped lead game 2. We're gonna go to a best of 3, folks. First one today.
GG.
GG. All right. See if we're gonna get a legend swap here. Was that not a best of 3?
I don't know.
No, Lil Capped.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That was
It happened to me again.
Hex, yeah, it's because they played so well. Hex kind of at the end had it. He had the answers right there, but did not couldn't get it at the end.
Oh my goodness.
Just those well placed down sigs that both games ended the exact same way for Lil Capped. Well, is that okay? So right. Guys, it has been an absolute pleasure. This is my first time actually casting for Brawlhalla. I normally host, but I think you guys were an amazing audience, and the players, you guys have all played great. I mean, don't take any of the loss. Take it back with you and learn from it. Keep going, because man, you guys are awesome.
Yes.
And this community is just beautiful. Toast, it was an absolute pleasure, man. You're a legend to me when it comes to these shoutcasts in this game. Try to learn a lot from you. And Chad, thanks so much for having me. It's been DJ Tech Live. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully I'll see you guys more in the future.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. We'll be back in about five-ish minutes with our top 32, so stick around. It's only gonna get better from here.
See you guys later.
Cheers.
Custom. custom.
What is up, everybody? We are here for Brawl League Masters in the top 32 portion of this tournament. For those who are just tuning in now or maybe aren't familiar with the format, because it's a little different than a couple things that we've seen in the past. So let's just go over that real quick. But before that, my name is Sparky878. Sitting right next to me is the lovely...
I'm Dukex Fam, and I'm hoping my mic isn't muted.
I can hear you, but you should clear some of that phlegm out of your throat.
Don't worry about it. I might have just woken up.
All right,
just
so
for top 32, though.
Let's talk about this format real quick for those who might not be familiar with it. So we have like two portions to this tournament. We have the qualifier portion right now, and then down in the future we have what is referred to by Brawl League as the group stage. So who makes it into the group stage, you ask? Well, the top 8. There are 8 people that just make it in automatically by being the top 8 ranked by CP. Let me see if I have the CP in front of me right now. So noeL, Boomy, LDZ, Isidroo, Starlight, Stevenator, Wrenched, and Remmy get an automatic invitation into not the group stage. Yes, the beginning of the group stage, which is going to be a round robin. The other 8 come from the top 4 from this qualifier and the top 4 from the next qualifier, each for region North America and EU. So it forms into this top 16 bracket that will then be a round robin phase, and then the top 8 out of that top 16 move on to the finals, and you have your top 8 all best of 5 tournament.
Okay.
Any comment on that format, Duke? What do you think about that format?
That's quite the format. Sorry, I'm like half reading what's going on the side because in the background, the admins, the production team, and everyone in between is they're all trying to figure out what's going on.
Don't listen to them. All of them are worthless.
The cameras are they're a little bit interesting today. We just we got to support the Bees. Bee Movie 2 just got announced, and gotta just do our best to support that. So that's what's going on. Not even close to true, by the way. If you were a little bit excited about Bee Movie 2, has not been excited yet, or has not been announced just yet. I think Jerry Seinfeld is holding out for more money. This bit's going on way too long.
We're still on this?
Yeah, but we're here today in top 32 of the NA qualifiers. This is going to be the first week. You just kind of went over the format, so let's go over the players here in the tournament. Currently still in it, we've got noeL, HyperHero, STTP Wilson, Blood Diamond, Stevenator, Zexus, Lil Capped, Mother Russia, The Penguin, WHITETOWN, Cosolix, lynx, Jokedown, Tybo, Remmy, and Isidroo, all in the upper bracket, still fighting. Well, some of them not so much, as Penguin and Stevenator did end up winning out, and they're currently awaiting in the winners quarterfinals, but we should be getting into these matches in just a little bit.
I need to join the lobby, but who do you think our top 3 is going to be today? I'm going to ask you to throw that out right off the bat. Let's see what your predictions are for today.
Easily, it'd be hard to deny noeL one of the top 3 placements. I think it's nigh impossible to deny him that. I think Remmy he's been looking very strong as of late, so I would put him up there. And then third place it's going to be a little tough. We don't see who's currently in the lower bracket, so there's like a finite % chance that someone down there is like going to make the lower bracket run all the way through top 32. But of the people that I can see, it's going to be a toss-up between Isidroo, Tybo, and Stevenator. Tybo looked really strong in his match earlier in pools. Stevenator, he's one of those players who, when he's playing his best, he can do a lot of damage. And then Isidroo, I'm just a real big fan of his spear resets, and he knows his Bryn spear combos. So those are kind of it's going to be tough between those 3. I'm rooting for Tybo personally because I'm kind of a Tybo fanboy going way back. Tybo is one of those OG Boo Boys, OG competitive players. So I'm a fan of Tybo for sure. But definitely noeL and Remmy are going to be in that top 3, as they are 2 of the strongest players. And I think they are first and second seed, if I'm not mistaken, and forgot how to read things. But whatever. What's your top 3?
I would probably agree with you on that. With the top 8 in terms of CP already getting a free invite into the group stage, you're seeing some players just completely opt out of playing in the qualifiers for Brawl League Masters. That gives them time to take a break. Maybe they can spend that time practicing. They can spend that time scrimming. They can spend that time trying something new, not showing all of their hand. But we still do have, like, we have noeL coming out, which, I mean, noeL goes to virtually every LAN, so why wouldn't he go to virtually every online tournament as well? Out of that top 8 on the CP leaderboard, we also have Stevenator. So I would definitely agree with noeL. I would definitely agree with Remmy, and then I think it's going to come down to either Tybo or Stevenator for third. I don't know if Tybo, I don't know if he can go the distance. He's only won a single 1v1 tournament in his entire career. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that you and I might have commentated for it.
I do believe so, but that is it's been a while since Tybo
It's been a very, very long time.
Has been in the scene. For those of you who are maybe newer to the scene, Tybo was one of the OGs going way back. He used to compete alongside players like Foda, who is currently the esports director. You know, like, Tybo was OG. Like I said, he was back with Boo. He was back when Lemons existed. I think he was in a clan before it was called Lemons, but I'm super forgetting what it was. Like, he goes way back.
Tech.
Tech, yeah.
Yeah, he
Tech,
was
Tech
in
the
he was
first
in
one.
that he was in that group, like, back. Ooh, that's some real OG stuff. That's like even slightly, I think, right before our time when we got into this game.
I think Tech was there right as we started. But yeah, Tybo's been around for a while. He ended up interning at BMG, then he stepped down, maybe so that he can go back to competing. He had one of the strongest Brins in the world back when he competed. It seems now he's working on that Yumiko play. His bow is looking incredibly strong, his hammer looking incredibly strong. So it'll be interesting to see how that Yumiko pick works out. Maybe he'll swap back to the Brin. And like two of the other people who I talked about, Isidroo and Remmy, both have a Brin and a Yumiko in their kit as well. So if that matchup comes out, it could be a very interesting matchup. But definitely excited to see Tybo competing today, and it will be awesome to see how far you can go. But apparently, I'm in the wrong room. So
yep, I was
give me
too.
a second.
But we also could see him reach back, way back, flip all those pages in his history book, because the tournament he did win was with Sentinel. And so we might see the hammer play come out from that Sentinel. I mean, Tybo invented the original Tybo combo. Duke, tell me what that Tybo combo.
Are you talking about the axe ladder to death with the Brin?
No, I'm talking about Qatar.
That's the one that I always remember him for. I actually don't know what Tybo. I know what Tybo jumping is, or Tybo dodging.
The Tybo combo with Qatar's, if I'm not mistaken, it's either neutral light into downlight or neutral light into recovery.
No, you're talking about the neutral light. No, that's the egg soup combo. The neutral light into the dodge pivot NSIG.
No, I'm definitely not talking about that one.
That's the egg soup combo. That's the one that Stevenator was talking about a little while ago. But anyways, we do have Tybo. We've just sung his praises. He's gonna be going up against Jokedown, a player who I'm not overly familiar with. Jokedown is gonna be going in on this Scarlet, which they just buffed. They took some of the recovery off that down sig, which is a very useful signature, as I'm sure you're familiar with. So we'll see if Jokedown ends up using that signature kit, but I think we can give them the A-OK to get into it as we get into game 1 of the top 32. It's going to be Tybo versus Jokedown.
Now, Jokedown, he took out somebody worthy of note. I can't remember who it was. He ended up, let's see, he beat Isidroo 2-0. So
Okay.
that already is going to put him on my radar, regardless of what happened there. It wasn't a DQ, so that's going to put it on my radar. He also ended up beating Pugsy 2-1 as well. So Jokedown could be he could be the wild card for this event. He could be the come out of nowhere gentleman here. I mean, he's already in Tricks, so that shows at least a solid level of competency, as Tricks is a reasonably well-known clan.
Right.
And but obviously we've waxed so much about Tybo. We've talked about him in the past. We've talked about him recently. So this is already a solid match coming out of the game.
Well, he is the first one to pick up the weapon, and he's got this Lance kit, already showing off that Lance, but tries to deny, wanted to pick up that hammer. You saw him throw the Lance and start moving forward. Tybo was able to knock him away, so you can pick up that hammer. We're gonna see the hammer versus hammer matchup, which is it's gonna be a tough matchup, but Tybo doing a real good Jokedown. He wants throw combos? Okay.
I mean, we were talking about the past. Yeah, it's definitely a big thing with Scarlet. She has the lance and the hammer, huge thrown hitboxes, gives you a reasonable amount of stun time. You can throw up, you can throw down. Of course, you can throw to the left as well. You throw vertically, you don't really risk the chance of losing your weapon as much as if you throw horizontally. But still, if you're able to hit, there's a decent amount of stun time.
Well, there you see why those throw combos have kind of gone away and fallen out of the meta. Tybo goes for the Russian Mafia. Not going to be a kill option and didn't pick up that pivot down there. But again, going back to those throw combos, Tybo was able to just work through it because there's 5 frames of startup. Plus, if you are already in your dodge frames when you're going through the throw, you will completely go through it. Those throw combos have definitely fallen off, but Jokedown trying to bring it back to the meta. He's got this Scarlet very high force and very high kill potential off those throws, ends up getting the first stock.
And not only is he throwing a lot, but he's throwing a lot successfully. He's throwing vertically and horizontally. Even when he throws horizontally, he's able to actually hit a lot more than a lot of other players do, so he's able to actually retain his weapon.
Yeah, that's one of those big things about throwing your weapon horizontally is if you miss, you end up denying yourself a weapon, especially right now. There's like no weapons on the board, no new spawns. So if Jokedown misses that throw, Tybo has an opportunity, but Jokedown, like you said, he is hitting every single one of these throws, and it is so oppressive. Tybo struggling to get in. He's already in the orange. He finishes off that stock, but those throws from Jokedown just chipping away at Tybo and setting up for damage here and there.
I love the unarmed side signature punish on the whiffed wisps. He was just completely grounded. So by not moving, he stayed under those wisps and just punished. Tybo actually bringing some hammer pressure here, similar to the pressure that we saw from Jokedown earlier. He was able to start that momentum and keep it going, keep those strings going.
Oh!
And a big hammer ground pound to finish off that edge guard there. Jokedown with a very solid lead. A player that we haven't really heard of before coming out big today.
That was a really well played hammer ground pound too. Tybo went for the recovery, went for the dodge and recovery, and if Jokedown didn't jump up just a little bit, he would have been inside the hitbox of that recovery, but instead Jokedown jumped up just enough to get over that, then immediately went into that ground pound for the hit onto Tybo. Slide charges the side sig into Tybo, and Jokedown showing why he took down some of the big names. Took down Isidroo, took down Pugsy, and he's looking to take down Tybo.
That was a big 2-stock. His hammer is extremely oppressive. A lot of times when we see Scarlet players, we tend to see them focus more on Lance. Obviously, Cosolix, everyone thought he was going to get neutered after they after they nerfed the Lance down signature because he was sort of a Scarlet Lance player and used that Lance down signature. I'm trying to remember who else used to play Scarlet. I mean,
if we want to go way back, like trigger happy kind of
that's who I was thinking of. But we don't have a lot of Scarlet Hammer players, as many as we do Lance players, and actually this game Jokedown focusing a fair bit on Lance.
But you're seeing Tybo's trying to make this adjustment, lots of Sair pressure to try to poke out Jokedown. He wants to keep Jokedown at bay, but Jokedown, he's got those throws. Those throws are going to outspace that hammer. Tybo able to disarm Jokedown. Has an opportunity here, wants to keep him from that weapon, but he dodges forward, and Jokedown didn't immediately go for the weapon, but spot dodges through the Sair, ends up picking up that down heavy. Really well played from Jokedown.
Who unarmed down sigs out of hit stun?
That's so smart though. Tybo whiffed the side air, and because he had that gravity cancel, he was able to punish. He was in perfect position for it, but a nice falling recovery from Tybo will get that stock. Jokedown's got plays, man.
He does. His movement's really, really good. Even though Tybo is in the lead at this point, he did take the first stock. Jokedown's movement is really, really solid. His reactions, his reads are really, really solid.
We'll see if he can get this stock back. Tybo has had some solid adjustment, able to dodge through that weapon toss, but puts himself into position to get hit by that recovery from Jokedown. Little bit of damage on Jokedown, but he's got complete weapon control. He's got opportunities for this throw pressure. Tybo able to pick up his own hammer. Hasn't taken any damage, does pick up the stomp side air, but doesn't follow up off the wisps. Oh, he didn't touch.
Tybo takes yet another stock. I think this is just a battle of the pressures because both players, they're following up a lot more than a bunch of other players that we've seen. They're not necessarily looking for that 1 to 2 hit strings and then the reset.
And Tybo, he's got such solid hammer play. He's using those wisps for coverage. That's one of those reasons why he ended up dodging through his wisps last time, is because he threw it out just to keep Jokedown from coming in. Ooh, doesn't hit that side air. But he's mostly using it for space control so that he can set up for those side airs to just control the space around him. Gets a nice recovery, but dodges a little bit too. Oh!
I'm loving that aggressive Lance edgeguard with the Lance ground pound just immediately on top of Tybo when he has the hammer. The chase dodge into the ground pound. I don't think Tybo expected it that quickly, or he would have been ready with a hammer recovery.
I think Tybo just was not nobody does Lance recoveries really. It's got a lot of Lance ground pounds. It's got a lot of recovery time on it, which makes it a very risky move. Tybo could have gotten to the side of it, hit with the Sair, but instead Jokedown went for the big commitment, and it's working out for him as he's gotten the damage lead over Tybo. Stomp, and then ends up picking up a side light off the reset. Tybo dodges to the side.
Fantastic reaction there. Jokedown's reads and reactions have been so good. That shows a very dynamic understanding of this game, and that had to have been a disconnect. There's no way that something
it's fine.
didn't
He just
happen
wants a
right
game
there.
3. He wants a game 3. It's for the style, man. It's for the story. He wants the game 3, I'm guessing. Really well played from Jokedown, though. He's already locked in the Scarlet, so it seems like he's going right back into it. But it is going to be game 3 between Tybo and Jokedown. And there's a very real possibility that Jokedown could take down one of the old guard in Tybo.
I mean, he's already taken down the new guard of Isidroo, and I guess the kind of medium guard if we're talking about Pugsy here. So he's taken down past, present, and possible future at this point. Is this the Jokedown timeline?
This is the future, man. Jokedown, he's gonna make a name for himself here, trying to take down Tybo and continue on in this legacy of the Brawl League Masters qualifiers. But Tybo, well played, gets that weapon tossed into the dodge down, pick up neutral light. Ends up getting the wisp, but not really able to follow up Jokedown. He's got this lance in hand, but Tybo's really found an answer to it with these side lights and side airs.
But he's been throwing out so many wisps today, and I don't think they've really been working for him that much. I think they've definitely worked less often than they actually have for him. He hasn't had a lot of success. Jokedown, I think, possibly has been staying very grounded. Maybe Tybo is used to more of that floaty ranked playstyle that you and I know and hate so much. There's another down signature, unarmed, coming out from Jokedown. Like, I've never seen anybody hit that many.
Yeah, it's not a common decision to do, but Jokedown just above that dared bow shot ends up getting that gravity cancel down heavy. Tybo with a slide charge wisp, that was an interesting option as it really wouldn't have set up for much, maybe a recovery. But Tybo very much on the back foot, and Jokedown just very interesting decision making, and it's working out for him. Tybo really not sure what to do about it. Ground pound, there's the recovery follow-up. One of the reasons why Hammer is so strong off stage is that ground pound into the recovery. And Jokedown looking very strong against Tybo.
Now, Blood Diamond in chat, the second that happened, he typed disgusting, and I 100% agree with that word choice. You saw the hammer recovery into an immediate ground pound. He immediately ground pounded in place instead of waiting for a few seconds, and that got him down, that got him below Tybo so he could pick up that hammer recovery. I don't even think he was necessarily trying to hit with that ground pound. He was trying to move down as fast as he possibly could.
I mean, it was just very smart decision making. The ground pound didn't need to hit because he had that recovery option, and he was so low that at that point Tybo was very much going to go down. But Tybo trying to make his way back into it. He's gotten some solid damage onto Jokedown, but the
double dares! Pinpointed dares on both sides. He had that so well. I don't necessarily remember seeing a lot of that from the Lance edge guards. Usually you see like one dare, and if they don't try to go back to the wall, you see like a weapon toss or a just complete retreat coming out of the Lance player. But Jokedown, holy Toledo, that is a solid Lance player, that is a solid hammer player, that is a solid unarmed player as well, hitting more unarmed down signatures than I think I've ever seen. Usually the only time those hit is because nobody ever throws them out, so nobody really expects them.
It's You see it more often like right out of spawn, right? Like they just died, they come back and they just do a dodge in down heavy, or like they'll slide charge it off of the platform.
Yes.
But it's very rare that you'll see that gravity cancel down heavy, and Jokedown just very smart with his placement of those, working very well for him. Just absolutely amazing play from him. It's going to be interesting to see how far he goes. His next opponent is going to be Remmy, which is one of our favorites for this tournament. So we'll see how well he does. But he took down Isidroo, which, I mean, coming into this definitely would have been one of the favorites as well. So there's a real possibility that Jokedown can go the distance, man. Really well played. But coming up next, we've got the person who said disgusting, Blood Diamond, going up against STTP Wilson of Fable Esports.
Now, this Bryn pick is a little bit surprising coming out of Blood Diamond. He has played Hattori, I think, every single one of his matches. If he reported his character correctly on the bracket on Smash GG, then he's been playing Hattori, I think, on almost all of his games today. Obviously, it has that spear, which is going to be the crossover from Hattori to Bryn. Maybe he's looking for that axe into these Ragnar Katars and these Ragnar axe coming out from Wilson. But I'm just a little bit surprised to see him switch to this Bryn over Hattori.
Yeah, generally he'll have the sword. Like, if he's not playing Hattori, he's played Koji. But it is going to be interesting to see how well this Bryn pick works out for him. Maybe the recent changes to the axe sidelight, which make it so that the aerial follow-ups are a little bit more consistent. Maybe that's why he wanted to swap over, or it could be a direct response to Wilson wanting to play this axe into the Katar matchup. Axe does have a slightly stronger matchup against Katars than, say, sword. Maybe that's why he's wanting to do it, or it's just, hey, he wants to play new meta. This is what's hot in the business right now. Is the Bryn pick.
Now, going into this, though, Blood Diamond actually had a pretty easy bracket. I don't think there were any real names worthy of note in it. Meanwhile, I mean, Wilson, Wilson had a reasonably easy bracket as well, but he did end up taking out Post Up in the winners bracket, and that secured his position on the winners side of top 32.
Well, we are seeing Blood Diamond. He's still going for a lot of those spear dares, which did get a little bit of a nerf. It's not as easy to consistently hit those. Did Wilson just facepalm?
I think he did. I mean, Wilson taunts in tournament all the time.
Yeah, but Blood Diamond wasn't dead. Like you do it when the explosions go off. You time that. But Blood Diamond's still very much alive and still very much could get this stock off. And there you see. Where's the response taunt?
Come on, Blood Diamond. Come on, Blood Diamond.
He's taking the high road, man. He's like, nah, I'm better than that.
Don't take the high road. The high road's boring.
Wilson did facepalm, but he ended up losing his stock first. Can he get a response stock off of Blood Diamond? Oh, the sidelight just barely off the platform for Blood Diamond, but Wilson is able to pick up that recovery for the kill. Decent damage for Blood Diamond. Not able to get those spear sidelights that we saw out of Isidroo going back into BCS, where we go those sidelights into a dodge read. Instead, it's been more aerial with this bow, or with this spear.
Wilson's actually been pretty aerial as well, especially on this stock. You see him engaging a lot with the down air. He's switched to almost exclusively grounded now, throwing out multiple neutral signatures, throwing out a lot of downlights as well. But there you see the side air. I'm surprised we didn't see a dare there. I think he would have had better follow-up options off of the dare, but he's staying very, very floaty against this spear from Blood Diamond.
I mean, when it comes to the grounded play, Wilson's got some solid options. I mean, Axe neutral sig, very strong. There you see the Katar neutral sig, very strong, very similar to the Assyrian neutral sig, where it'll pick up above and then spike down. So we see Wilson kind of trying to get that spike. He wanted that edge guard. There's the recovery. No taunt this time. He knows how close this is. He gave a little bit of disrespect, but Blood Diamond showed him why you can't taunt too early. Wilson does have the weapon control, but not really able to get any pressure. Has to dodge through the recovery and not able to pick up his weapon. The dodge just a little too long for him.
He is able to pick up those Katars, though, without taking too much damage. There's the sidelight. He is a little bit playing risky on the edge. He ends up taking the unarmed recovery, just barely missing that side air that might have killed, even though it was on the left side of the stage. Sidelight into neutral light coming out of Wilson. He's a little bit cautious on the edge guard, ends up taking a side out of the face. It didn't end up killing.
He's going for a lot of these neutral sigs and down sigs, Blood Diamond, if he wanted to play a little more horizontally, could start to punish those, but at the same time, if he tries to go too horizontal against Katars on Ragnar, he's going to be taking those big Ragnar side sigs, which cross so much distance. So Blood Diamond's going to have a hard time getting in on top of these signatures. He'd probably be better off just waiting out the recovery, but he definitely needs to find some sort of punish, as Wilson's gone for it a lot.
We haven't seen a lot of the side signatures, though, coming out from Wilson. I mean, we saw a
he
lot of the
whiffed,
neutral
like,
signature. We see a lot of the down signature as well, but we're not used to seeing as many of the side signatures from him. It's really that vertical game that he plays with his Katars. There's a side signature on the Axe. We know that Cyclist really favors that.
Oh, yeah.
A couple other Ragnar players also really favor that side signature on the edge.
I mean, if there's a signature that they don't favor, it's going to be the down sig. I think there's only like one Ragnar out there who will do it.
E-Ram. E-Ram does
Blood
it when he
Diamond.
plays Ragnar.
Blood Diamond. He got back up. Wilson still has complete stage control, though. And he's got the Katars, so we don't have to worry about that Axe down signature, which would be locking him in place. And doesn't exactly have the best hitboxing. He is going to get the stock with that recovery, and Wilson, the facepalm is going to be on Blood Diamond's side this time, as the losing screen has Blood Diamond facepalming.
Wilson, knowing what we know about Wilson's past and his play style, the way he tends to play, him being very patient right for that edge guard was not a surprise at all. I mean, a lot of Ragnar players, especially when we saw like Daiku initially playing Ragnar on Ragnar's release, we saw the down signature just being thrown out like candy when he has the Katars in hand on the edge. Just throwing it out, even if they're playing low on the wall, use it anyway. But Wilson was being very careful there. He knew that, I mean, there's really two options there, actually three. Blood Diamond could recover low, go for the dodge through. He could just try and recover over the edge without using his dodge at all, maybe throw out an attack, or he could recover high. By waiting, Wilson had all of the options at his disposal. He saw that Blood Diamond was going to recover high, so he queued up that recovery.
Really well played, very patient play from Wilson. But we're going back into it, and Blood Diamond swapping over to the Satori pick. This is kind of the mainstay. This is what we were expecting from his first pick. But interestingly enough, he decided to start off with that Bryn, maybe just prep some spear play or keep Wilson from learning too much. But Wilson, with this Axe, no side sig over the edge. That's one of those situations where you generally see it. Instead, waits a little bit longer, still picks up that side sig over the edge for the kill. And he's going to hop over to these Katars for the damage build.
This is the first time we've really seen Blood Diamond have Sword, at least in terms of top 32, and he's being very patient. Staying at those 45-degree angles, 1.5 jump heights up. He's staying out of the range of downlight. Took a downlight there and a nair and a down air. There's the down signature that we expect from Wilson right on the corner. He is able to pick up this Axe.
Really patient play, able to punish that neutral sig just by standing still, and goes for the sidelight, downlight. Wanted some more neutral sig, but wasn't able to pick it up. He is just spacing out a lot of Blood Diamond's options. This is what Wilson is known for, is this patient spacing, and it's working so well for him. Neutral sig to punish the gravity cancel downlight. Blood Diamond trying to find some sort of answer to this play from Wilson, but really can't find anything. The down air from Wilson, the ground pound from Wilson, and he gets the stock.
Wilson looking very confident and strong this game. It looks like maybe the Bryn at this point might have been a better choice. We haven't seen a lot of success coming out of Blood Diamond's Sword, which, I mean, based on his character choices in the past, I would say he should be most confident in his Sword play. He used to play Koji a lot, used to play Hattori a lot as well, primarily Sword, but he really hasn't had a lot of luck with it so far in this Hattori switch.
And it's not like Sword's like falling out of the meta. Sword
will never fall out of the meta.
Well, I'm just saying, like it. Remember, there was a period in time where Sword was like, it was on the back end. It was on like the lower half of the average. But Blood Diamond, he definitely has the opportunity to go over to the Sword. Just does not want to use it. He wants to play this Spear versus Guitar matchup. I don't blame him. It's a strong matchup for the Spear, considering how much space Spear can control. But when it comes over, it's just not really working. Maybe he should mix it up, try something different, as he gets the stock off of Wilson with some actually pretty solid Spear play. Maybe he just needed to warm up more on his Spear.
I mean, these are best of 3s, though. This isn't, it's not like it's a best of 5. He needs to warm up quicker than just one game, especially when he's been playing Hattori all day, and he was just on Bryn, so he had Spear warm up there as well, and this is top 32, so he's had more than a few games to warm up. He's going to have to move quicker than that. Oh, and there's the slide charge down sig that we were talking about earlier. That's what we're used to seeing.
Wilson clearly watching the stream as he is starting to throw those out. Wants us to talk about his unarmed down heavies. Unfortunately, hasn't really connected with them. Blood Diamond, just good movement around him, able to avoid him. Goes for the neutral. Wilson almost got the punish a little bit late, but there's that neutral sig for the kill. And there's the wave goodbye. Wilson will be continuing on, going up 2-0 over Blood Diamond. Just solid play from him on stage. Very grounded, very anti-air punishing against Blood Diamond.
Yeah, first game was a 2-stock, second game was almost a JV2. So Wilson coming out big. Trying to remember the last success he had. He wasn't really successful at Combo Breaker, but obviously the reason he was able to get to Combo Breaker was because he won the Fable Path to Combo. Was it Path or was it Road to Combo Breaker? I think it was Path.
It might have been a ride or a drive or a dirt road.
I'm pretty sure it was Path to Combo Breaker. Obviously, he played under Fable for that tournament, and then, if I'm not mistaken, Fable did, of course, pick him up shortly after that.
Right.
So Wilson coming out strong today. Yeah, and he's trying to solidify himself in these qualifiers since he is not top 8 on the circuit point leaderboard.
Well, he will be continuing on in the tournament. Unfortunately for him, he's going to be going up against his other Fable boy, noeL. In just a little bit. Before that, we are going to be going into the next match of the day. It's going to be Lynx on this Ada going up against the Penguin on Lord Vrax. Surprised to see Lynx on Ada. I feel so terrible because every single time I see Lynx, I'm like, I know you're not an Asuri main, but literally that's the only thing I ever think.
Yeah.
I'm very sure he's not an Ada main as well. But we'll see what he's got in this Ada pick. He's going to be going up against Lord Vrax. The Penguin level 76 on his Vrax, so might have a little bit more experience with those blasters.
No, his might be more than mine.
Oh,
He might have a higher level Vrax. I thought I had the highest level Vrax in the game.
You might have some egg on your face right now.
I
You got to
might.
get on that grind, man. You got after the tournament, start grinding.
Yeah,
those,
I'm gonna have to play this game right after the tournament.
You're gonna have to do 13-minute free for alls against bots or something.
Oh no.
it
Never
like-
mind. It's not worth it to do that. It's not worth it to do that.
Tech, right? That's the grind tech.
I don't know. I don't know about the farm levels tech.
We are going right into this. This is going to be game 1 between the two, but Lynx went for a gravity cancel neutralite inside the shenanigans area. Interestingly enough, we're on King's Pass. This is a map very rarely picked, especially with these two weapon kits. The Penguin already hitting these Lance down sigs onto Lynx. Penguin looking very strong. Side sig just off the platform, and Lynx still not dead despite those very close side kill boxes on King's Pass.
Lynx held that ground pound really, really far. Penguin's going to be safe here. I don't necessarily... Oh, the gravity cancel neutral signature! That signature's, like, actually broken. Like, I'm telling you right now, that signature, like, needs to be fixed. And I play Vrax. That neutral signature is a solid reason why I win a lot of my games. It's actually kind of broken.
You were the one who was tweeting about neutral sig into gravity cancel neutral sig on Vrax being very strong, almost 100 damage, something like it's in the 90s if I'm not mistaken. It's a strong move for sure. But Lynx, he's only hit 1, and it was for the kill, which is rarely what you see it for. It's generally a damage move. It got a little bit of a buff, so it's got a little bit more kill potential, but generally it's more for the damage than is that force.
Yeah. Down signature has much more force, side signature has much more force as well, but it's still, like, even though it doesn't necessarily have a lot of force, it has solid force, fantastic hitbox, sits right in at that 45-degree angle, and actually that neutral signature on the gun sits at that 45-degree angle as well, as you saw Penguin turn around and hit that, and he is surviving so well on this King's Pass with those close side hitboxes. He's gonna get hit by that gravity cancel side signature, but Lynx has a ton of damage on his stock. I don't know if the taunt there was
that was like the most delayed taunt ever. Like, he was like trying to find his taunt key for that one. That was a little goofy. Lynx, he's a little bit behind, so I think he's a little premature on that taunt.
He's more than a little bit behind at this point. That's like those ranked games where you're in the lead and you take down 2 of their stocks and they take away your first stock and they taunt, and it's like, Brother, you're 2 stocks behind at this point. Maybe you should
Die.
chill out on that one a little bit.
Well, Lynx is able to pick up the spear. We'll see if he can get any momentum started. Oh, good ground pound from the Penguin. Lynx goes over to the left side, though, and Penguin might have to disengage. No, he's going to stick around. Oh, there's the backup. There's the Lance pickup. Goes for more gravity cancel neutral sigs. More neutral sigs.
Nice weapon toss coming out of Penguin.
Oh,
He's not able to pick up his weapon. You saw Lynx just standing in place. He was ready to punish a Penguin. Went for that Lance pickup whatsoever. Almost a full stock lead, though, on the Penguin. The down signature, he's been so solid with those today. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw somebody like hit those as regularly as he does. I mean, obviously, nobody really plays Rax. So the last person that did that was like Pickled.
Like pickled potatoes. He didn't even do down sigs that much. It was mostly the neutral sig on the guns or the side sig. Ooh, floats a little bit too close to that side sig. He is going to lose his stock, but he is very much in the lead. Really, one signature could get this stock at any point. Penguin instead has to wait for the weapon spawn. Lynx running very far away from him. Sidelight, no follow-up.
Kyler Alice was also really good with that down signature.
Oh, yeah.
He would gravity cancel it a lot. So whenever I did that, I always said word to Kyler Alice. He was so pinpoint accurate with that.
Yeah, I don't get to see a lot of Kyler Alice considering he is Australia, so kind of flew under my radar, but really well played from the Penguin, able to get that stock. Lynx forced to hop over to his Satori, which every single time he does it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's what he plays. Lynx on his Satori, gonna go up against the Penguin. The Penguin, very oppressive Lance play. King's Pass still on the board. It's gonna be King's Pass.
Now, it's interesting that Penguin is playing no stance on the Brax. A lot of people tend to not like 4 force. If they can, they'll usually put one more block into that strength stance, especially on Vraxel. That's what a lot of people tend to favor. So it's a little bit interesting. He doesn't want to sacrifice, I guess, 1 dex for 1 strength. So that's a little bit interesting on his side. But he's been playing so beautifully with Vrax today. He's struggling a little bit in the first 15 or so seconds of this game.
He hasn't
as
had
he's
a
now
weapon.
in orange.
Lynx has been completely controlling the space around that weapon. You saw him go for a gravity cancel neutral sig just to keep a hitbox on top of it to punish the Penguin. But now that the Penguin's got a weapon in hand, we could see him start to build up some momentum. He was in the shenanigans. I'm surprised Lynx didn't immediately float down, try to get some sort of dare pressure with that sword. But he's definitely got control right now, at least in the health department. Sword again in hand for Lynx.
He might be worried about the ground pound presence coming out of the Penguin. Obviously, you talked a little bit earlier about how you can kind of put yourself in a bad position if you lance ground pound off stage. The biggest thing it has going for it. Oh, and he goes back down
really
into the
good ground
push-off column after touching the wall. If he would have stayed on the wall, I don't think that would have hit. But the lance ground pound, what it has going for it is absurd force. The hitbox is pretty solid. It comes out reasonably quick. It has so much force. So if you're orange, you can die to that relatively early.
Well, Lynx is just now getting into the orange. There's no weapon spawn for him, but you are seeing he is respecting that shenanigans play, does not want to risk it around that ground pound. Dodges underneath that down sig. Really well played. Dodges through the side sig. Lynx with a solid adjustment. This Hattori pick really working for him. Gets the neutral sig underneath. Gets the stock off of the Penguin. We'll see if the Penguin can find some sort of adjustment as we get into game 3, because it looks like Lynx is going to take game 2 very handedly.
Yeah, it seems like Lynx just has all of the momentum with that that turnaround down signature coming out from him. The recovery is not even going to kill if he was in string stance. I think that probably would have killed there. Picks up the neutral signature that is absolutely going to kill, but he has a mountain to climb in the orange on his last stock. Lynx fresh on his second. Lynx has just so much room to play with at this point.
His movement speed on the Hattori really helping him get into the positions that he needs to against his Frax. See the weapon toss, goes for a recovery, interestingly enough. Surprised he didn't go for some sort of egg drop or try to follow up with a ground pound. Instead, just gonna float down and get arrested ground pound right on top of the Penguin. And that is Lynx taking game 2. Kind of confused on why he started off with the Ada at this point, considering how well he's doing with the Satori. But we're going to be getting right into game 3. King's Pass still on the board. No, we're going to go over to Thunderguard this time. Still a shenanigans-y map. There's still a shenanigans there.
Now, we already saw some unarmed, really solid unarmed play today, but when Lynx disarmed himself there, he wasn't able to pick up the spear after his weapon toss down, even though it hit. It's not even a huge worry at this point. We've already seen some unarmed mastery, especially against Penguin's Lance. I don't know if he necessarily doesn't know how to play into unarmed with the Lance. Like, we didn't see him staying really, really grounded and throwing out those down lights or the nairs a lot. But Lynx was just able to get in. He was able to do a lot of work on stage, above stage, off stage, in the shenanigan zone with the unarmed.
Lynx is playing so smart around this Lance. He has been able to avoid so many of the signatures. And I almost want to see the Penguin swap over to a less signature-centric playstyle. He's gone for a lot of signatures. You saw him throw out the Blaster side sig immediately on pickup. I almost want to see him swap off, go for more light attacks just to get this damage on the Lynx and just keep Lynx on the back foot instead of what he's doing right now, which is it's pretty much been signatures for the first minute of the game.
I can't 100% blame him because I tend to get greedy seeing how much damage that neutral signature does. 37 damage per neutral signature. You hit him one time, you get 37 damage. Like, a lot of people love that big chunk damage, but if they're able to avoid it and get those punishes off almost every time, which Lynx has been doing after that first game, he just really hasn't been getting hit by that many neutral signatures. He's been able to control the pace so well. I would definitely maybe play more grounded or actually throw out more nairs if you're in the air, because I don't think we've seen hardly any nairs coming out of Penguin.
Oh yeah, Lance Nair, a very strong tool for controlling space around him. We haven't really seen any Lance Nairs, not really any dare approaches either. It's predominantly been the Sairs. There you see the dare approach. The Lynx is already above it. I almost want to see some grounded play come out, and not signature grounded play with like neutral sigs, but just go for that downlight to stop Lynx from approaching. Go for those neutral lines just to keep that hitbox out there and punish Lynx for getting too close. Penguin almost got the wall touch, but that recovery underneath is going to get the stock, even it up.
Now, Penguin moved really well between those two lobbed weapon tosses, the spear and the sword. He just happened to get out-prioritized by that unarmed recovery. Unarmed recovery is, I think, a hugely underrated move. It has amazing startup frames. It comes out so quickly. The hitbox is pretty solid. I was playing a guy earlier, I think yesterday, on ranked, and he was just out prioritizing so many of my moves. He was picking me up grounded with that unarmed recovery. It's incredibly strong. You really have to worry about the priority that it has.
Not to mention, it's got some solid movement in it. I mean, personally, I love going in with the speed dodge into the recovery because you get just so much movement out of it that worst case scenario, you're just in a position to throw out a dare or just float around to wherever you need to get going. But we are seeing Lynx on the back foot. He is pretty close to kill percent. And it's going to be a gravity cancel sidelight into recovery for the Penguin. Great option from him to go for that gravity cancel sidelight. Still able to pick up that recovery. And he's going to get the stock. Lynx has not been able to find a new adjustment to the Lance play from the Penguin.
And now we actually are seeing that grounded play that you said you wanted to see from him moments ago. We saw the sidelight, the gravity cancel sidelight. That's one of the first sidelights we've seen from him so far. Not quite able to get back up. He was looking for the hit to get the chase dodge on hit so he could chase dodge back to the wall. But we're seeing some more of those sidelight approaches. We actually just saw more dare approaches as well. So it looks like he's taking your advice to heart. And that's one of the things that's definitely working for him so far.
He's definitely making some solid adjustments. Oh, but the unarmed play from Lynx, that was very clean. It's just interesting to me that Lynx keeps finishing off his unarmed play with recovery. When it's off stage like that, I would have expected a ground pound to come out, go for some sort of kill, go for that quick gimp, but instead Lynx wanted the pressure, wanted that damage. Big pickup with that neutral signature, and he's gonna get the stock. Lynx out of nowhere with that one.
I think he might have been maybe unconfident in his edgeguard play earlier because Penguin wasn't quite in kill percent yet. He was on like the middle of the road orange towards the latter stages of orange, so he would have to get a true gimp at that point. He wouldn't be able to hit like one ground pound and finish it off like he did in the end. So I think it was he just wanted to get more of that damage by sending his opponent back onto the platform. He could get back on, go back into that neutral game, and build up a little bit more damage, get his opponent in kill percent so he could finish it off with that single ground pound like he did in the end.
That was some solid play, to say the very least. Really well played. It will be Lynx who wins it out 2-1 and will continue on to fight Remmy, who ended up beating down Jokedown. Kind of kind of bummed I didn't get to see that one, but regardless, really well played from Remmy. Not overly surprising to see, as again, Remmy is one of our favorites, but we are going to be continuing on, and we will be watching Stevenator versus Mother Russia. Stevenator going to be going in on this Mordex, and I'm confused on this Mordex pick, considering Stevenator has said, I'm not a Gauntlets main anymore, whereas Mother Russia, he's basically only played Hattori since like the dawn of time. His Hattori is what knocked me out of Combo Breaker, so I'm a little salty about that one, but really interesting to see Stevenator over onto this summertime Mordex.
Yeah, Steve kind of has a love-hate relationship with Gauntlets. Like, he likes them, he doesn't like them. He thinks they're strong in the meta, he thinks they're weak in the meta, he doesn't know how to feel about them. You, I know, have seen his opinions of Gauntlets and how they fit into this game on Twitter. He's yes, no on Gauntlets all the time. Obviously, at one point, he was the Gauntlet rep for the Forge.
Yo, he's Katy Perry about it.
Until he stepped down. Wait, oh, okay, yeah, hot and cold.
Yeah, hot and cold, yes and no. In and out,
I got you.
up and down.
I got you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
we can go through the whole song if you want, but right now Stevenator is going to be going in on this Scythe. Going to be representing the Scythe right now. He does get a decent little bit of string. I know that they buffed the Scythe sidelight so that you cannot jump out of the string follow-up as easily anymore. We'll see if Steve can kind of take advantage of that, as he's staying pretty grounded against Mother Russia. Does pick up that reverse dare. Not able to keep that pressure going though.
Now, it was Dobrain that said on his tier list that he recently put out that Scythe is good again. And I think with the sidelight coming out from Steve, I think he's going to have more follow-up options now. Obviously, you have the sidelight into the neutral light that was kind of the bread and butter of Scythe on its release, but you also have the jump into the dare. You have maybe the read, the recovery read, if you're really trying to fish for that as well. I think the options coming out of sidelight are much more now than they used to be.
Not to mention, he's got some solid signatures in this Mordex kit. Plus, with the way Steve plays, I mean, he knows Gauntlets, he knows how to get those dodge reads, so it's not too big of a translation to go over to the Scythe for those dodge reads. That's one of those big things about Scythe and Gauntlets, is that you do a lot of setups for those dodge reads, and you end up getting a lot of distance and momentum off of it. We're seeing it work out for Stevenator, but he's sticking predominantly with Scythe, interestingly enough. He had the Gauntlets for the kill, but then he swaps back to the Scythe for this damage and this pressure, and he's using a lot of downlights to pick up Mother Russia long range. Oh, he didn't touch!
Can't
Just
quite.
a little bit off of it.
Did he have a dodge at that moment that he could have gone, that he was maybe afraid to burn because he was expecting Mother Russia to do a ground pound or maybe a weapon toss and an egg drop?
I think it was a little bit of the pressure from Mother Russia. Steve pulled a little bit back at the very end of it as he thought he was about to touch. He was like pixels away from the wall touch, but it doesn't matter as he immediately comes back into it, takes the stock off of Mother Russia with a side air, interestingly enough. You see in Mother Russia playing footsie around it.
Really going for that spacing here with those sidelights, with those downlights. He's taking some punishment for his whiff downlights, though. Tends to put the Scythe user into a fair bit of recovery. We saw Dobrain get punished a lot with those when he was using that as his primary spacing tool and his primary initiation tool.
Mother Russia, yeah, he's had some decent response to the down sig. Not really able to get like a full combo out of it, but he has been able to punish it, and it is going to be one of those things that keeps Stevenator from trying to poke too much long range. But you're seeing him, he went for a downlight there, really close to the chest. Mother Russia was just right on top of him for that neutral light.
Problem is, though, like, he is getting those punishes, but it's like one move at a time. And being that he's so far behind at this point, he's a full stock behind Steven at this point. Mother Russia just hasn't been able to get any real pressure.
That was one of those, I hope my opponent accidentally falls into this charges from Stevenator as he held that neutral heavy, just trying to get something out of it. Really not too big of a punish. There you see the stock getting taken off, but again, Stevenator has such a huge lead over Mother Russia right now that Mother Russia, the fact that he hasn't been able to get bigger punishes onto Stevenator has been very critical for why he hasn't been able to get closer to evening this one up.
He also hasn't really found those kill options when he's needed them. He hasn't found them the second that Steve procs into red. Steve's been getting into the last stages of red where there's no more color changes on his health bar when he finds those kill options.
And you see in Steve, he knows his kill options as he gets one downlight, missed a recovery, but was still in position to pick up a second one. And that is going to be game one going the way of Stevenator. It is Fable versus Fable, so unfortunately one of the Fable boys will get knocked out, but there's still plenty more Fable in this tournament, as we do see noeL still in it, and so is Wilson.
I mean, Daiku has been talking about how he's not the biggest fan of, and I think this is like storyline wise, of huge teams of one org having a ton of players that are at the top level, and that is Fable right now. They have so many different players. Obviously, they have Mother Russia, they have Stevenator, they have noeL, they have a bunch of other players under their guys, and that's why we're gonna see so many Fable versus Fable matchups as we get to the latter stages of almost every tournament now.
Oh yeah, I mean they control most of NA. Very few players aren't in Fable. Of note, there's like Remy's in Rain. We do see Isidroo is in STDX. But other than that, Boomy's in Denial. That's about it, right?
And my man Astronaut is in noeL.
Oh yeah, Astronaut in noeL. That's right.
And I think someone else is going to be in noeL soon, but I don't know if we can talk about that, so I'm not going to mention that name.
Well, that's rumor mill right now. But Stevenator not in the rumor mill yet to take damage against Mother Russia. There's the first tap with that sidelight. Nice recovery follow-up. But Stevenator very much knocking Mother Russia around. Nice falling nair. They changed the hitboxing on it, but Stevenator is still very familiar with it. Able to pick up the nair and a neutral sig to punish the spot dodge from Mother Russia.
Mother Russia still struggling with any type of strings going on. He's not able to pick up the side light, down light into the side air, into the neutral air, into the recovery, into anything like that. He's just really unable to get any type of pressure. No big damage numbers going the way of Mother Russia. Steve, though, finishing up that string with a down light. The weapon toss, he is unarmed right now, but OG Stevenator back in the day was the king of unarmed.
Oh yeah, he had the Stevenator combo of unarmed. Does pick up that down sig for pressure onto Mother Russia. Not going to quite kill. Could have gone for some recoveries, but Mother Russia able to dodge down. Just keep Stevenator from finishing off that stock. There you see him go for that recovery. Stevenator knows how close Mother Russia is to death, and he finishes it off that time with that gravity cancel downlight into the recovery. Mother Russia very much behind against Stevenator, and Stevenator showing he's more than just a gauntlet player, as he's gotten some big side strings.
They have been solid so far. He used to be the big gauntlet boy. He was, I think, the NA poster child for gauntlets. Oh, the double downlight coming out of Mother Russia. The first time he's really able to follow up off that downlight. It does lead into the stock going the way of Mother Russia, but I mean, he still has an entire stock to take away from Steve without taking any damage before they're equal again.
So that's one of those things that I was thinking about with this matchup, is that when Mother Russia is on Spear against Stevenator's Scythe, generally Spear players want that sidelight as the combo starter, and Mother Russia just has not been able to pick those up. The side sidelight and the side downlight just kind of out prioritizing against this Spear play. Maybe that's one of the big reasons why Stevenator's been playing this Scythe. But Mother Russia, I almost want to see some more neutral lines just to kind of space out Stevenator. Sure, it's not going to be that big combo, that big string potential, but it is going to be damage, it is going to be pressure, it is going to be something in the face of Stevenator, and I don't think we've seen one neutral light come out from Mother Russia. There you see the side light, but not able to get that follow-up. Stevenator just dodging around it.
Yeah, even though Steve is at the range deficit when he has gauntlets in his hands, aside from the gauntlet downlight, Mother Russia just really isn't able to play that spacing game very well. Even though he is at the benefit there, he has that neutral light that you're talking about. Obviously, he has the falling side air. He has the side air in the air. It's going to be the down signature coming out from Steve. I think that might finish off the stock. He's not able to find the ground pound. I think he queued it up just a little bit too early, forcing himself like right up against that wall rather than deeper into that push-off column. But Steve is going to take it 2-0, knocking out his teammate down.
He is going to be knocking him into the lower bracket, but far from out of the tournament for sure. That is going to be Stevenator beating out Mother Russia. Very clean 2-0, and he will be continuing on. Coming up next, we've got Remmy going up against Lynx. And it looks like they're randoming, which is something.
I think Remmy doing this isn't...
Not surprised to see Remmy doing this. Kind of
It's-
surprised to see Lynx doing it.
It's not a bad idea for Remmy at all. Obviously, he is 8th on the circuit point leaderboard, so he already has a free invitation to the finals. Lynx doesn't. I don't know exactly what place Lynx is, but it's definitely not top 8. So he needs to be a little bit careful with how he does this. He does have another week of qualifiers as an option, but if I'm not mistaken, he's not top 4 at this point. So he's not guaranteed that top 4 placement into the top 8. So if he loses here and then goes into the lower bracket and loses, he's going to have to play another qualifier. So this random coming out from Lynx, I don't really understand it.
It might just be, it might be just a little bit of fun, but they're still playing it out. And Remmy looking very strong. Not too surprising to see him just do well. Remmy, one of those players who is reasonably familiar with the entirety of the roster of characters. That was actually a really smart gravity cancel side sig, by the way, to get over those bow wisps. Those bow wisps, very small hitboxing, very low to the ground, and Remmy just right above it ends up picking up a hit onto Lynx. And unfortunately for Lynx, he's going in on the Yumiko. Remmy knows this Yumiko. Remmy was one of the big Yumiko players when she first came out, and so Remmy's going to know all of the options that Lynx has.
Yeah, he was one of the few that continued with her after the kind of initial release fever wore off on a lot of players. So Remmy, of course, familiar with Hammer on a lot of other characters as well that he has in his pocketbook. Lynx does have the skin, though, so unless he's just a huge fan of that skin and wanted that skin or maybe the weapon skin for his other characters, like obviously he has the skin, so he probably has some level of competency. Obviously he was able to take Remmy all the way into red, into that kill percent before losing his first stock, so I wouldn't necessarily count Lynx out of this yet.
But the guitar play from Remmy, almost getting that off-stage pressure, almost continuing that gimp, but Lynx able to dodge through it. And again, more dares from Remmy. Just so much pressure off-stage. Ground pound connects, went for a dare again. Lynx able to push back, and that's the power of Bo. Very strong nairs and recoveries. That's like when Bo first came out, that was one of those big things is you can't challenge Bo from above because the recovery just prioritizes so well.
I mean, you also kind of couldn't challenge Bo from the ground as well, as nair used to pick up grounded opponents very, very
it still
easily.
kind of does.
It still kind of does, not to the point that it used to, and obviously nair or Bo recovery used to be absolutely absurd. It still has really, really solid priority at this point, but you do kind of have to hit it reasonably high to get the kill with that Bo recovery after they lowered the force on it some time ago. Remmy, is he going to get it? He gets the dare.
Yeah,
Lynx is going to be dead. I'm glad he didn't go for the ground pound. That would have kind of forced him into either up against the wall or in the push-off column as he breathes almost all of his fire.
Yeah, there's a finite amount of fuel in that Ragnar tank, but Remmy gonna use it up. As I mean, he hasn't really gone for neutral sigs on stage or any sort, so he hasn't really needed it. Side sig connects for Lynx. It's still not gonna be the kill as it was pretty close to the stage. Nice ground pound though to punish that dare because Remmy was trying to get that wall touch. Lynx able to even up the stocks, and despite the interesting random v random, Lynx is he's doing pretty well. He's holding his own against Remmy.
He is, but this is kind of the same damage deficit that he was at when he took off Remmy's first stock. He was in the orange of his second when he took off Remmy's first. Now on his last, he was in orange when he took off Remmy's second. So Remmy has just had this lead and kept it the entire time. And I don't know what Lynx is going to be able to do at this moment. He's going to stay on the wall. Obviously, hammer off stage is a very scary thing to go against. You have ground pound, you have recovery. Obviously, you have the cheeky side air that people throw out every now and then. Remmy's going to get that side light for free. I would have gone for a side signature there, but Remmy with control of this match so far, that side air not quite going to kill if he's not careful. Remmy in the orange.
He just keeps getting these like hits and then just stands there. Unfortunately for Remmy, they did knock down some of the variable force on that sidelight, so it is going to be harder to kill as it is more of a combo starter than it is a kill option. But he's got such a huge lead, but Lynx, he's getting some damage.
You see Remmy going for those falling side airs, and Lynx is just completely outspacing them. Did he just... Did he just beat that with the final, just the tiniest edge of the hitbox on the hammer stop, and that's going to lead to the kill? Are you kidding me?
Yo, did that just... what?
How does that happen? I can't believe he was able to out-prioritize Remmy there with the edge of the downlight, then the follow-up side air, and Remmy falls. Oh
And
my
Lynx
gosh.
picked Taros. This wasn't a random Taros. Lynx picked Taros. You saw it on the stage banning screen. Remmy randoms into this Ada as we get into game 2. It's not overly surprising to see Remmy on the random. Like you were saying, he's gotten his ticket already. This is mostly just tournament for fun. I'm not sure, is there CP on this tournament?
Yes, I
Okay,
believe
so-
there are CP on this.
So it might be a little bit of that as well. Nice pickup with that neutral signature. It's gonna get the stock. Lynx not able to chase dodge off that nair. That's gonna be Remmy taking the first stock with that spear play. Spear still a very strong weapon despite the recent changes, the down air nerf and the ground pound buff.
I mean, we mentioned on the BCS SummerSlam finals that Remmy himself said if you're not playing Spear, this was a couple patches ago, he said if you're not playing Spear, you're either a nice guy or you're dumb!
Shout out to recovery!
Oh my goodness!
Didn't get the read on that gravity cancel neutral signature, but basically all that damage was Remmy doing spear recoveries underneath Lynx. Okay, this is an interesting match to say the very least.
Spear recovery is such an effective juggling tool. It has that really, really wide hitbox. It's not necessarily very tall, but it's extremely wide. So when your opponent is above you, you have it as such a solid option. Remmy coming in with that side signature though. Lynx needs to be a little bit more careful. He's getting a little cheeky at this moment. He does pick up that neutral signature on a lower defense character like Ember. That could kill.
Oh, went a little greedy with that one, but not gonna get the hit. Remmy able to get around it. Ends up going to the right side of the platform. Lynx he's being cheeky with this Taros. I don't. This is just a goofy match. Like this is this is for fun. That's what this match is. It's a for fun match. Down sig kills for Remmy for fun.
Remmy's gonna take that. He's gonna tie it up. With 2 stocks to his name on a low defense character playing into Taros, who has insane damage potential. Obviously, big chunking weapons like hammer, like axe. He has true combos to kill, true combos for damage. And Lynx is now switching to this Hattori, this level 64, a character that he has put some serious time into. Remmy is not allowed to change character.
I mean, if his character's been random. If his character's been random.
He does give Lynx the counter pick option now. Obviously, the winner of last game has to lock in first, and then the loser can then counter pick that. So I guess Lynx didn't want to do that, but Remmy initially locked in the random. So by locking in this Hattori, he then gives Lynx another counter pick option. I guess Lynx just didn't want to pick any other character other than Hattori. We're going into the Hattori mirror match. This is a character that Remmy is definitely familiar with, a character that Lynx is definitely familiar with.
Ooh, nice neutralize to punish the gravity cancel neutral signature. Remmy was covering that edge, kind of like a old school Roland edge guard, right? The down sig and neutralize, but Remmy, he just was going for neutralize against Lynx. Now we're seeing the spacing game come out. It's downlight wars between the two, looking like good old NA meta. Sword v sword, downlight v downlight fights.
Now Remmy does have the spear. There's the neutralite already coming out of the gate. The spacing options coming out from him, and Lynx picks up a spear as well. Looks like it's still going to be full mirrors, even on the weapons going through.
Remmy picks up the kill with that spear recovery. He's shown how well he can hit those spear recoveries. Lynx has got to be wary about those. Nice gravity cancel sideline, able to keep that pressure going onto Lynx. Clears the weapons and stands still as Lynx is just daring and downlighting into them. Is bot Lynx?
Nah, Lynx knows exactly what he's doing. Remmy knows exactly what he's doing. I think Lynx is just going for the cheeky plays at this point, as he's just going to start throwing out those unarmed snares. I remember back when that used to have less cooldown than it does now, so you'd see people coming right out of the gate. The second that they spawned, if they were trying to get that quick turnaround kill, they would just start spamming the heck out of those unarmed side airs, because it does have some pretty solid force on it.
That's one of those things that like Boomy used to do back when it was a really strong option, is he would just spawn and then Sair, and just keep going with those Sairs. Mix it up with a recovery every now and then, but it was a very strong option. And I know he was also not a big fan of the recent changes, which gave it slightly less startup. But regardless, Lynx and Remmy are not unarmed anymore. They have weapons in hand, as Remmy gets a downlight, but wasn't able to cancel. I think he wanted that gravity cancel neutral signature. Couldn't quite pick it up. Stock? Nope. Nope.
Recovery having a little bit less force than it used to. It might have killed there if that was old sword recovery. I can't stress enough though that like Remmy can do whatever he wants here. He can literally stand in the middle of the stage and do absolutely nothing. He has his spot in finals. Lynx doesn't. He has to fight for it. He's gonna have to fight either this week or the next in a qualifier week. So him playing into Remy's cheeky games here is really just, it's cutting off his nose to spite his face. He's the only one that's gonna take an L here.
Yeah, there's really no loss for Remmy. It is everything is a win for Remmy. Whereas Lynx, it's like you were saying, the win condition for him is he has to completely beat Remmy out, and down airing and downlighting into the neutral lane to Remmy, not exactly your strongest kill option. But Lynx isn't gonna run into too many neutral lanes this time. Remmy standing still, taking a page out of the book that you just read to him.
See, now I regret saying that. I probably shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry, everybody watching this tournament. Remmy is going to stay in the middle of the stage. There's the sidelight, the double sidelight. He goes for the downlight follow, doesn't quite hit. We're seeing the dodge and downlight side air coming out from Lynx, the charged up side signature. Lynx now almost a complete full stock behind Remmy. He's gonna need to find something.
Remy's, he's literally just walking around Lynx. Like there was an opportunity there where Lynx did a downlight above Remmy and Remmy just walked away from it. Now he's starting to throw out some moves. You saw him whiff that neutral sig, pick up some Sairs, trying to finish this game. Lynx not able to touch the wall, but that is going to be game 3 going the way of Remmy. He wins it out 2-1 after what quite possibly could be one of the goofiest sets I have seen in a very long time.
I mean, we've seen a couple handful of sets like that. That's sometimes the nature of qualifiers. Like you see that a lot in week 2, or if like if the top 16 from a tournament qualify, once people make it into that 16 threshold, everything up here, it's just icing on the cake. It's when people aren't necessarily concerned with their seed, because it's like, I've qualified, it doesn't matter what seed I am, I'm gonna do well in the tournament. We see that from a lot of EU players. We see it from Dobrain, we see it from Multimum as well. I think we see that from Boomy as well. Once they've hit that qualifier threshold, like it doesn't matter to them anymore. They already have their eyes on finals. It doesn't matter about today, especially if they already have a lot of circuit points to their name. Because like with BCS SummerSlam and with Brawl League Masters as well, there isn't a cash prize for the qualifiers. Those are circuit points, or basically determining your best seed for finals. So if they don't care about seed and they already have a lot of circuit points to their name, then they might not necessarily care about how they're going to play. Maybe they're going to look for something new that they can throw out in finals, or maybe they're just going to have some fun, do goofy stuff like we just saw from Remmy, do goofy stuff like we just saw from Lynx. So that can sometimes be the nature of these tournaments.
Well, we'll see if the goofiness continues. I kind of doubt it from these upcoming players. It's going to be noeL versus Stevenator. Generally, they're a little bit more straight-laced. noeL, very composed player, whereas Stevenator, he's just a competitive guy, man. Stevenator wants to win, and so he is going to be coming in on this Mordex. No surprises here on the characters. noeL on the Hattori, Stevenator on the Mordex. Stevenator, he's shown what he can do with the gauntlets in previous tournaments. He's shown what he can do with the scythe in this tournament. We haven't had the opportunity of seeing noeL today, though.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time. I don't think, was he streamed in pools? I missed like just the beginning of pools while I was making breakfast. So unless he was like one of the first games, then we haven't seen him in pools today. He's going to be on the Hattori. That is something that he's been playing quite a lot of lately. We saw him switch off of the Koji that he played with for probably over a year, and he's now on this Hattori. Obviously, he has the sword overlap from Koji to Hattori. Now he has the very, very, very meta pick of Spear that a lot of players have been favoring quite recently in the past few months.
On the other side, Stevenator has the kind of off-meta pick with this Scythe and Gauntlets. Two weapons not too many people main, aside from like Atrophius is the big name for Scythe. And, well, Steve was the big name for Gauntlets. Other than that, not too many mains of those weapons. Did get some decent damage onto noeL. He's gotten the lead, but he's not able to keep this offstage pressure. noeL just recovering underneath. That is something he's very nice punish. The gravity canceled down sig to punish that neutral signature charge from noeL.
Perfect timing. You saw noeL charge it up a little bit. Steve came in with that picture perfect spacing, timing, positioning. All of it was great coming out of Stevenator. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw somebody play Mordex that I remember. I think Atrophius has played him like once or twice. Like there was one tournament. Yeah, there was one tournament where it was like best of 5, and I think Atrophius was going through the different Scythe characters. But Mordex was actually the character pick that saved, I think, Dobrain from getting knocked out by Zaloxery at CEO Dreamland in singles before top 8. But Stevenator has actually been looking really, really strong with him today. He's mastered the Scythe string kit. He's mastered the Scythe signature kit, especially on Mordex. Of course, he has tons of Gauntlet experience as well. So this pick, obviously with the skin, he's mastered the skin pick on Mordex too.
And this is relatively newly minted keyboard Stevenator, if I'm not mistaken. Nice neutral light just out of recovery to punish the ground pound from noeL. Stevenator, he knows this matchup. He knows his options so well. That gravity canceled down sig to punish the neutral sig. Like, I cannot stop gushing about it because that is just a very high level play that I don't think too many people would have thought about.
We kind of see people when they play Mordex, they just throw out those signatures, specifically the side signature and down signature, because they have a solid range. Obviously, the down signature pops you back a little bit, moving your hurt box out of the way, so they'll use it as like a counter initiation tool. You don't see it necessarily a lot on the gauntlets as well. You definitely don't see it as like a picture perfect punishing tool like Steve just used it.
Steve does disarm himself, ends up throwing the gauntlets down, expecting noeL to dodge forward, but he's over to the side. The ground pound got some relatively recent buffs, but it's not going to be the ground pound that connects. It's the sidelight. There's the downlight, and it killed from center stage. Stevenator getting the downlight for that poke range ends up leading to the kill onto noeL.
Yeah, with that active input, that was the version of it that has more force on it. So I guess we haven't really seen it used as a kill option before, but it might be considered more of a kill option now. Obviously, it does have the longest range of any of the grounded Scythe moves.
And that was clean movement from Stevenator, floating down underneath the platform to pick up that nair onto noeL, and he is continuing this pressure. noeL, he tried to play a little bit slower against Stevenator, but Stevenator was doing a really good job responding to him with dodge baits. He went for a dodge in, dodge up, and then ended up picking up a gauntlet dare. He was able to pick up quite a bit of stuff, and he is back to the scythe to try to finish the stock off of noeL.
noeL hasn't quite been having the luck that he's had in the past with the sword sidelight. I think it recently got a little bit of a buff, so it covers more distance, if I'm not mistaken, and moves just a little bit faster. He's zoning Steve out with these side airs. Steve's able to get in with the down air. Obviously, there was the Stream Me Legend series where we saw noeL, I think, get the sidelight into neutral light just nerfed.
Oh, yeah.
You were only able to do it on the 9 Dex Koji, which he was playing at the time, and he ended up getting that move nerfed.
Yeah, basically single-handedly, as he almost played the entire tournament out with that sidelight neutral light. It was just a very effective combo for damage. Sidelight, just a strong move in general, as it does have a little bit of aerial. That gravity cancel downlight was almost critical. Nice weapon toss from Stevenator. Still not enough to finish it off, but noeL was very close to taking this game out from underneath Stevenator.
He has to watch for the side air. You saw noeL throw it up. Throw it out as he was falling back. He ends up picking up the dare, just barely clinching that game out. But that gravity cancel downlight could have been the critical moment that would have taken that game away from Stevenator. I love that Steve didn't panic, though, in that moment. I would have completely panicked. I probably would have screamed. But Stevenator was able to get away from it. He was able to keep the pressure out on noeL as well. He didn't just completely disengage and say, okay, I'm going to wait. until I can get back in. He's like, all right, noeL missed that. We're going to get back onto the platform. We're going to get back into that neutral game, and I'm going to finish off his stock. Sadly, though, noeL was able to take it on the edge with that down air. Going into the game 2, same characters.
3, 2.
Really well played from Stevenator. Solid play from noeL coming into that final stock. Able to get it out from underneath Stevenator. Stevenator had such a huge lead on that final stock. But as we get into game 2, noeL known for his ability to adjust to his opponents. And you're seeing that adjustment as he is just keeping Stevenator out. Stevenator not really able to get any momentum on top of noeL. Dodge and spot dodge from noeL, trying to bait something out from Stevenator.
Toss coming out from noeL. He's able to pick up his spear. He's playing that spacing game.
Down sig connects. Charging it up again.
Oh, and he does it again, and Steve falls into it.
He was trying to get just behind it so that he could punish it, but Stevenator a little bit too close to the smoke cloud, ends up taking some second hand. Another smoke cloud come out. That time, Steve's able to punish, but not a big punish, and Stevenator very close to death. There it is. The side air from noeL. Likely will be sticking with this spear as he's just been able to keep Stevenator out. The spacing too strong. No! Ends up swapping over to the sword.
Going on the wall, getting back into the middle of the stage, looking for those downlight initiations. He's been playing extremely grounded. If he jumps, it's only been like one jump height up. Picks up the neutral signature. Almost makes the second one. Steve dodges through it. He ends up picking up the nair into the recovery. Oh, the charged down sigs are just Stevenator's downfall today.
Goes for the down sig, but noeL's already inside of it. Stevenator is about to be lapped by noeL. Steve, can he get this stock off? noeL staying right inside of him this time. It seems like he knows this matchup now. He's got spear to fight Stevenator's gauntlets. He's got sword to get inside of Stevenator's scythe. Down six, Steve was spot dodged.
Oh my gosh. noeL coming out with the big Vape Nation cloud. I don't know if noeL doesn't know, but vaping isn't meta anymore, even though he's been able to hit so many scythe down signatures, or sorry, spear down signatures. You saw him go for another one there.
Yo, he's just getting ready for Shine, man. Boston you can vape. Steve, the top by the way. It's on.
Oh god.
Oh no.
And noeL taking another stock away from Stevenator. I have to think, like, I've played a lot of Rainbow Six ranked with Steve. I know how he reacts to losses. The fact that he's gone into so many of noeL's charge signatures, the fact that he's gone into so many spear down signatures, he has to control those emotions right now.
Nice side string. Bringing himself back a little bit, but he needs to hit that about 5 more times. That was a pretty decent start. Goes for the down sig, but noeL's underneath it.
Another sidelight coming out from noeL.
Able to avoid that time. Steve just completely backing away. The downlight picks up the sidelight, not able to pick up the recovery for the kill. Charging it up again, Steve picks up the recovery from underneath, able to punish the smoke cloud finally. But Steve is so far behind. Dead.
And I think noeL was queuing up the facepalm taunt gravity canceled right there. Another game going the way of noeL, just 2-0ing his fellow Fable teammate. That was big. That was a very, very big loss for Steve. That was noeL just... I can't believe he was able to charge up that many down signatures on the sword, on the spear. People have known how to punish the spear down signature for a while. Once they figured that out, we still saw them like sort of falling into the sword down signature on the attempt to punish, but people have kind of figured that out now. But I'm sorry, Steve. He was just falling into so many of those. I'm sure it was extremely tilting. Absolutely.
I think that was a little bit of tilt, but really well played. We are going to be continuing on in this upper bracket as we are going to be going into the winners finals, which I believe is a best of 5, and it is going to be Remmy versus the Hattori Downsig on spear. god himself, noeL. It is going to be a Hattori matchup, Hattori mirror match. We saw Remmy able to win out against Lynx in the Hattori mirror match. I guess he's going to be continuing on with the Hattori v Hattoris as we get into game 1 of this winners finals.
Now, we are seeing the Hattori mirror match, but worthy of note here is Remy's Hattori is level 53, noeL's Hattori is level 52. So going off that alone, Remmy has just a little bit more experience on the Hattori. He's also going defense stance compared to noeL's movement speed stance. So that's kind of two schools of thought there. One taking out of dexterity, putting it into movement speed. The other one taking it out of movement speed and putting it into defense.
It's kind of Remmy, if he gets hit, he's not going to take as much damage, whereas noeL, he's got more movement speed, so he's going to be able to avoid getting hit. It's both defensive in nature, but noeL, he's got some more utility in the fact that he'll just be able to move and outmaneuver his opponent, whereas Remmy, he's willing to train out. If he gets hit, he's going to try to trade out against noeL. So far, very even between the two. Not too surprising, noeL falling there very low. But he's got the better positioning on Remmy on the left side. He was above him. There's the smoke cloud. Remmy punishes with a downlight ground pound.
Now keep in mind, both these players already have the guaranteed qualified. They are top 8 on the circuit point leaderboard. So I guess this is just icing on the cake. This is a little bit more CP for them. noeL coming in at 1st on the CP leaderboard compared to Remy's 8th on the CP leaderboard.
Opposite ends of the CP spectrum, but you know what they say, they want the rich to get richer, right? They want to widen the gap in the CP, as at the end of the day, the CP is going to be the thing that gets them to BCX. It's going to be the thing that gives them that guaranteed ticket, spot, plane, what have you, and it's going to be Remmy that gets that guaranteed first stock. The downlight into the recovery gets the first stock off of noeL. noeL wants the immediate response. You saw him try to get underneath for that unarmed recovery. Smoke cloud connects.
Another down signature going the way of noeL. He ends up hitting the unarmed recovery, but it ends up sending Remmy into the spear, so it's not able to be a kill option at that point. He is able to finish off that stock from Remmy, though, with an unarmed down air. They both were disarmed at that point.
Remmy not able to pick up that weapon. There, he finally picks it up off that neutral light. Both of them, again, very even between the two. They've got the same characters, very similar stats, and very similar play styles as Remmy and noeL have just been trading back and forth.
They're also wearing the same skin, and they're using the same sword skin.
Almost the same colors. Remmy getting as close to, I think noeL's on the original colors.
Yes.
And Remmy can't be on it as well. He could have gone for yellow, but instead I think he's on the summer colors, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
That slightly more muted yellow. Gravity cancel, side stick thrown out. noeL able to punish from underneath the downlight side airs. Going for that side air pressure. Wanted to finish off the stock, but Remmy able to avoid it. Downlight can't quite pick up the recovery this time for the kill.
Chain dodge in, noeL backs up, tries to go for the side air, but ends up getting punished in the process. Remmy taken off the second stock from noeL, just having a little bit of a lead at this point. Remmy's not quite in kill percent right now. noeL would have to get one of those charged up signatures that he was able to hit Stevenator with. I don't know if Remmy's going to fall into it at this point. Back-to-back neutral lights coming out from the third one. Does not connect. noeL is able to hit the unarmed recovery and then pick up the spear.
Very finite lead for Remmy, but noeL's not really going for a kill option. That down air on stage is not a kill option. Off stage, it's got some force, and off stage, you're seeing it connect. Remmy is going to go down to the down airs, as noeL has just been practicing those pogos. Going to be sticking with the sword as we get into the final stocks of this game 1.
Side light, down light,
side air.
Into the side air, just barely proccing noeL into the kill percent. You see Remmy trying to zone on the edge. Started with the neutral lights, finished up with the side air if noeL recovered high.
There's the neutral light onto noeL, just getting a little bit more damage onto him. Gravity cancel, side sig from the right side. Will turn around and send noeL flying. That is going to be game 1. Remmy beating his opponent on their mains.
Remmy doing exactly 100 more damage than noeL was able to do. And that's virtually, I think that's basically Remmy killing noeL when noeL was in kill percent. Great kill efficiency coming out of Remmy, finding those kill options when he needed them. And he's able to find the damage options when he needed them as well. He was just able to get that lead and hold that lead against noeL. That's what we saw from Remmy in his previous games. Even if his previous games were a little bit closer, he still had the lead and controlled the lead almost the entire set.
Well, we'll see if he can do it again. At this point, it seems like whoever gets the first little bits of damage, that first tap, the first stock is going to be the one to win it out, as these have been incredibly back and forth, incredibly even between the two. And this is going to be game 2 between Remmy and noeL. Remmy, he's got the weapon control, as noeL did disarm himself. He went for that weapon toss to try to get some unarmed play, but his falling nairs are working really well against Remmy.
There's the downlight into the side air coming out from Remmy. Solid follow-up. Looking to reset into the neutral. He's not able to find anything. We're seeing a lot of side airs coming out from him. Jump down airs as well. Very few of them connecting. Both players having sword. Gets the downlight side air coming out from Remmy. Keep in mind the last...
stair spacing.
The last time we saw these two play was in the Road to Shine from Big Blue GG that we saw, where if you won, you ended up getting a plane ticket and a hotel room and your entry into Shine covered already before you even get there. noeL was able to win that. It was noeL versus Remmy in the finals. noeL ended up winning that set. I think he won it with the bracket reset, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I believe so. But in that matchup, I don't believe Remmy was playing this Hattori. Instead, I can't quite remember who Remmy was playing. Was it the Yumiko?
He might have played Yumiko. The rest of his characters escape me at this point, but I think it actually went to 10 games, which is one of the longest grand final sets that we've seen in the longest time. Obviously, that's the maximum amount of games that you can play. We're not used to seeing that.
It's very rare that you'll get the reset, and even more rare that the reset will go to a best of 5, as well as the first set sometimes will go to a best of 5. That's not too rare, but a reset and a best of 5 after the reset is incredibly rare. We'll see if that ends up happening, as the winner of this will go into the grand finals. The loser of this potentially could go down to the lower bracket, make that run, and try to come back up for that reset. We'll see if it ends up being another best of 10. But right now, noeL very much in the lead over Remmy. He's kind of swapped up his playstyle, slowed it down, gone for more of this stair pressure against Remmy, and it's working out.
And in terms of the grounded game, he's been going for a lot of resets as well. He's using that sidelight much more effectively than he was able to earlier. He's going for the downlight side air into the reset. There's the sidelight into the reset, into the gravity cancel neutral signature. There's the downlight side air coming out from noeL.
No touches.
He just completely controls the game at this point. He knew that was a confirmed kill. You saw him go real deep there just for the gravity cancel taunt. Remmy still trying to play this Hattori into noeL.
Remmy just completely denied a wall touch or ground touch from noeL, playing on that soft platform. Really solid play on that sword, as noeL was able to clean up game 2. And we're going to be going right into game 3. Back and forth between the two. Remmy won game 1, noeL won game 2. We'll see if Remmy can keep this this pendulum swinging, as he's going to try to win game 3, sticking with these Hattori mirror matches.
I think Remmy might be attempting to imitate here what noeL has been doing and what he did last game. Oh, juggling with the recoveries. There's another one. Tries to go for a third. He doesn't quite hit it.
Remmy was trying to bait with those ground pounds, like cancel it just above noeL and then do a jump dare or jump ground pound. But noeL was just finding those timings, finding that angle, finds that downlight neutral signature, and the down airs. Remmy not able to touch. noeL gets the first stock. Very solid play. This is one of the reasons why noeL is the top CP, why he's the top seed in this tournament, and why he is one of the winningest, if you were Sparky, tournament players.
People, that is a term. Don't say that like it's not a term. It is a term that people use in sports all the time. Mac Brown is the winningest college coach of all time at the University of Texas. That is a word. Look it up, nerds.
Winningest player.
Look it up, nerds.
I'm sorry, my vocab's just, it's not as big as yours. Downlight neutral sig. noeL goes for the dare again. Remmy was able to dare the wall. Tried to bait going over the left side, but noeL's still hanging out on the right side. And noeL gets the second stock. We are not seeing this pendulum swing back in Remy's favor as noeL is just winning out against Remmy.
noeL has been really, really effective, like with his edge guards without putting himself into any dangerous territory. You saw last game, he denied the wall touch with a downlight into the side air on the edge. You saw him take away the first stock from Remmy here with a down air without even dipping below the main platform.
And that's not too rare to see noeL kind of win out stocks like that. He generally will not go underneath the platform. It's more on stage play from noeL, or if he goes off stage, it'll be for a brief moment. Very rarely, every now and then he'll do that dare ground pound chase dodge with the sword. But when it comes to his spear off stage, it'll be those floating dares just above the platform.
Player 2 wins.
noeL taking yet another game off of Remmy. It is 2-1 at this point. One more win will send him into the grand finals. I didn't necessarily get to see if there was a character switch. They just immediately went into the stage banning. Nobody's banned any stages yet, so we don't see the little character head denotation. If I was Remmy, I thought he was going to imitate what noeL was doing. He wasn't very successful with it. We actually saw noeL shift more into a pressure style of gameplay where he was putting a little bit more pressure on top of Remmy. He was looking for those resets a lot more quickly than he was before. Instead of going into like the downlight side air into the wait, maybe bait something out from Remmy, he's been going for the downlight side air into maybe a chase dodge, into the neutral signatures as well. He's been changing up his play a little bit. He's been going for those guessies. He's been going for all of that against Remmy. And I think Remmy,
man.
Hey man, check Smash Twitter. All right, that's the term.
Shoutouts to Smash. Shoutouts to the Evo players out there right now. But this is winners finals of the Brawl League Masters qualifier, and it is noeL with the weapon toss combos into the pickup downlight ground pound onto Remmy, getting a big lead off of that.
Both players missing a lot of their attacks. Remmy finally finds a down air and the neutral light. Oh, you see him moving away a little bit. He's looking for those baits onto noeL, but noeL comes in with the side light. There's the recovery. Is he going to juggle with the recovery again?
There's the recovery from Remmy underneath. Not going to go for the exhausted recovery onto noeL. Instead, wants to get back down to the platform ahead of time. Picks up another downlight recovery. But again, no exhausted recovery is coming out from Remmy. He's just going to pick up the side sig for the kill.
There's the side light from Remmy. Remmy playing much slower this game. He's playing a lot more grounded. He is trying to imitate noeL more here. Ooh, he needs to be careful blowing a lot of his movement options.
Oh, noeL. Oh, that's going to be the kill.
noeL has been so good at hitting those stacked against Remmy specifically. You saw him using those against Stevenator, waiting for Stevenator to attempt to punish, and then he ends up falling into it. But he's been using it on Remmy as the stacked signature option.
It's a dodge punish. If Remmy burns his dodges, then he has no escape from it, and noeL just throws it out right on top of him, and they have no choice but to eat that down sig. It is a very effective tool for noeL, especially with the way that the signatures, I believe they win out on the iframes if you cancel out your speed dodge, and that's just been working out in noeL's favor with that big stacked hitbox.
Even though Remmy did take the first stock, this game is dead even at this point. Both players in kill percent. Remmy looking for that side signature. Doesn't end up finding it. noeL playing a little bit more paced at this point. Ends up hitting the side light. There's the recovery. He doesn't hit the whole thing. Doesn't get quite the full 16 damage, but he does find the downlight side air onto Remmy. Is he looking for... Oh, I thought he was going to maybe try and find the dare. It wasn't in the sweet spot, though. That might have been why he went for the side air.
Side light from Remmy. Both of them very close to kill percentage. This could go either way, but noeL, he's got a platform below him, so Remmy's dares will not be a kill option as noeL picks up the side air, sending Remmy flying into the dinosaur, into that T-Rex, but respawns, recoveries, and takes down noeL. Board clear, sword in hand, but he goes above Remmy, looking for these dare combos, trying to get that dare into recovery, dare into nair. whereas noeL's been staying underneath, and that's where he likes to play when it comes to this matchup. You saw him do it against Blood Diamond going way back when they had to do the mirror match with Koji's. noeL would stay underneath and pick up a lot of sword recoveries.
Yeah, that was very, very huge for noeL at CEO Dreamland. He was able to take so much damage in his favor for almost free. It wasn't even just the recovery, though. It was the neutral air as well. And he's been able to use that increasingly more against Remmy so far.
There you see it, trying to throw out that neutral air, trying to catch Remmy, who's playing a little bit more floaty against noeL. He wants that dare approach, but noeL has just been doing such a solid job of spacing it out and punishing. Neutral stick thrown out from Remmy, big commitment, but noeL able to punish with the sidelight, not able to get a follow-up. Side airs. No neutral sig attempt from Remmy as noeL was not floating high, was not going to be going for that high recovery. Goes for the downlight recovery. Remy staying underneath. There's a downlight side air. Has disarmed noeL, but was not able to deny that spear pickup.
Both players playing completely overspaced and then all of a sudden stacked. We could see that down signature as the kill option from noeL. Ooh, the side signature! He finally picks it up. You saw him fishing for it a lot earlier. He's going to keep himself alive in this pursuit for grand finals. We have the set tied at 2-2 between these two. Remmy looking like he's considering a character change. Who is he going to lock in here? He does have to lock in first, so whoever he picks, noeL does have the counter pick option.
It's not a character. You see,
yeah. Go ahead.
For another color. He's
Go ahead. Tell him
over
what he
to
said.
yellow. He says, "I can't find a color closer to yours." I believe he has swapped over to the yellow, as that is going to be slightly closer, a little bit less muted. But Remmy just wants this mirror match as we're in Game 5 of this tournament. And if you guys want to cheer on Remmy, if you want to support him, I believe he is casting the pools for one of these. I don't know. Check it out. Brawlhalla.
I think he's casting tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
With defensive.
Yes, I believe so. Even though he is looking like he's trying to go full mirror match, he still hasn't switched his stance into the movement speed stance that noeL is using. So a little bit of the yeah, he's not fully committing to it.
I mean, that's why he's staying even with noeL and not completely winning it us. He didn't fully commit to that mirror match. But right now you're seeing them trading back and forth again between the two. Neutral stick thrown out. noeL has the dodge timing, able to avoid it. Off stage, but you see again, noeL does not like to go off stage. He doesn't want to go below. Instead, he resets back on the stage. He wants this neutral game. Good dodge from Remmy, and he's able to pick up the punish. That downlight side air sends noeL off. Goes for the neutral sig, but noeL able to back up, get back to that wall.
We see him on the edge. You saw he didn't spend too much time on the edge. He wasn't going to try and bait Remmy down there. He was just waiting for his opening. Then you saw him dodge through the neutral light coming out from Remmy. So it's looking like Remmy is not necessarily fully 100% committing to the edge guard either. Blowing all the movement options, and noeL drops the downlight into the ground pound. Remmy turns around, hits the side air. Not quite a kill option yet at this point. The neutral light sending noeL off stage. The weapon toss, and then Remmy disarms himself. We should get a weapon spawn. Yes, he ends up picking up the sword.
But Remmy knows how close he is to death. Immediately floats over to the edge as he knows that one unarmed side air, one unarmed recovery could have been the death of him. He has yet to get any damage onto noeL. Can't widen this gap. The side air connects, and we are still completely even between the two.
Remmy is not able to get a weapon yet this time. You see him trying to go in unarmed, trying to put that unarmed pressure onto noeL. noeL is just waiting around that weapon. Remmy's able to find the spear. Not a huge damage swing going one way or the other. Remmy able to bring noeL into the yellow. noeL able to bring Remmy into the yellow.
And they're wearing yellow. How cute is that?
It is pretty cute. Except noeL had to ruin it with the dark hair.
SMH, man, it's just all about that kill thrill. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised either of them have this skin. This is one of the least used Hattori skins. Like Kitsune is far and away the most used, and then I don't know her other skins because it's always Kitsune.
Straw Hat. Straw Hat is the best one. This is actually the worst one.
Straw Hat.
Sorry, whoever made this skin. This is, I guess, just the worst one. This game really, really slowing down. noeL picking up the backside of that nair.
Side zig. And that'll kill. But again, Remmy very close to death. Has to be careful. He's going to be picking up some side lights, but that is not too much damage onto noeL. noeL could easily even this back up. Remmy's burned a lot. Does get the dodge in there to cover himself on that wall touch.
Here's the recovery. Not quite as much of a kill option anymore as it used to be.
Downlight side air. Remmy's off stage. noeL over to the spear. Goes for the ground pound, but it sends Remmy to the other side.
Ground pound has increased stun on it now in one of the most recent patches. Still wasn't quite enough to kill Remmy. You see noeL trying to chase with the recoveries.
Goes for the dodge and recovery, expecting Remmy to move forward. Remmy just wants to widen this gap, but he dodges over, and that's going to be the recovery for noeL. Able to get the stock and not take too much damage for his trouble. Throws the spear very high. Would have been a punish if Remmy jumped in and went for that neutral light. It would have locked him in there for that weapon toss to hit, and noeL could have picked up, gone for a neutral light of his own.
Now you see noeL running back and forth. He's able to bait a lot of what Remmy is doing with his movement back and forth without even using a dodge. I think that's why he's picked the movement speed stance. That's one of the reasons he's probably picked Hattori, because she does have the highest movement speed in the game.
Nice punish from Remmy to punish that dodge down from noeL. He's getting the better just barely, but he needs to get the stock, and the side sig will do it from the right side. And that is going to be Remmy winning it out. He wins 3-2 over noeL, the top seed in this tournament, the top CP player. And Remmy will guarantee a spot in the grand finals, but I think there is a very real possibility that noeL will be able to come back up from the lower bracket.
You saw like later in that set though, Remmy, like if you add like quick and slow play on a gradient or a spectrum, a slider, he started to move it over from quick to slow, just little by little, and then towards the end there, that's when you saw him getting those leads, keeping those leads against noeL. Once he played a little bit slower against noeL, he was able to end up winning out the neutral game. We didn't see a lot of edge guard coming out of the two, which a lot of players, when they have sword, they try to go for that dare sweet spot kill right below the player when they're doing the dare, the ground pounds on the edge. I mean, we've even seen some gravity canceled downlights on the edge as an attempt to do the downlight dare. But we really didn't see a lot of edge play between those two. Even when going over into the spear, both players playing Hattori had the egg drop option. They have just the myriad of down airs that people like to throw out on the edge, but we really didn't see that.
Well, it did get a little bit of a nerf.
It did get a little bit of a nerf, so maybe that's why it shifted over into the neutral game, or that could just be the way noeL plays, and that's the way that Remmy is going to choose to play in that matchup between those two players.
Well, either way, it was Remmy who found the response, found the adjustment, and won it out over noeL. And that is Remmy guaranteeing a spot, like I said, in the grand finals. And we are going to be going down in the lower bracket, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we are down in the losers bracket. We have Isidroo up against STTP Wilson, both players of Fable. We've already seen, you and I have seen Wilson so far. Isidroo was already streamed in pools today. He did play Brynn earlier. Obviously, Wilson played Ragnar earlier. So that would be my guess between these two players who we are going to see. We have mainly a spear player coming out of Isidroo. We did see his axe a little bit earlier. And then Wilson, of course, on the Ragnar. He tends to switch it up between the two, but based on his previous character pick of Queen Nai, yeah, based on the Queen Nai, we're probably going to see more Katars.
I think he's a little bit more Qatar leaning, but he's hovering on this this Wushan. I am seeing people say break, so I think we're actually gonna go into a short little break. When we come back, we will be going into that match that we were just setting up. And it's going to be STB Wilson and Isidroo. There's still plenty more tournament action for this Brawl League Masters qualifier #1. So stick around for this break.
What's up, guys? We are back after that short break, and we are moving down this bracket. We already have Remmy sitting in the grand final spot, waiting for this loser's bracket to fizzle down. My name is Sparky878. Sitting next to me
is Duke X Fam. I am doing pretty well. I'm gonna just.
You need to replug your business real quick. You're not doing quite well enough. So we talked about it a little bit before we actually went on that break, but we have STTP Wilson against Isidroo, both gentlemen coming out of the Fable clan. Duke, you all right, bud?
Let me know.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Either way, it is going to be Isidroo versus Wilson like we were talking about, but interestingly enough, the winner of this gets into the Masters. This is the qualifier. This is the likely most important match for these two players as far as this specific qualifier is concerned. So expect them to pull out all the stops. Expect them not to random be random, not to Hattori be Hattori, and expect them to be going in with those big picks. It's probably going to be Wilson going in on his Ragnir. Isidroo, he's got the Bryn, but I think there's a real potential that he could swap over to the Orion. He had a lot of success with the Orion in tournaments past. Or we'll just have Wilson on a Bryn, and then Isidroo will be on that Orion. We'll see, as it seems like they are locking in, and we're getting into it. It is going to be Wilson on the Bryn, Isidroo on the Orion. And with recent buffs and changes, Isidroo doesn't have the offstage gravity cancel neutral sig as strong of a kill option as it has been in previous patches.
I think it still is strong if you're able to place it well. You can't just fish for it. I mean, you shouldn't just fish for it. We saw a lot of people use it really successfully in the past, like multiple gravity cancel neutral signatures. I mean, I guess not gravity canceled in a row, but like one off the edge on the corner and then going down and finishing the stock off with another gravity cancel neutral signature. So we could see that coming out from Isidroo. Yeah, that's who it was.
Isidroo. Like when he had the clan tag MSig or whatever. And then he went into the Orion and just completely abused that spear neutral signature. It was very effective. Likely not going to see that out of Isidroo, but Isidroo is someone who's very familiar with the signature kits. That's something that we saw out of his Bryn specifically, is he used a lot of spear signatures and they were very effective, but he is going to be going in with this lance for the first weapon pickup against Wilson, and you're seeing Wilson sticking with his playstyle. It's very patient, very spacing. He walks forward a little bit, but it's mostly to bait Isidroo into a commitment so that he can punish.
And we're also seeing on Isidroo's side, a lot of what we saw from him in pools is the beginning of the matches, he was just throwing out attacks. Before he had Bryn's axe, and he was swinging all the time. Wilson coming in with the reads, though.
Nice punish with that sidelight. Wilson very much ahead of Isidroo with these big axe swings. That's one of the powers of axe. One of the reasons why it's coming back in the meta is that it just chunks so well. And Wilson picks up the neutral sig. That's something he did a lot with the Ragnir, was he used a lot of neutral sigs. Not too surprising to see him do it again on the Bryn.
We don't see a lot of signatures though from a lot of Bryn players. You occasionally see
more than anything.
Yeah, you'll see the axe down sig and then the spear neutral sig, the occasional spear side signature. You don't see a lot of the down signature though, especially because people don't like dodge in like they used to. You used to have the down signature just because it was huge and it locks you into a bunch of active frames, so people would dodge in, and then by the time their iframes ran out, that down signature was still going. Don't really have people dodging in as much anymore, so that just kind of puts you into a lot of active frames and then a lot of recovery frames as well. So that's why we don't see that as much.
Well, it was one of those things where, like, going way back, Crocky used to do it, where he'd go for the spear neutral line and then immediately dodge in down sig to punish a spot dodge if his opponent spot dodged a lot. More recently, you'll see the neutral sig kind of as the juggle option or out of the downlight, because you can do that downlight gravity cancel neutral sig.
Yep.
But one big thing is, because of the way that spear nair got buffed, you can juggle really well with Bryn and then finish it off with that gravity cancel neutral signature, which is a really strong option for Bryn players.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people really going for that neutral signature punish, gravity canceled high in the air, one jump up, two jump up, and it allows them to kill really early. I think that's one of the best punishing neutral signatures that we see gravity canceled in the air.
It's like that, and sometimes you'll see like Hattori spear neutral signature. If you can read which direction they're going to be trying to dodge out, you can punish them with that. But it's very rare that you'll see other ones. Like, you don't really see Nash's do it, or you don't really see Orion's do it. Oh, down sig from Isidroo, though, as we are getting into the very deep damage of these second stocks. Wilson and Isidroo trading relatively evenly, but Wilson, again, with this axe, has been able to get the better of Isidroo. He's going to be swapping over to the spear, as Isidroo's next weapon is going to be that lance.
What's the follow-up? We don't see any edge guard coming out of Isidroo after he hit that side air. He just stayed on the platform. There's the side light into the recovery. Doesn't want to force the off-stage lance play. It can be, it's at both times weak and strong. It's kind of Schrodinger's lance edge guard. It
works when you don't expect it to, and then when you want it to work, and when you're desperate for it, that's when it just doesn't quite work the way you want it to.
The ground pound is great sometimes, but can also put you in punish territory. The recovery is great sometimes as well, covers a lot of distance, but it can be stuffed really easily. The dare can put you into goofy positions as well,
The
like perfect
nair
dare
from
punishment.
Isidroo!
Oh, that's the third one. He was looking for the fourth.
He is continuing that nair juggle onto Wilson, acting like a spear player with those nair juggles, and that was huge for him. Able to take the lead from Wilson. That came out of nowhere. Wilson was not expecting that, and neither were we.
And now we're seeing a little bit more paced play coming out of Isidroo's lance, and that's why he was able to do so much damage to Wilson. Before you saw him immediately come out of the gate, he was throwing out so many attacks, and Wilson was just able to wait and punish. That's the classic Wilson play style. So if you're gonna throw out that many attacks, you're just playing into Wilson's game. So you have to be a little bit more paced, play a little bit more slowly, and that's what we saw from Isidroo towards the end of that game. He was waiting until Wilson threw out an attack. Isidroo was keeping himself in low recovery frame territory so that when he attacked and then Wilson tried to punish, he was able to get away from it and then counter punish Wilson.
Okay, but like Ragnar isn't who Wilson's on. He's on Mordex in game 2 after he lost game 1.
I mean, Wilson, he kind of just does what he wants.
I mean, that's a weird pick. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Maybe he's been working on this in secret. I mean, obviously he plays guitars, so that's somewhat similar to Gauntlets in terms of you try to bait the dodge and then punish a lot. Like you just saw
similar
there.
approaches. You got to be very stacked, and you do have to bait out that dodge and punish accordingly. But it is definitely an interesting pick. Would not have put this on the roster of characters that Wilson would have brought out in game 2 of a best of 3 in the lower bracket. But hey, it's not working for him. It's definitely getting the better of Isidroo, as he's gotten some solid approaches. There's the neutral signature from Isidroo. Very well punished from Wilson with that neutral line.
Now we're seeing Isidroo off stage. He needs to be very, very careful. Wilson was able to pick up that ground pound very, very quickly, and he's opting back to the gauntlets. We've still seen 0 scythe play coming out of Wilson, so we really don't know what to expect there. Lance typically has a favorable matchup against gauntlets, but with the way that
Probably not off
Isidroo...
stage.
Yeah, off stage, I would tend to agree with you. And the way that Isidroo starts off his games with throwing out those attacks, I think he's just going to put himself in punish territory. He elects to go into the stage. Almost. Oh! I thought he was going to hit with the second half of that neutral signature.
There it is. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
He really wanted to kill with that. Like he threw out a good 4 or 5 before he got it, but it worked out, and that's kind of the risk reward. That's why you'll see Orion players go for it, and he's doing a great job with that neutral signature off stage. It ends up actually kind of baiting Wilson, because Wilson's trying to punish the fact that Isidroo burns his dodge to do that, and Isidroo's able to move around it and turn it around onto Wilson.
He was able to punish the first one, which a lot of times when people go to punish that, especially off stage, they end up missing and end up getting caught in it. I can't believe he was able to out prioritize the first neutral signature, but he ended up getting caught by the second one. A lot of clinch moments in that sort of 5 to 7 seconds there.
It was very tense between the two, but Wilson did get taken out. Isidroo, he's going for very hard reads with this. And it's more of a bait than anything else, and that's why he's doing it, is because he's able to pick it up onto Wilson. Wilson does get the wall touch, but
he gets
not
another one
for a while. And that's the power of that spear neutral sig, is it completely covers that wall. That's one of those things that you'll see core gauntlet players do, right? Is they'll throw that neutral signature off stage and it completely covers that wall. Same exact thing with that spear neutral sig from Orion. Again, doing it. And Wilson has learned his lesson. He is not going off stage against it.
And we didn't see that first game, but now we are 100% seeing that coming out of Isidroo. I think he's going to completely force Wilson off of that edge guard. You see, after he did it, Wilson was in punish territory. He could have gone for a dare, maybe could have gone for a dodging, like neutral air or side air or anything like that, but he's just completely avoiding it at this point, not even going to fall into that trap. I 100% agree with that choice from Wilson.
Oh, Isidroo's doing a pretty solid job of shoving Wilson close to these edges. Might be seeing a King's Pass pick if this doesn't go Isidroo's way. As it's got smaller platforms, so it will be easier for Isidroo to shove his opponent towards those walls for that neutral signature. Neutral light, almost able to pick it up. Wilson staying just around it to punish with that down air.
And even though he had that down air, you didn't see any follow-up coming out of Wilson because there could have been, that was prime neutral signature territory for Isidroo. I'm loving this adaptation from Wilson.
I mean, Isidroo has been so effective with those neutral sigs. Wilson had to make an adjustment and just respect those offstage neutral signatures. Oh! Well-placed side signature to catch Isidroo. Isidroo, those neutral sigs just not going to work out for him. And that was game 2. We're going into game 3. Isidroo versus Wilson. What's the swap going to be? Wilson sticking with this Mordex. Is Isidroo going to swap over to the Prin? Is he going to stick with the Orion? Are we going to see, I don't know, a Taros for more neutral sigs?
I hope not. I hope we don't see a Taros. Keep in mind, this set is a best of 3. Even the last set was a best of 5. The only best of 5s we have today are going to be winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals. All of those will be best of 5. Everything else is best of 3. I mean, he does still have the Axe neutral sig. I mean, I guess he has the Lance neutral sig too. It's not going to behave in the same way. It's not really a spiking signature. If anything, it's the exact opposite. It's going to send up and left or up and right. Maybe he's going to look for that Axe neutral signature. I would argue
think he's going to be more neutral game centric. Like he's taught Wilson not to go for those edge guards, so now he's going for a character that's just going to control the onstage play. That's one thing that we see from M for Mini when he plays Olgrim, is he controls the onstage play, especially with how fast those Axe signatures come out. That's a beautiful Lance, by the way, just like throwing that out there.
It looks so goofy, like with that skin combination.
Yeah, with Olgrim, but it's a pretty Lance on its own.
We are seeing Isidroo.
You go.
We are seeing Isidroo kind of control this game so far. Waits for Wilson to get around. Does the turnaround side signature. His Lance play just completely controlling the pace of this game.
He is just knocking Wilson left, right, and center. It's going to be a left kill for Isidroo, and this is what I was talking about. This is why he swapped over to the Olgrim, is then the Orion put the fear of God into Wilson. He forced Wilson off the offstage play, and now that Wilson's only got onstage play, this Olgrim's going to completely control center stage.
Isidroo isn't even in kill percent at this point on his first stock. He's almost lapped Wilson. Sidelight into side air. Sidelight into neutral air. And the neutral light, that is Lance's fastest startup move. And he's still kind of free to go for those gravity cancel signatures off the edge. He knows that Wilson isn't really playing into that edge guard game right now. Wilson's going to focus on the neutral game, so Wilson's just kind of free to do those punishes on the edge. Even if they don't hit, he's not apparently in any danger at this point.
Isidroo going for a unarmed gravity cancel neutral heavy. Does not get the hit, as again, Wilson, he's not going to go off stage against Isidroo. He just knows that is not a good place to be. And when you can't be off stage and you can't be on stage, you're going to be in the dead place, as Isidroo gets a second stock off of Wilson with that unarmed down heavy and able to pick up an axe. Not able to deny Wilson a weapon, and Wilson not able to deny Isidroo his first stock.
It looks like this pick, this switch to Olgrim was completely the right choice. His Lance with Olgrim is just so much better than anything else we've seen. The neutral signature dropping, it just kind of it just pushed Wilson back a little bit, saying, hey, go a little bit towards the center of the stage. Don't be on this edge. It's too dangerous.
Just back up a little bit. You're too close, man. Needs some breathing room. Very strong lead for Isidroo. I almost want to see Wilson just kind of forget game 2 and go for more offstage play. You're seeing him offstage, but again, he resets to neutral. What's the punish? It's going to be a nair. Can't pick up the Sair follow-up.
And before
with the Sair.
Isidroo was throwing out a lot of attacks before with his lance, and Wilson was punishing a lot of them. We're not seeing any of those punishes that we saw before from Wilson. I think he's just worried at this point. He's behind, so he can't be as willing to punish. He has to be careful about putting himself into recovery frames, and Isidroo is just throwing out these chainsaws, and Wilson really is only able to punish one of them.
Do you see what Isidroo's like? He wants to get this kill with the down sig. Now he's going for the axe sigs. But when it came to the lance signature, he went for a sidelight into a dodge down sig to try to catch Wilson off guard. I'm surprised that Isidroo isn't working a little bit harder to get that down sig, because I thought he was going to try to mess around with that. But he just wants to close it out. He is going to guarantee his spot in the Masters off of that, and he will continue on in the tournament. Wilson will have to go to the qualifier number 2 if he wants to get a spot in Masters.
Winning that best of 3, 2-1. That second game just completely tore Wilson apart. He had absolutely no answer to Isidroo's Ulgrim. Just absolutely nothing. He ripped apart the Brynn. The Brynn was just apparently nothing that we saw earlier today. And forcing onto that Ulgrim pick, maybe we're going to see Isidroo take that Ulgrim moving forward and just not even worry about any other characters. So yeah, that was huge adaptation in, I guess, character pick and play style coming out from Isidroo, just demolishing Wilson.
Well, Wilson does get knocked out. Isidroo guarantees his spot in Masters and will continue on in the tournament to go up against Lynx. Coming up next, though, is a player that he's blown up on my radar, and I am very excited to see how well he'll do in this next match. It's going to be Jokedown going up against HyperHero. HyperHero, a more well-known name, going to be going in with this Brynn against Jokedown's Scarlet.
I think you and I mention it almost every time we see HyperHero, but like one of the people that Steve was most worried about at CEO Dreamland, not even just in pools, but always, is going to be HyperHero. Like something about HyperHero's playstyle just does not mesh well with the way that Steve wants to play the game. So maybe we'll see that coming out from HyperHero today. He is on the Brynn, even though his clan tag is Qatar Nair. So we might see a Qatar switch later on if this Brynn doesn't quite work. But of course, we're seeing this Jokedown Scarlet again, where he was just able to just blow everyone out of the water. We already saw him take down Tybo. He took down Isidroo, and he took down Pugsy today. So those are 3 big names that Jokedown already has notched on his bedpost, I guess.
And we'll see if he can add HyperHero, the Stevenator monster. That doesn't make any sense. Whatever. Onto his notch, add a notch onto his belt. But we'll see if he can do it. It is going to be Jokedown. He had a lot of weapon toss play, especially with the Scarlet. Those big hitbox, those big weapon hitboxes definitely lend themselves to that play style. But he is going to be going up against HyperHero, who's one of the reasons why Stevenator was afraid of him. Is HyperHero's got a play style that is very interesting, I guess, would be the thing to be said. HyperHero, he's got a play style that throws off quite a few players. And we'll see if that ends up coming into play, as Jokedown's got a kind of interesting playstyle of his own, especially those gravity cancel down heavies unarmed. As we get into it, it is going to be a best of 3. The winner of this will guarantee their spot in the winners, Brawl League Masters tournament. The loser of this, unfortunately, will not. And apparently Wilson has also qualified according to Ice Pingu. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's because right now in grand finals we have Remmy, and then probably qualifying. I think at this point, I think he probably has qualified. We have noeL, so that takes 2 spots out because they already get an invite being top 8 on the CP leaderboard. So I think that means that our top 4 are not necessarily going to be the ones that you're looking for. It's going to be like the top 6 or top 8, depending on how many top 8 placing circuit point players make it into the top 4 of this tournament.
Well, either way, this match, I guess, is a little bit more tense as not both of them will be able to qualify. Jokedown able to pick up that down signature, using it very similar to the Bodvar down signature, right? That turnaround force, able to punish the approach from HyperHero. Nice sidelights, the stomp into the recovery onto HyperHero. So much damage was just done in that 10 seconds.
Stomp, sidelight, stomp. Or sorry, stomp, sidelight, sidelight, stomp, recovery.
Down
And he just
punish!
Oh my goodness, taking another stock. Jokedown is like actually the king right now. This is my man. Apparently a handful of other people have heard of him in the past. Like, you should definitely hear of him now. There's the stomp into the neutral signature. There's the side air. There's the nair, the juggle potential. He happens to neutralize the wrong way, but turns around, sidelight, down signature.
Spot dodges through the Sair, ends up picking up a down sig. Jokedown just miles ahead of HyperHero. Down sig again into the island, but it doesn't matter as Jokedown has so much damage onto HyperHero. A side air in any spot could be the kill, but it's going to be the kill for HyperHero. Jokedown not able to pick up the 3 stock, but he's got such a huge lead. Will HyperHero be forced over to a different character in game 2?
If either of those down signatures would have been the other way, that would have been a 3 stock very confidently going the way of Jokedown. And he just keeps going in!
He's not done, man. Jokedown, he's got plays. Takes down HyperHero and will continue on. HyperHero immediately going back into game 2. Doesn't want to swap characters, instead wants to swap playstyle. Twilight's still on the board, and that's what it's going to be. Jokedown versus HyperHero. Jokedown had so much power in game 1. I'm surprised HyperHero didn't at least want to take some momentum off or take Twilight off the board.
I can't believe how the end of that match went. Like, Jokedown went for the gravity canceled down light unarmed. He was punished with a neutral light, and he got hit away, so he backed up just a little bit and then went for the unarmed side signature. Like, who does that?
I mean, that's apparently if the question is ever who does that and it involves a hammer, a lancer unarmed, and a Jokedown does that. That's the answer for everything now.
HyperHero starting to slow down his playstyle. You're seeing him float a lot more, play that classic ranked axe play of like 1, 2, 3 jumps into the down air.
Oh.
And
okay, he's fine. Jokedown's actually going for a lot of unarmed approaches. There was a while there when the second weapon had spawned, but Jokedown just didn't even care, was trying to play unarmed around it. HyperHero not able to punish the recovery from Jokedown, and now Jokedown has his weapon of choice. He's got that hammer for the gravity cancel neutral light, and HyperHero has no weapon. Gets underneath, able to stop that gravity cancel neutral signature.
Yep, Jokedown is completely opting for unarmed at this point. He is feeling very confident about how he's playing right now. And, he just mind gives HyperHero. Oh my gosh.
HyperHero not keeping track of his jumps, did not touch the platform, and that's going to be Jokedown taking the first stock with pure pressure unarmed.
I was a little bit worried. Like, I'm confident in Jokedown's unarmed at this point, but because he was a little bit behind in damage of HyperHero and HyperHero had an axe in his hand, I was worried about the down air potential. Like, all HyperHero had to do at that point was catch Jokedown in a single down air, and he was going to be dead. But I mean, I will never deny Lord Jokedown again.
You blasphemed once already. Jokedown able to pick up the side stick. HyperHero had a pretty solid spear play. He got the side light, baited Jokedown, ended up picking up a side light, double down light into the Sair. But Jokedown, once he has a weapon in hand, he's going under the map. I think I've seen that before from Jokedown. I think that's a Jokedown play.
He has to have internet issues, because we've already seen that something wonky like that happened to him today.
Well, fortunately for him, he does have game 1, and he's still got an extra stock, so he's far from out of this just yet. Throwing a lot of down sigs out. HyperHero starting to respect it, trying to punish it with that side air. Recognizing that Jokedown really likes that hammer down sig. There's the side sig thrown out.
Side air. Jokedown looking to even up the stocks. He is in kill percent at this point. That side air under the stage really spelled disaster for him at this point. He's still not quite able to find it yet. Looking for the unarmed recovery follow-up after the first one. He's not able to find it.
Oh.
Doesn't quite have the range for the down sig.
Just outside the mark. HyperHero spacing out perfectly around these. He's going to get that side air for the kill. HyperHero looking a lot stronger. Sure, Jokedown lost to stock a little bit needlessly, but when it came down to it, HyperHero played incredibly well around Jokedown, started recognizing those habits, and was able to punish accordingly. And we're going to be getting into game 3. Jokedown gets to ban first, which is why we have to reset. He is going to be banning out maps. Bans out Twilight. Does not want to make that same mistake. And we are going into Mammoth for game 3 between Jokedown and HyperHero. Again, winner of this gets the spot in Masters. Loser of this will have to play in the second qualifier if they want to get a spot in Masters.
HyperHero doing a better job of recognizing how Jokedown likes to attack out of hit stun, so he's being a little bit more careful with his string follow-ups in case Jokedown does have the frame advantage there in terms of startup frames compared to HyperHero with the spear and with the axe. And that might be why we see Jokedown going for so much unarmed is that low startup. He's able to attack out of hit stun and just beat HyperHero in terms of sheer frames.
Well, right now, Jokedown playing a lot more of this Lance play. Went for that weapon toss setup, tried to get the unarmed follow-up, but HyperHero far enough away, able to avoid it and keep Jokedown from picking up his weapon. Jokedown back up on stage, immediately neutralized on the ground touch to send HyperHero flying, but not enough. HyperHero wanted the stock, wanted it with that weapon toss as he didn't want to contest a hammer from above.
He missed the mark
at all.
He missed the mark with both weapon tosses, though. That one was a little bit too far to the left. The other
close,
one he
though.
did, he ended up throwing onto the stage, so he might have thrown away potential confirmed edge guard there. Jokedown throwing his weapon quite a lot as well.
Who's going to get the first stock? It is much more even between the two. Jokedown burns his dodge to avoid that spear toss, ends up dodging away from the platform. That was a risky dodge that HyperHero could have taken advantage of, but instead he's going to just jump over that down sig and punish with a side air. Jokedown's got to be careful about those down sigs. HyperHero has started to recognize it and punish it. No weapons, but HyperHero knows that Jokedown is not afraid to go in unarmed. Respects it, goes off stage.
HyperHero being very careful in his approaches. He knows that Jokedown has very high APM. He knows that Jokedown likes to just throw out attacks, hoping that HyperHero will fall into them. If he throws them out early enough, he has those active frames out. He has those hitboxes out, and HyperHero just tends to fall into them or doesn't quite have the frames to beat them out. So he's waiting. He's waiting for Jokedown to throw out those side signatures, the down signatures, and it's just free punish time for HyperHero. There you see multiple jumps into the dodge.
Oh.
He tried to hit the down air for the punish.
Jokedown went for the neutral sig read, expecting HyperHero to immediately jump out of that hit stun from the downlight, but instead HyperHero just stood there, waited for his opportunity to punish. It's exactly like you were talking about. HyperHero just waiting for the punish opportunities, but Jokedown starting to find those hits, starting to find those follow-ups that he needs.
Weapon toss down, punishes
Oh,
with
the
the
recovery.
side light into the recovery, and HyperHero is really learning about that punish game onto Jokedown. He is parrying so many of Jokedown's attacks at this point. Jokedown has to be careful.
Jokedown recognizing that HyperHero's been punishing aerially, so he's going for a lot of his end sigs, but unfortunately for him, he's doing it at spots where HyperHero just isn't going to get caught by it. That time, HyperHero was far and away to the side, and Jokedown threw it out, expecting HyperHero to make that aerial approach, but he's not falling for it. There's a gravity cancel, down heavy, the Jokedown special, but not enough to get the stock. Jokedown looking for the opportunity to get that recovery. HyperHero baiting so hard, and HyperHero gets the stock. And that is going to be it. HyperHero with the adjust wins it out 2-1 over Jokedown.
And that's what I was worried about earlier when you saw Jokedown go in unarmed against HyperHero's axe. He ended up getting the Mind Gimp towards the end, but in that game, all it took was one dare. I don't even think he was as damaged as he was before. Like, he was in the latter stages of orange, the very beginning stages of red. All it took was that one axe dare to take out Jokedown, and that... Whew, that is tough for Jokedown. He He was all of our hopes and dreams. That was he's somebody that we haven't really heard of in the past. He was someone we haven't really seen very much of in the past, especially at this stage of most tournaments. I know a lot of people in chat were rooting for him. I was personally rooting for him because he was a Scarlet player who wasn't throwing out down signatures like candy. Sorry, Cosolix, but he will be taking the loss here. I hope to see him in future tournaments. HyperHero will be moving on.
He still has another opportunity with qualifiers number 2. I mean, I know Stevenator was in chat saying, HyperHero, please win, because I'm legitimately afraid of this guy. And even in endgame chat, HyperHero giving some respect, saying, you've got interrupts down to a science, you're nuts. Like, you're amazing. Just absolutely absurd to see this guy. I really do hope to see more of Jokedown in future tournaments. But without further ado, we are going to continue on. It's going to be Lynx versus Isidroo. Lynx is on Orion, which is not Hattori, which, I mean, I'm not even going to talk about this game because Lynx hasn't won a game where he's not playing Hattori.
He does have 27 levels stacked up on this Orion, so he's fairly confident with it. Isidroo going back to the Bryn that we saw him play much earlier in the tournament. He's not really touching the Olger. Maybe that's just that's his last-ditch effort. That's his, I'm going to save that to if I'm losing. If I can win with Bryn, I'm going to keep moving with Bryn. Otherwise, I'm going to switch to that Olger.
I think the Olgrim is a pocket pick. It's either Bryn or Orion for game 1. Unfortunately, Lynx did pick the Orion, and I guess Isidroo does not want to do that mirror match. So he's going to go in with his Bryn against Lynx. But Lynx getting some solid hits, gets that gravity cancel neutral signature to punish that dare approach from Isidroo. But he connects with a double hit on the ground pound on a Lynx.
Oh, that's going to be... Is that the...
punish?
No
Isidroo
way.
goes down.
How did
get
Lynx
away with that?
do a gravity cancel neutral signature almost off screen in the bottom left and get away with that? I cannot believe that just happened. That was like one weapon toss away from being the stock for free.
Isidroo has got to find some way back into it, throwing out those down sigs, not able to get that back end onto Lynx. Down sig from Lynx, and I was criticizing the Orion pick because I thought Lynx was basically a Hattori main through and through, but it seems like he's got this Orion down pat as well. It's definitely working out for him as he is about to lap Isidroo. He needs a little bit more damage onto him, but that neutral sig is not going to be the hit. Down sig connects, and that's the backswing that Isidroo was looking for. He's very damaged, though.
Yep, it starts out behind and then is the large amount of active frames going forward. But Lynx has played a very, very effective Lance. That's what we saw him start this game with, and we've seen him continue that momentum with his spear as well. I guess baiting like a just some bait down there in the bottom left with that gravity cancel neutral signature.
Isidroo not able to touch the wall. Lynx, just a professional baiter, is able to take a stock off of Isidroo and keep that lead going as we are getting into the final stocks. Isidroo very damaged, losing out against his main, and might be forced to swap characters. Not sure what he'd swap to though in this situation. Down sig charge, Lynx able to fast fall underneath it to avoid that down sig.
He does take the side signature though from Isidroo. You see him on the edge. He's already blown his dodge. He does end up taking
and went right into the platform. Like, that's just, I don't understand what Lynx is doing, but you know what? It's working. It's very interesting decision making, and I think that's part of the reason why Isidroo is having trouble against it. Is he's like, no, literally there was no reason why you should gravity cancel side sig into the wall right there, but you did it, and I'm gonna try to punish, but you're gonna punish me for it. Side sig connects for Isidroo, but he's again very far behind Lynx.
He did end up taking a ground pound in the process. It didn't really lead to a kill, and he was ahead, so it wasn't the worst decision, but it might have been just like that gravity cancel neutral signature. He was trying to hit that hard bait. Obviously, that takes up his dodge, so maybe that was bait for Isidroo to be like, okay, he doesn't have a dodge. I can go down and kill him for free, but that's not going to be the case. Lynx chasing off screen above, very, very close to that blast zone, ends up picking up that unarmed recovery and taking the first game fairly confidently. He had a couple goofy things, which is why I think he was as damaged as he was on that last stock. But other than that, Lynx just confidently took that game.
I commend the attempt though. Isidroo, he read wrong, read to the right when Lynx went to the left, but he was, I mean, they were both in the magnifying glass. There was potential that if he got that read, it would have been the stock, and that would have been massive but instead misread, and Lynx was able to get underneath and punish with that recovery. Really well played on both sides as we get into game 2, and the characters have been swapped. It's going to be core for Lynx and Isidroo over to the Ulgrim, that pocket pick that we saw work out for him against Wilson. We'll see if he can continue this this Ulgrim winning streak. But Lynx picking up these neutral lights onto Isidroo. More neutral lights onto Isidroo.
You see him going for that reverse chase dodge. I wonder if he's trying to one-man black hole Isidroo with the neutral light into the chase dodge, reverse recovery. He's not able to find that recovery at all, but he did find multiple neutral lights, doing some serious damage. But now Isidroo's the one putting out the punishment, almost picking up with a second swing of that side signature on that axe. Such a strong signature. Has
good
great
spot
range.
dodge. Really solid spot dodge from Lynx. And there you see what I was talking about, the gravity cancel neutral signature from Core to cover that entire wall. Really well played from Lynx to get that punish onto Isidroo and take the stock lead.
I didn't quite get to see if Lynx has a very high level core, so it's at least 25.
He's at least level 25.
Yeah, he has the black color scheme here. I don't know how much above 25 he is, so maybe this isn't a shocking pick for Lynx, but it's a little bit shocking that he did switch off of that Orion, which was very successful. What is the side air ladder? Oh my gosh. The side air ladder as Isidroo stands still. Then the peek over, sidelight into recovery coming out from Isidroo. What was that sequence of events?
Lynx he's just having fun, man. He guaranteed his spot, and he's just going to continue this funny business. He had fun against Remmy. He's going to continue that fun against Isidroo. But Isidroo wants to win this. He wants more of those circuit points, wants to do better, and he also wants to represent Fable to the best of his ability. So he's going to be playing this as well as he can. Waits for the opportunity, but Lynx dodges underneath the nair from Isidroo. Gravity cancel side sig.
Nair's coming out. We are still seeing Isidroo completely avoid any edge guard whatsoever. Back up, side light into the side signature. He was expecting either, I guess, that the spot dodge, or he was expecting a down dodge, or just a complete back dodge.
This is a really good option from Isidroo. Gonna stand still for a little bit, but hey, they remember that they're in a match, so they're gonna start moving against Lynx. Stands still, but Isidroo dodges in with a neutral light to stop that side sig from Lynx. Oh, ground pound thrown out. Big commitment. Lynx gets the punish. Yep.
Perfect wait time from Lynx, floating right there, waiting for that recovery into the wall. He knows it's gonna put Isidroo in a reasonable amount of active frames, and it's gonna be right on the wall for quite a while before Isidroo is able to be in control of his character again. Perfect timing, easy edge guard coming out from Lynx.
Good spot dodge again from Lynx to avoid that down sig from Isidroo. Very slight lead for Isidroo, but Lynx is just doing a good job avoiding these signatures, dodging around them and punishing. And now we've got the Remmy noeL match. No, we've got Lynx waiting for the opportunity. Goes for that weapon toss to the dodge and pick up. More weapon tosses to set up. That's something that Stevenator did a lot with his gauntlet play. Is he used those weapon tosses to kind of give himself some extended range with those gauntlets.
Isidroo staying on the platform. He's trying to zone out with those nairs with the side airs. This is side light, drops the nair, picks up the side air, picks up another side air. The weapon toss down, but it's not anywhere near Lynx. You saw him way deep on the left side.
Isidroo denying Lynx any weapon pickup again. Picks up those side airs onto Lynx. Lynx going very high, avoids the side air this time, but not able to punish. Dodging through, turns around, sidelights, wanting to chase Isidroo. Wants to keep this going.
This is quarterfinals in the loser's bracket. If Isidroo loses this, he is out. Lynx is already up one game.
Over to the hammer, goes for that immediate pickup side sig, but it's going to be a sidelight recovery. Not enough. That core defense working out for Lynx. Sitting on the wall, gets up, gets the side air, and Lynx wins it. Continues on, and that is going to be a 2-0 going the way of Lynx on some very interesting picks. The Orion followed by the core over Isidroo.
Man, more people need to play core. I liked it so much when Steve played core, but he doesn't play core anymore because he's not a gauntlet main, but whatever. He just plays more decks now. So I want to see more people play core. Like, obviously, Gauntlet's very strong in the meta right now. Hammer, extremely strong in the meta right now. I want to see more core plays, great signature options, high defense, keeping Lynx alive towards the end of that game. I really liked that dodge from Lynx there. We didn't see necessarily a lot of the dodge in, dodge up. We see that a lot from other players, but we hadn't seen it very much from Lynx so far. You saw him dodge in, dodge up, and then hit the turnaround side air. That is classic higher level hammer play right there. That is higher level hammer play 101. You used to see people back in the day, they would jump and then maybe like dodge over and then hit the turnaround side air to get behind their opponent. But you need to be able to do the dodge in, dodge up. That's very strong. The diagonal dodge and then the dodge up. Mastering those chain dodges more than just twice in the same direction can make you an extremely effective player.
Yeah, that is definitely a big tool that you're seeing more and more as we get into the higher tier players. But coming up next, we've got more matches. We've got Stevenator versus HyperHero. Stevenator has to confront his demons. He has to go up against HyperHero. He's going to be going in on this Mordex against HyperHero's Bryn. The Bryn pick worked out for HyperHero. He was able to beat out our hometown hero of Jokedown. We'll see if he can continue this momentum as he is going up against Fable Stevenator in game 1 of this lower bracket.
Is Jokedown from Texas?
No, he's hometown as in like he's my hero, and that's phrasing.
but I get in trouble when I say winning. It's okay. All right.
He's a Brawlhalla. He's home
okay,
to
guys.
Brawlhalla.
Yeah.
It's
okay,
like,
bud.
It's like how we're all family.
Yeah.
here
Okay,
at
bud.
Bra-
All right.
Yeah.
All right, guy.
Well, we are getting right into it. Steve able to pick up that scythe. We'll see if he can pick up those big scythe strings. He was pretty effective at getting those strings. We saw it towards the later stages against noeL, trying to do it already. He hasn't been touched by HyperHero, but HyperHero, he's shown that he can make adjustments in game 2 and game 3. Not too worried about it.
We might have to see him do what he did against Jokedown. We're going to have to see him maybe parry a little bit more from Steve, because we're seeing a lot of attacks coming out of Steve as well. That's typically how people play Scythe. It has lower recovery frames, so they'll go for an attack. If they miss, they'll wait for the dodge to come out, and then they'll respond. Obviously, if they hit, they'll wait for the dodge as well, and then respond. They'll read, they'll react as well. And if we can see HyperHero maybe slow things down, try to parry more of Stevenator's attacks if he can, instead of panic dodging.
Well, he ended up making some solid adjustments. Stevenator was very much ahead of HyperHero with those big side strings, but HyperHero, you're seeing already almost able to even up, not quite able to get that ground pound to finish off the stock, but definitely has mitigated that gap that Steve had at the very beginning off the big side strings. And that'll do it.
HyperHero basically evening it up. He has just a little bit of damage on his stock right now. Stevenator now having to come in with these gauntlets. He is staying right on top of HyperHero. HyperHero not even able to even attempt to play the spacing game at this point, as Steve was stuck to him like glue.
Good movement from Steve, able to pick up that ground pound off the follow-up, not able to follow up off his sidelight, so instead waits for the opportunity, picks up that ground pound on a HyperHero. That's the kind of stuff that you expect out of someone who was at one point the gauntlet rep. Gonna back up and try to pick up this weapon. HyperHero not able to deny him it. What's the punish? It's gonna be the downlight. Follow up with nothing, not able to pick up that ground pound, and I'm disconnecting, I'm guessing.
I guess you are. I am not at this point. Stevenator just hit a nair, turned it around. HyperHero was sent off screen. You see Stevenator going in right on top of an axe. HyperHero wasn't able to find the dare follow-up or the Sair that he needed to kill. Steve was able to hit that turnaround there. Are you back in?
Yes, for a second they both were falling off and I was very confused at what was happening, but we're back. It's fine. HyperHero picks up the side stick for the kill, evens it up, and this is the thing Stevenator is worried about, is he can get so much momentum off of his scythe play, but HyperHero has just been able to get back into it every single time.
Nice gravity cancel sidelight punish coming out from Stevenator. Ooh, tries to go for the onstage ground pound, doesn't quite have the forward hitbox that he needs. Gets the reverse dare.
Sidelight, downlight. Steve able to dodge out of that follow-up gravity cancel downlight. Throwing out a lot of neutral lines, given that HyperHero is stacked against him.
HyperHero is going to be able to... Oh, the side signature follow-up. I thought he was going to maybe go for a recovery at that point, but he goes for the back-to-back side signatures. The second one not hitting. There's the recovery from Steve. He's going to take game 1 just barely over HyperHero at this point. Are we going to see a switch? No, HyperHero staying on the Bryn. Mammoth, Great Hall, and Twilight Grove still on the board.
It's going to be Twilight. Not too surprising. It's one of those maps that I think Scythe players like because they can have that island for true combo follow-ups, and they can also do a little bit more with those smaller platform or these smaller walls. Same thing with gauntlets. You can go into that pin needle and do a lot of pressure plays with the gauntlets.
See HyperHero with the classic Axe ranked play, jumping almost all of the times you are allowed to, burning all of his in-air movements before he falls down and does a dare or gets over around and goes for a side air.
Side stick thrown out. Steve able to punish, but not able to get the big strings that he needs. This is one of the critical things about Scythe, is that it needs to get those huge strings. HyperHero, big recovery, sends Stevenator off. Nair will help Steve get back up, but the Sair will finish off the stock. And HyperHero, this is the adjustment. He's done it time and time again. He did it against Jokedown. Now he's doing it against Stevenator, just out adjusting his opponent.
Sidelight, downlight, Sair. Neutral light. Oh my gosh, so much unanswered damage. And HyperHero wasn't very damaged in the first place. That is a big, meaty lead going the way of HyperHero at this point. He's already lapped Steve, has the axe in his hand, kill potential, off the meter, gets the nair. That sends him off stage.
Goes for the neutral or the sidelight and the ground pound, not able to hit it. HyperHero more than lapping Stevenator. There's the finisher with the side air. And Stevenator has yet to find a response at all. Needs more damage on HyperHero before he can even think about finishing this stock off.
At this point, I think HyperHero should just play with Steve. Just completely play with him, tilt him out of his mind, double downlight into the Sair, into the nair.
Sair's again
back to
on
back
the Stevenator.
He has Steve red.
Weapon toss, egg drop. No, goes for the nair. Goes for the Sair, not able to finish it off. But Steve has taken so much damage. Oh, the neutral sig finally finishes it off, and Steve gonna power up, charge as long as he can, playing it like it's Budokai.
Now, HyperHero, like going into this, you know he's already in Steve's head. Then after this almost 3-stock dream, he has to be even more in Steve's head at this point. He just needs to go for the full tilt combo. He does end up taking this game, keeping the set 1-1. I think he has the read on Steve, though.
I mean, I think he's gotten quite a bit on Steve. Solid adjustments as Steve might be forced off of his Mordex. We saw him hover on the Wushang.
That's funny. HyperHero actually, he is forced off of the Mordex.
Worry.
Now, Steve said in chat immediately after that game, he said spear. Of course, he put a space between all the letters to get that aesthetic. And then HyperHero answers back with gauntlets with the spaces, and then spear.
Scythe.
Gauntlets with the spaces, and then Scythe with the spaces. And Steve comes back and says spear is way more broken than both of those weapons. We are seeing Steve on a spear. He does have the sword. He's in Steve's head for sure.
He's definitely gotten Steve a little bit tilted, but Steve, a momentum-based player. We'll see if he can get some momentum on this Hattori swap, as he will have that spear. He's got the sword, which is something that he's very familiar with, as he was a long time ago a Bodbar main. going way back into closed beta. He did swap over to the gauntlets once that came out, but he's definitely got the swords. I don't think anyone ever forgets sword. Oh, no downlight. Instead, went for the jump nair to punish the spot dodge from HyperHero.
HyperHero definitely taking the worst of this. Almost gets caught by that final slash coming out of that Hattori spear down signature.
Ground pound thrown out. Oh, but HyperHero with the juggle, the nair into the recovery, not able to pick up that gravity cancel neutral signature. But again, goes for the juggle with the recoveries. Down stick thrown out from Steve, but HyperHero far and away able to position and punish with that side zig.
Yeah, I think Steve queued that up just a little bit early. Maybe if he would have charged it instead of using the minimum charge time. He fell into quite a few of those from noeL earlier today. Maybe he thought that that was going to be an easy pickup for him. He does end up finally picking up the stock with that ground pound. Both players relatively even at this point. Just the most small minimum amount of damage on Steve's second stock right now compared to HyperHero's fresh. Goes for the downlight into the immediate neutral light. The side light from Steve.
Steve trying to find some sort of footing. This HyperHero definitely has the health lead. Both of them going for those stack neutral lights. And Steve's punish to the spot dodge is that jump nair into a recovery. Able to get through that side sig. It's going to be a side light into a side air for Stevenator. Starting to find some spacing against HyperHero, but HyperHero finds a response in that side light and a pickup recovery to punish the spot dodge from Stevenator.
Neutral light dodge forward, dodge back coming out of HyperHero. Downlight side air coming out from Steve. Is he going to get the dare on the edge guard? You saw him go for one and then retreat back to that platform. He wants the grounded reset. It's the downlight into the side air. The dare coming out from HyperHero. That is going to be the stock coming out from Steve. You saw him kind of staying deep in that push-off column. I think he was waiting for any type of commitment coming out from HyperHero so he could get back onto the platform. But Hyper was just sitting there waiting for it, waiting for that float classic edge guard that people have been going for over the past few months.
It was Steve burned so much getting up. He had to go for the dare. That was basically his only way to get back to the platform. And HyperHero recognized it, waited for Steve to burn his entire kit, just positioned himself with those jumps and picked up that ground pound for a very clean kill. Stevenator needs to finish off this stock of HyperHero, and the Sayers are just not doing it right now.
Maybe if he hits the Sayer when HyperHero's on the left, but he didn't. He's struggling to find those kill options, get the side air, sending the wrong direction yet again. So much damage coming out from HyperHero. Steve still unable to find the kill options that he needs. Steve just now getting into kill percent. HyperHero floating, trying to find that Sayer, gets the downlight.
Downlight side air. Steve finishes off the stock of HyperHero, but he's got to play this next stock perfectly. Surprised he's not immediately going for the sword. That's a weapon I would have assumed he was a little bit more familiar with. But hey, spear aesthetic, am I right? Recoveries.
Steve definitely getting the worst of these two spear players here. He is in the red. He is in kill percent. Keep in mind, this is tournament stock. In the losers quarterfinals, the set is tied 1-1. Side light, downlight, side air.
Dodge in there. HyperHero dodges outside of it. Steve finding some solid hits onto HyperHero. HyperHero really hasn't been able to get any momentum. He had one recovery on his third stock, but other than that, hasn't really gotten a hit, but he got the one he needed. That side air will do it. HyperHero takes down Stevenator at a 14 damage difference.
Yep.
And HyperHero will continue on to fight Lynx.
Steve was playing that final stock very, very well. Anything that HyperHero was able to find, it was not a kill option at that point. I think, like you said, I think he found the recovery, and then he found a side air, and that's pretty much it. And Steve was able to take him from white to red with taking only 2 hits, totaling in less than 30 damage overall. So he was playing that last stock very, very well, very, very carefully. I think HyperHero just knew that he needed one good hit. He needed one good hit, and that was going to be the kill option. Once he had that axe in his hand, he just needed to find that one Sayer. He didn't worry about all the hits he was taking, which I think maybe he should have towards the end, because at the end it could have gone either way. Steve could have found
that was very
the downlight
close.
side air that he needed. He could have found the egg drop that he needed. He could have found the onstage ground pound, frankly, that he needed at that point. But it was just towards the end that Axe side air has so much force, kill potential off the meter for the Axe and any Axe player out there. Just so many moves that can kill, and HyperHero's going to be moving on, and Lynx is on Barraza.
He is on that Barraza, but HyperHero does need a second, is what he said, a long second. So he is going to, I guess, get some water, recompose himself as he gets ready for this next match against Lynx. And like you said, Lynx is on Barraza, but I mean, the Orion worked, the core worked. Why won't the Barraza work? He's got it level 26, so he's definitely played at least a game or two with this Barraza. He's got gravity cancel, neutral signature on the Axe, which is a really strong option, something that I know you're a big fan of. But it is an interesting pick. Barraza, one of the lesser picked characters in the scene. Blasters are they're in an interesting spot. Barraza's blaster is a little bit slower. That lower dexterity kind of not really working out for him, especially with that the lower movement speed as well, kind of hurting him. But I mean, Axe is a strong weapon. It's we've seen quite a few Axes right now.
I'm trying to look at let's see what Doughbrain's tier list says while we have a moment here. Obviously, this is just Doughbrain's opinion and is far from the be all end all. He has Barraza down in the A tier, which is the lowest tier on the tier list. I don't know if it goes left to right in terms of best to worst in that tier.
Okay.
But if it does go left to right with the right being worse, then in Doughbrain's opinion, Barraza is the worst character in the game. I think the low dexterity isn't the worst thing in the world, but it definitely doesn't help him here. Typically, you want to have high APM as a gun user. The Axe isn't necessarily going to struggle too much with that low dexterity, but I think the signature kit isn't quite as strong as it could be with other characters. If you're going to play guns, I would say play another character. If you're going to play Axe, I would say play any other Axe character. You're going to have more luck than you would with Barraza.
Well, when it comes down to it, the Blaster's signatures, you'll likely see the down sig the most. When it comes to the Axe, likely we'll be seeing that side sig. There you're seeing it already. Lynx throwing out that side sig. But for the most part, Lynx is guaranteed a spot, so he's not overly concerned. He's just having some fun. Gravity cancel, neutral signature. Very interesting option. Almost followed up with that dare off the wall bounce. More side sigs thrown out from Lynx. Looking for those gravity cancel neutral signatures. You saw him spot dodge off stage. Again, side sigging off. HyperHero, what is the adjustment that he needs to make? Can he punish these side signatures and neutral signatures from Lynx? Over to the Blasters for side sigs.
Side sig into the turnaround downlight. I'm trying to remember the last person we saw play Barraza. It might still only be Cody Travis at this point. I don't think really anybody plays Barraza. They tend to play another gun character or another Axe character if they're playing either of those weapons. I don't think there's necessarily any of a strong enough reason to specifically play this combo.
Yeah, if you want to play a tanky Axe, then you can swap over to the Olgrim. Taros also a reasonable pick when it comes to defensive Axe. I mean, even Bryn's got some defense at 5. On the other side, if you want to play a slow Blasters, Lucian. I mean, Lucian's an arguably stronger pick. Other than that, generally you want dexterity and you want movement speed on Blasters more so than you want survivability.
I would tend to agree with you there. Obviously, Spear is incredibly meta right now. Gauntlets are reasonably pretty meta right now. Scythe is coming back into the meta after one of the most recent patches. I'm sure, I mean, obviously we saw some more decks today. I'm sure we'll see some more Scythe in the future as people either agree or disagree with Doughbrain's opinion on whether or not Scythe is good at the moment. But I wouldn't say that guns are particularly meta right now, and I would say Axe is reasonably meta.
I am a little surprised that we haven't seen a Mirage, considering Scythe coming back into the meta and Spear just really strong in the current meta. But not too surprising that we're seeing at least Axe and Spear, Axe on both sides, and HyperHero has just been playing this Bryn through and through. What's the kill option?
HyperHero going back on the stage.
Recovery
Oh,
picks
dodges right into that recovery. Doesn't quite have enough force to kill. Ooh, I think Lynx
still
should have gone
looking
for a
that recovery. He's
side
burned a
air
lot.
there.
HyperHero not keeping track of his jumps. Lynx face palming for him. Interestingly enough, HyperHero was trying to punish the fact that Lynx had burned so much floating, but unfortunately burned a lot of his own.
There's the down air. He tried to go for the nair follow-up off of the ricochet. Gets the sidelight. Tries to read the recover the opposite direction. Goes for that down signature even though HyperHero wasn't anywhere close to him. Maybe that's just those baiting signatures because we've seen Lynx do that more than a few times. He was dead. He was dead and he knew he was dead at that point.
Yeah, it's just goofy. I'm going to go off into my own world over here on the bottom right of the map. But HyperHero is on the back foot. He has taken quite a bit of damage. Side signature connects for Lynx, going for that weapon toss to set up for these unarmed side heavies.
Neutral light, side light, tries to go for the Sair. He didn't go for the down light there. A little bit of an interesting choice. There's the weapon toss, goes for the egg drop. Weapon toss, goes for the delayed pickup egg drop. Weapon toss, goes for the side light into the side air. Weapon toss, goes for the egg drop.
Okay. HyperHero is pulling out the big edge guard. Lots of weapon tosses, dares, ends up picking up a sidelight side air, but even that sidelight side air denied Lynx that wall touch or that ground touch. That was very well played from HyperHero. And we are seeing Lynx swap characters, going over to the Lucian, wants to play this very defense-heavy blasters.
I wonder if he's going to stick to the guns more and really try for that spacing, because I think he might have a little bit of trouble getting in on HyperHero. We've seen HyperHero obviously towards the end there. When he has momentum in his corner, he can play relatively quickly, but he can also slow it down. We saw him slow it down earlier today. So I don't know if Lynx is going to have a lot of success getting in if he tries to play Katars.
Well, he is getting the first couple taps onto HyperHero. Has kept HyperHero off the stage, but HyperHero finds the room, does get back up, and will reset his jumps and dodge. Lynx backing up, throws the down sig out, but disarms himself just for a second. Nice fadeaway Sair from Lynx. Goes for the big ground pound attempt, and HyperHero is going to punish.
Immediately gets stuffed. I think he telegraphed that ground pound really, really early. That could have been a bait ground pound that he was hoping to maybe pull out of and go for the recovery or something like that. Or maybe he was just going to go in the dare for damage to try to put HyperHero further into kill percent. But HyperHero just immediately stuffed it with that meaty axe there.
Lynx is definitely slowing it down as he is putting some distance between himself and HyperHero. Waits for the opportunity, picks up that ground pound to punish that recovery from HyperHero. That's going to even up the stocks, but Lynx is reasonably damaged. Sidelight side air from HyperHero. We might see that same edge guard. No, not able to keep Lynx from touching that platform.
Lynx throwing out so many of his movement options. With being at red, that's very, very dangerous at that point. He can get juggled very easily. He can get side air to the side of the stage very easily, forcing him to burn a dodge to get back to the platform. He's just having no luck getting in on HyperHero at all. The spacing game is just not going in his favor.
But swaps over to the Katars. Might have a little bit more luck with some dodge and nairs, but throws out the down sig. It does connect, avoids that spear toss. But it's going to be a downlight ground pound for HyperHero, and HyperHero is running away with it. Full stock lead over Lynx.
This Lucian pick just really not working out for Lynx at this point. He hasn't had a lot of luck with the guns, even with the high DPS potential, just really not having a lot of luck. He's not able to get in and out of HyperHero's spacing. With the high movement speed that Lucian has, we've seen very little work coming out from Lynx Katars as well. This is almost a repeat of what we saw with Barraza in terms of results.
This is starting to look like HyperHero's game to lose. Lynx really hasn't been able to find any momentum against HyperHero. Sure, he got a stock off, but other than that, he hasn't been getting those big blaster strings, hasn't been able to get any sort of downlight side air, your gravity canceled downlight Sair, no dare Sair, any sort of situation like that. Instead, just he's been getting a hit here and there, and it's been sort of working, but HyperHero has definitely had a lot more momentum on his side.
Oh, the backside of that sending Lynx the direction that he absolutely didn't want to go. That almost picking him up with the bottom side. That would have been a spike for sure. Lynx still having trouble. I think he's hit one signature, and aside from signatures, he's really not going to have a lot of kill potential on a low force character like Lucian.
Lynx running away right now, waiting for the weapon spawn opportunity. You see him dodge away, but HyperHero trying to cover it, able to keep Lynx from touching for a while. But Lynx does have the guitars in hand. He could go for that down signature. It's something that he's had some success with. He's hitting quite a few of them, but he's very damaged on his final stock. Slide charge side sig. There's a side air for Lynx. Still not enough to take the stock off of HyperHero. HyperHero just hit one dare, and that's all he needed. That is going to be HyperHero taking it out 2-0 over Lynx. Lynx with these interesting character picks, but it doesn't matter because he's got his seat in Masters. That's all he needed.
That dare had a ton of force on it. That is all it took at that point. You saw Lynx go for the side air on the edge before. He had an option to throw out gun side airs like maybe 5 to 8 times earlier in that set, and we didn't see it. We saw him going for the ground pound or for the recovery. A lot of times missed and then punished by HyperHero. I want to see more side airs from gun players on the edge. I talked about it a long time ago, back when Boomy was playing guns a lot, because he was one of the few gun players that was doing that on the edge. And that's what I said really separate a good gun player from a great gun player, is being able to do more on the edge than just recovery and ground pound. Being able to pick up the side air to ricochet them off the sidewall and then follow that up with a side air for the kill, something like that. So I think his edge play was really lacking playing into HyperHero, which if your opponent has a spear in their hand, obviously you saw all of those egg drops. You saw the weapon tosses when he had the axe in his hand. You saw the huge force down airs. So I really wanted to see more on the edge, especially with how often Lynx was over there.
Well, two Lynx's to play devil's advocate. Lynx doesn't exactly main blasters, as far as I'm aware. He's more of a Hattori main. I think he was just having some fun, but HyperHero, he's not having fun. He's in it to win it. He's here in top 3 losers finals going up against noeL. Of note, though, is that noeL is the person who knocked HyperHero into lower bracket. So this is going to be the salty run back attempt from HyperHero.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
We see noeL, of course, on the Satori that he's been playing. We see HyperHero on this Bryn that, of course, we've seen him playing. HyperHero picks up the first weapon, and even though he didn't hit him a lot, it was just a few hits, sent noeL into the middle to later stages of yellow. He's just about to proc into orange. That is those big chunks coming out of the axe.
Down air is coming out from noeL. Has recomposed himself, sends HyperHero off stage, and the side air will be the kill. HyperHero immediately knows it. Down airs away and is going to get taken down. noeL back to his usual weapon spawn juggling. HyperHero comes back. Down light, gravity cancel, neutral heavy. Immediately evens up the stocks.
That's not the first one of those combos we've seen from HyperHero. We saw him drop a downlight ground pound earlier. Then in last set, he ended up picking one up for the kill. But now he did the downlight into the gravity cancel neutral signature. We see that rarely these days. That used to be an option.
Boomy's kind of the one who does it.
Yeah, when you wanted that like quick turnaround kill, Jellyfish used to do it a lot. We don't see him necessarily a lot in the latter stages of tournaments, so maybe that's why we don't see it as much anymore. But noeL still getting a little bit of the better of HyperHero at this point. HyperHero just about in kill percent. If he plays any lower than he is right now, it takes a dare to the face. He's definitely in kill percent.
That was actually really solid movement from HyperHero. Kind of risky to float below noeL like that, but did force noeL back on up, able to get above him, and he holds on to the stock. It was risky play, but he ended up closing out with just good movement. But this time doesn't have the movement in his kit. noeL gets one sider is all he needed, and HyperHero goes down. I don't think noeL's quite in the kill spot for HyperHero to go for that same kill combo.
No, he is not. He is in the latter stages of orange at this point. I always I always think it's a little bit silly because you're colorblind, so you do have trouble denoting between like later orange and early red.
It's kind of darkish, I guess. That's all. That's all I can tell. HyperHero gets caught by the ground pound and is almost taken down. noeL not able to get that gravity cancel downline. HyperHero still had enough movement to get back up safely.
You saw noeL dip under the stage, though. He was getting out of the way of those weapon tosses. Lynx struggled with those weapon tosses. That later stock we saw towards the end of, I think it was game 2. Oh, and there's the gravity cancel downlight into the ground pound coming out from noeL this time, and that's going to be the stock.
noeL definitely wants to win it. He does get game 1, and will likely be trying to get that salty run back to go up against Remmy in the grand finals. He's able to close out game 1. Really solid play from noeL, not overly surprising. I mean, like I said, he was the one who knocked HyperHero into the lower bracket 2-1. Will likely be seeing something similar, but HyperHero has been able to make adjustments against all of his opponents up until now. So there's still potential for HyperHero to get this.
This is the losers final, so yeah, there is experiment time, there is adaptation time, as this is a best of 5. noeL has played so many different players this late in the tournament in the past. He definitely is able to adapt to every single one of those. That's why he's one of the most winningest players. That's why he's ranked #1 on the circuit point leaderboard.
I love that at this point you have to emphasize it to point out that it's a real word, I promise.
It is. Look it up.
Look it up, nerds. I believe that's the exact quote. But noeL doesn't have to look up anything, as he's the one who is being spoken about, gets the first stock off of HyperHero, and will continue this momentum. HyperHero does get that spear spawn, but again, noeL not quite in that kill percentage for it to nice gravity cancel neutral signature. Off that side air, still able to get back up. Definitely still has some movement in his kit. Not overcommitting, but we are seeing noeL play off stage. This is something that you rarely see from noeL. Generally, he likes to be on stage and punish the opponent coming back up, but this time against HyperHero, he's going off stage when HyperHero had no weapon in hand.
I mean, at this point, he really has the option to play off stage and take the stock loss there. Obviously, he's up a game in the set. He was up a stock. He was up in damage. So he could have taken a stock there. He could have lost that edge guard, and it really wouldn't be too much of a problem. Obviously, he's winning the neutral game against HyperHero. This is a best of 5 set, so the experiment time is there for noeL.
Side airs again from noeL. Not able to finish off this stock just yet. HyperHero, he's definitely positioning himself well against noeL. There's the recovery tap, just the little bit of force at the tail end of that recovery to finish off the stock.
Yeah, even though HyperHero is at a deficit in this game so far in terms of health and stock, he's done a great job getting around HyperHero. His movement has been really, really solid so far. You've seen the couple times that noeL has edge guarded and HyperHero has like gone off the wall into the oncoming path of noeL's ground pound. He's been able to get around it instead of going straight into it like a lot of players have today. So I really want to point out how good HyperHero's movement has been.
Oh yeah, he's definitely had some very good movement, which is one of the big reasons why he's done so well today. Again, the adjustments from HyperHero have definitely worked out for him as well. But it's noeL. This is kind of his kryptonite, as noeL was the one who knocked HyperHero in the lower bracket. Likely will be knocking him out of the lower bracket, but HyperHero not going out without a fight, does pick up that recovery for the kill. noeL should be coming back. Almost has HyperHero in that kill spot. Good dodging from noeL. HyperHero not going for the stacked option, expecting noeL to dodge out.
Just at this point, if you're HyperHero, obviously you're in red and you're playing against noeL. noeL's consistent play style is one of the scariest things in this entire game. The way he just tends to not make mistakes, and when he does make mistakes, they're not huge. Like, you're not going to see him get caught in 60, 70 damage strings. You're not going to see him whiff a dodge and take huge damage or put himself in any dangerous territory. Like right there, you didn't see him overcommit to the edge guard. You saw him go back to the platform and engage in the neutral play that he's been winning so far. And as I say that, he's apparently been taken from white to red by HyperHero. That recovery is just barely going to kill HyperHero. That consistent gameplay from noeL just barely coming back into play towards the end. HyperHero was doing a fantastic job of chunking with that axe. He was actually hitting those strings that I didn't think he would be able to hit. I thought we were going to see like maybe 1 or 2 axe hits before noeL was able to immediately hit the punish. But now we're seeing what is this switch?
Hey, it's got a sword. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. He's got a sword. I'm sure noeL is feeling very confident, given that he's currently 2-0 over HyperHero, and I'm sure he might be wanting to warm up a character for the Remmy match, as Remmy was able to win out in the best of 5 in the winners finals in the Hattori mirror. Maybe noeL wants to warm up this Asuri, maybe get Remmy into the Asuri mirror match.
I think he maybe is. I mean, obviously it does have the sword, which he has been playing a sword character for the longest time. Maybe he's looking for specifically the matchup he likes, Katar into Axe or Katar into Spear. He's having a little bit of trouble so far. The gravity cancel down light wake up out of hit stun.
Really nice option for HyperHero. Fortunately, didn't space properly for that side 6, so he does take a neutral light to the face again. Another neutral light for noeL. But noeL, I mean, this is his weapon of choice. He is not worried at all when he's got a sword in hand.
This is interesting, though. Like, in terms of character picks, noeL is, I think, one of the most consistent players. We saw him play Koji for the longest time. Even when Koji fell out of favor, like LDZ switched off of him, it wasn't a Dex meta anymore. He still kept playing Koji, and then when he switched to Hattori, he stuck with Hattori. Even when he would lose sets, he wouldn't switch back to that Koji. He stuck with Hattori, and then now, all of a sudden, he switched to this Asuri. Like, granted, he is still a level 58 Asuri. It still has the sword, which he's been playing for the longest time, but it's still a little bit surprising. I haven't really seen this in tournament from noeL, and obviously he's playing the most disgusting skin, the worst skin in the entire game.
It is for sure an unexpected pick to see noeL swap characters at all. If anyone was going to swap, I would have expected HyperHero to be the one to make the swap, but noeL currently up 2-0 over HyperHero. Not sure if he's doing it for fun or if he's doing it for warm-up, but he does get taken down. That downlight from HyperHero is going to be the finishing move. That's like killing with bow neutral light. That's just one of those things that you don't really see, but it happens.
Ooh, double dare, and then the nair is going to clash. Big damage going the way of HyperHero. noeL a little worse for wear at this point.
But noeL is underneath HyperHero. Was trying to keep that juggle going. HyperHero's really only options when he's above his opponent is those dares. Likely hasn't been going for those ground pounds close to the platform, but now that he's underneath, he's got those downlights, which we've seen be very effective against noeL. He's done it gravity canceled, he's done it on stage, and it was a skill option for the first stock off of noeL.
Sider sending noeL off the stage. He's going to get back onto the platform. HyperHero actually going for a nair there when noeL was below him. Maybe expected another jump, or he's trying to punish a recovery or a dodge upward. Weapon toss is just going to barely miss. That would have confirmed the kill. Is he going to get to it? No, he can't.
No dare.
Even with a dare, he wasn't
throwing out a nair.
He wasn't going to be able to get to it, even with a dare either. That sidewall is so short. He would have gone just below it. He was looking for that nair to try to get the chase dodge off of hit.
Well, does get taken down by noeL, able to even up the stocks again. noeL, the Asuri pick, it's not working. It's staying relatively even, but I think he would have had a much easier time in game 3 if he stuck with the Hattori, unless he was just recognizing that maybe HyperHero was starting to figure out how to play against noeL's Hattori. More dare approaches. Sayer able to follow up. The side sig connects.
That's going to be the stock.
And that'll do it.
Player 1 wins.
And noeL taking it 3-0 just like that. We were a little bit surprised with the Asuri pick just because we specifically haven't seen it in tournament before. Obviously, he does play it, I guess, sometimes in ranked. That might be his ranked character because obviously, like, I'm looking at his Hattori right now, and it's only level 52. So his Asuri is higher ranked than his Hattori, even though we've seen Hattori from him almost exclusively in tournament from the past at least month and a half.
I don't have an answer to that, but he is swapping back to the Hattori. Interestingly enough, I guess he just wanted to play the Asuri for one game, just for funzy or specifically in that matchup against HyperHero. It worked out for him either way. He was able to close out the set 3-0 and will be going into grand finals against Remmy. Not too surprising to see both of these players in the grand finals. And noeL's done this before. He's gone from the lower bracket against Remmy. We saw it in that Road to Shine tournament, and noeL was able to get the reset and win out over Remmy. Will he be able to do it again in these Brawl League Masters qualifiers? We'll find out as we are waiting for Remmy to get back into this.
The last time we saw them in that Road to Shine tournament, I think I was told we were just kind of talking in Dobrain's Discord, and Boomy was present, and he was saying the way to beat noeL was to put pressure on him, and that's kind of what we saw early on in the set. From him when he was playing against noeL, but then that kind of fell off. We saw Remmy start to switch characters around. He just seemed unconfident in his play. He was playing really, really well, and then all of a sudden there was like a line of demarcation when he just started to seemingly fall apart. He wasn't very strong with his punishes anymore. His pressure game wasn't very good. His edge guards weren't very good. It looked a lot like Remmy was going to take it for quite some time, like he was almost going to be free for Remmy, but then it's that consistent play style coming out from noeL. He just needed to ramp it up till he hit, and once he got to this point, Remmy fell off, and noeL kept going up, and that's all it took.
Well, we'll see if noeL can get that consistency again. Just waiting on Remmy to get back into it. I'm not sure if anyone has like a way to ping Remmy. Do you take a nap?
He might be getting a little lunchy
Evo right now.
He might be, yeah, he might be watching Evo right now. noeL did just message him, so we'll see if he is back anytime soon. There is a 5-minute time limit. I don't know if anybody can quickly put a timer up on the screen, but we have a 5-minute time limit before Remmy is DQ'd. I think if Remy's DQ'd, that doesn't end it there, because like noeL's coming from the losers bracket, right? So he gets DQ'd
twice.
Yeah, he has to get DQ'd twice. So technically, Remmy has 10 minutes. If he loses, he has 5 minutes until he doesn't have the winners bracket advantage going into this grand finals. So let's talk about tournament format real quick. This
Okay.
has 2 qualifiers, just for people who might be tuning in or who might not know the format of this tournament, because it is a little bit different than things we've seen in the past. There are 2 stages. There's the qualifier stage and there's the group stage. Going into the group stage is going to be 16 players total. 8 of those players come from the top 8 of the circuit point leaderboard. They get an invitation for free. I guess not really for free, because obviously they had to work to get there, but you know what I mean. The other 8 spots come from the 2 qualifier weeks for each region, EU and NA. The top 4 from this week get an invitation. The top 4 from the next NA qualifier week get an invitation. That's going to fill out the other 8. It's going to be a little bit wonky because obviously noeL is in the top 4 here and Remmy is in the top 4 here. They obviously both already are top 8 on the circuit point leaderboard, so it won't necessarily be just top 4. That'll extend a little bit downward. So then in the group stage, the first round, the first portion of it is going to be a round robin. The top 8 out of that with the most points, you get 1 win, 1 point for a win in round robin. The top 8 from round robin will move on into a top 8 all best of 5 standard tournament. Woo, that's a mouthful.
That is 3 stages total, qualifiers, and then the round robin, and then the top 8. But here we are. It is going to be the grand finals of this tournament. It's going to be noeL versus Remmy, Hattori v Hattori, Kill Thrill versus Kill Thrill. No surprises here. We did see Remmy win out when they had this mirror match in the winners finals. We'll see if that can continue as we are getting into the grand finals. This is game 1. noeL has to win 2 best of 5s in a row. He's got to win this first best of 5 to knock Remmy into the lower bracket and then do it again.
He has done that exact same thing last time we saw this set. It went all 10 games in the Road to Shine before noeL won. Keep in mind, in the winners finals, it was a 3-2, so it was extremely close. At this point, it could go either way. noeL has to be feeling good coming off of a clean 3-0 against HyperHero, but of course, Remmy has had the time to just chill. He's had the time to maybe take a little rest his eyes, maybe get something to eat. I know Remmy doesn't apparently eat a lot before tournaments, so usually he's pretty hungry. Maybe because he's in winners finals, he's had the chance to fill that belly with some nice protein, get some brain food in there, so he's thinking quickly. He has like everything on his side at this point.
Well, he also has to contend with the fact that he might have cooled down. noeL has had a little bit more warm-up time. So if Remmy wasn't keeping his fingers at least a little bit warm, maybe put him in some oven mitts or something of the sort, then could be playing a little bit slower, but showing no fatigue as he picks up that down air for the first stock off of noeL.
He does have to be careful. There's the side air to the back of the head. Doesn't quite kill, but noeL is able to pick up the weapon that he had earlier. Is it going to be a recovery kill off the top? Is it going to be a side air kill off the side? Or is it going to be a down air kill off the bottom? Or is it going to be a charge signature? We've seen all of those kill options from noeL today. That's one of the things Sword has in its corner, is it is so utilitarian. It has a move for almost every occasion. That recovery ended up dropping, though. Just more damage at this point on Remmy's stock that doesn't even have any color changes left on that health bar.
But to noeL's effect, he has not been able to, he has not taken too much damage. Remmy really hasn't been able to widen this gap despite the fact that noeL hasn't been able to finish off this stock. He's just adding more damage onto this, but Remmy slowly starting to widen the gap. You see the neutral lights connecting onto Remmy. noeL trying to get underneath, trying to finish off the
that almost killed.
Not
Holy.
enough. But yeah, that was close. Remmy knows how close he was to death, and yet noeL still not able to finish it off.
Remmy with the cheeky taunts, the planting the flag up above when the down air didn't kill, and the high five on the right side. He does actually have a reasonably solid lead right here against noeL. Side air to the back of the head, definitely in the middle of orange, getting closer to red at this point. The side light looking for the reset, tried to use the recovery to punish the jump.
Jump in nairs from Remmy. Side sig thrown out, but it's going to be the neutral light out of that side sig. That's one of the powers of this Hattori, is those very quick neutral lines able to cover themselves, and Remmy gets the stock off of noeL, and he has such a huge lead. It took noeL so long to finish that first stock off, and now he's got Remmy not even close to the percentage that Remmy had to be to finish off that first stock.
Yeah, it looks like Remmy was struggling towards the latter portion of the last time they played in winners finals. He did end up winning it out, but he had a lot more luck in the beginning. That is just not the case here. He completely demolished noeL in a way that we haven't seen people take out noeL. I mean, we saw like Boomy against noeL at CEO Dreamland when Boomy was playing like crazy greedy. His Diana was so greedy. He's going for so many gravity cancels, so many risky things off stage, and was able to take out noeL. But since then, I mean, noeL has been tip-top big boy in the tournament scene. Is this going to be what we see going forward in this set from Remmy? Is it going to be systematic demolition of noeL?
I just feel like noeL's one of those players who's been so consistent that there's a reason why he's, as you say, the most winningest player in the competitive scene. He has the most circuit points. He is the first seed in this tournament. There is a reason, and it's because he's been able to out-adjust. He's been able to make up every single time that his opponents have been able, that his opponents have had the advantage over him.
Also, he's been able to attend, I think, more LANs than probably any other player. So he has LAN experience. Obviously, he has online tournament experience. He has top-level experience. He's been in the tip-top of so many tournaments going forward in the past. Ever since last year, he has just been the man.
He for a while now, he has been the person to beat. It's what we keep talking about is that noeL, he's got the most LAN experience, like you were saying. He's been to basically every single LAN possible. He is an Atlanta native, so he has a little bit more opportunities. He's been to those like photo Fridays and the such. So he's definitely had quite a bit of experience. He's got the most tournament experience at this point of anyone in the competitive scene, and it shows. It shows just through the growth that is noeL, and he still continues to grow and be one of the best players in the scene.
We missed the dare there. Oh, Remmy goes for the push-off column ground pound instead of the one right on the wall as noeL recovers back to reset his jumps. There's the side light. Remmy knew that side light was coming, tried to beat it out with one of his own, but it ended up clashing in the process. There's the... Oh!
Just back and forth, but noeL ends up winning out. ends up getting just a few more than Remmy. But it is a sidelight war between the two right now.
I remember back like a year and a half ago when people said Sword Sidelight like wasn't that good. Like people would cry for its nerves, and then other people would be like, it's not even that good. I would love to show them this footage, and I would love to show them footage of Stream Me Legends series when noeL was doing Sidelight into neutral light for hundreds of damage. I don't know.
I think he read Remmy jumping out of the smoke cloud, but I'm surprised he didn't just go for the straight punish, a ground pound from above, or wait it out inside Sig. But Remmy was able to get a very minimal stock lead. Remmy needs to widen this gap though, as he has not touched noeL's final stock.
There's another down air that noeL is getting that ricochets Remmy so far. It was the spear down air this time. It didn't quite send Remmy off stage above. Off screen
Magnifying
above.
glass. The
How
ground
is
pound
noeL?
bounce.
How is noeL having to rely on those kills? You saw him taking out Stevenator with charged signatures earlier. You saw him taking out people without edge guarding them by just doing a downlight side air, like right on the edge as they were sitting high on the wall. But he's just struggling to find kill options against Remmy.
I mean, that's a testament to how well Remmy is positioning himself against noeL, recognizing that noeL really doesn't have a lot of kill options when he's right underneath him. His kill options are like dare and try to catch something, get a dodge down recovery, or go for that ground pound into something. And there you see it every single time noeL tries to get that recovery kill, Remmy's able to dodge out and punish. That's going to be game two, going the way of Remmy. Remmy seems to have figured it out with Satori to punish and take down noeL.
Are we going to see the swift 3-0 coming out on the side of Remmy? Is he even going to dip into that bracket reset? He's playing the mirror match right here, folks. Like this is pretty huge. I'm not saying this is necessarily an upset, but the fact that Remmy is mirror matching noeL against a player, against a character that he's played for so long, like Remmy has experience with Hattori as well, but I'm going to consider this like a quasi upset.
To be fair, I mean, noeL, like he was the favorite for this. Again, he is the higher seed. He is the top CP player. Remmy only recently has really been playing out of his mind. Sure, he's been playing absolutely absurdly well recently, but it was in maybe the past month or two that he started to really pick up the pace and start to beat out his opposition. It's showing that he's been putting in the hours, he's been practicing, and he has currently 2-0 over noeL, one game away from beating noeL 3-0. And I have to agree, it would be a bit of an upset if he does win it out, especially because, like you were saying, as of late, Hattori's kind of been noeL's poster character. It's been his main, and Remmy, it's kind of been a Yumiko main recently.
Yep, absolutely. There's the downlight side air from noeL. Evening it up very, very quickly, but the story with Remmy so far today has been getting like even just a little bit of a lead, like white compared to orange or white compared to yellow, and then he just holds on to that lead, and he's actually been the really, really consistent one today as well, in addition to noeL.
Oh, but a nice neutral signature from noeL. Remmy forced off stage, but noeL not able to keep that pressure going, ends up having to reset, but he's getting more hits onto Remmy. The damage has been done. The lead has been mitigated, and Remmy trying to regain composure against noeL. noeL really making some solid adjustments.
Going for that falling dare, gets the side air under the stage. Remmy able to get back up on the left side.
Oh, the side stick hit!
Just
bounces off the inside wall.
Just barely connecting. Oh, I can't believe that actually didn't drop, because it picked up Remmy like as he was halfway in between being above and below that soft platform. I'm surprised we didn't see more of a goofy interaction there. It ended up sending Remmy bouncing him off like the top corner of the right side of that wall.
That was an interesting platform interaction, but Remmy finds a response in his own side signature. Gravity canceled to take down noeL, and that is going to put noeL on tournament stock against Remmy in the Brawl League Masters Qualifier Grand Finals. This could be it. This could be the opportunity for Remmy to dethrone noeL.
Not only that, but I think this would be Remy's first, one of the first 1v1 tournaments that he ever won. Like he won the BCS
won the
SummerSlam
qualifier for
qualifier, but I mean that didn't have as many good players as this one does. A lot of players had already qualified at that point, so they didn't play in week 2. Whereas this one, obviously, he has to go up against noeL, which is one of the biggest boys on the tournament scene. Obviously, he's #1 ranked in circuit points right now, so that would be a huge win for Remmy.
But
He is-
noeL does have the damage lead. Remmy starting to get bested by noeL, but he finds his positioning again from underneath, avoiding those down airs. noeL needs to finish off this stock, and that'll do it. noeL's going to hold on 2-1, going the way of noeL. There's still 2 more games that noeL has to win. Otherwise, Remmy is going to be the grand champion of this Brawl League Masters qualifier.
Most of that game was dominated by noeL's sword. That's one of the ways he was able to put that pressure onto Remmy. He was building up a ton of damage. Even when Remmy had the spear range over noeL's sword, he wasn't quite able to use that range to his advantage. Meanwhile, on the last stock, when noeL got the spear and had the range advantage, Remmy wasn't able to get in like noeL was. So the spear spacing and the sword pressure were just going the way of noeL, and those are 2 of the biggest reasons he was able to win that last game, keep himself alive in this.
And we'll see if he can do the same. This is game 4, and Remmy, with the unarmed pressure, drops the sidelight, not able to keep it going, but he gets so many unarmed plays. The down airs come out, and that is Remmy taking the first stock off of noeL.
Somebody please clip that. Get all of that stock. It wasn't a very long stock. It was about 30 seconds. Somebody please clip that, because that was pretty sweet.
Extend clips now. You can
Yep,
change
absolutely.
Up the time. So you can get the whole thing start to finish and post that clip on Twitter before Sloshella does.
You're gonna have to be quick though.
Yeah. Nice downline into the neutral. Sig will go the way of noeL. Remmy gets back up the down air. Unfortunately for noeL, will bounce Remmy off that soft platform, so Remmy will hold on to this stock, but noeL's doing a much better job of getting these stocks off of Remmy. Remmy not able to extend his stocks the way that he was in game 1 and game 2. Side Sig connects. Remmy's still not dead though.
It's funny in chat, Blood Diamond just said reverse sweep incoming. I have faith. That is, of course, noeL's old 2v2 teammate. Then after that first stock, he said, I have less faith.
No, the faith is still there. Right? He hasn't given up hope.
It's just waning a little bit.
It just lowered a little bit. It's slightly less.
If the glass is 3/4 full, you still got a beverage in there.
Yeah. It's still more than half full. noeL, though, has evened up the stocks, doing a decent job of evening up the damage. It is very close between the 2. Remmy needs to find some hits on the noeL, but noeL's just doing such a good job. I mean, he's the one out positioning Remmy. Baits out the neutral light, not able to punish. Instead, Remmy finds the hit with a side light, but the damage is so even between the 2.
Both players recovering one after the other, neither one hitting. noeL picks up the neutral light. Remmy just getting under that weapon toss. The side light from noeL. He actually went for the up toss for the follow-up. The side signature from Remmy, taking out noeL's second stock. Remmy had the huge lead in the beginning off of that unarmed pressure into the spear kill. He has a little bit less of a lead. It's shrunk a little bit now. Of course, noeL has the sword in his hand. I think he's a little bit more effective at killing with the sword. Obviously, the downlight into the side air or the turnaround side air like that on the edge. There's another one to follow it up.
noeL evens up the stocks. Not too big of a damage difference. This is where it was at in the last game, and noeL was the one to close it out. But now Remmy has the weapon control. noeL does pick up a sword. And we see this slow down so much. Neither of them wanting to overcommit on their approach on each other. Oh, the neutral sig connects. Remmy's off stage.
Oh, that's it.
Connects and Remmy's dead.
My gosh.
The reverse sweep is coming. Blood Diamond has called it in chat. It is going to be game 5. This is what noeL has done. He won in the reset in the Road to Shine tournament, and then he won in the follow-up. Will he do the exact same thing? noeL is 1 game away from getting the saltier reset onto Remmy.
2-1 brawl.
I love that noeL is able to kind of switch it up at the last moment. Like, you saw him starting to back dodge and overspace everything that Remmy was doing. Even though Remmy had the range advantage playing into noeL's sword, you see noeL come out with that clean parry towards the end of that game. And then he goes for the greedy plays and gets the downlight insig into the gravity cancel insig, completely changing up the pace on what Remmy should be expecting at that point. You saw him off the edge earlier hitting the turnaround side air and then the sword side air, whereas this time it was 2 insigs to finish off the game.
Just those slight mix-ups working so well for noeL, able to keep Remmy from outguessing him. It's the guessies, man. They're so strong. noeL punishing that neutral sig with a Sarah weapon toss. Damage very even between the two, and if we've learned anything, it's that even damage is in effect noeL's favor. The down sig connects. Does Remmy have light to pick up? Because I thought that was a perfect opportunity to dodge in neutral light, but he picked up the weapon.
There's no way he has light to pick up. There's no way.
Like, he dodged in and then picked up the weapon.
Maybe he was trying to pick up the weapon because he thought he was far enough back. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know whether he was trying to go in and punish with a neutral light or if he thought he was out of the range of that like little part of the backswing that it has initially before it swings forward.
But the damage is in noeL's favor, which is kind of a first on these second stocks. Generally, Remmy's been able to get the first stock off of noeL and then kind of try to widen that gap going into those final stocks. But this time, noeL has the lead, and he is doing a much better job of widening it. Remmy struggling to get hits on the noeL. Nice dare into the recovery.
Remmy definitely taking the worst side of the damage. That's definitely going to kill as it was on the soft platform, close enough to that left blast zone. noeL with a solid lead. Is Remmy about to pull a Golden State Warriors in the NBA Finals and blow this 2-0 lead?
It's sure looking like it. noeL very much ahead of Remmy. Remmy not able to get that side signature. He's not been able to hit with the recovery. He's just not finding the damage onto noeL. The weapon toss thrown out, and again, noeL able to dodge through it.
noeL using all of that 9 movement speed right now to hot step back and forth. The neutral signatures have been paying dividends for him. Remmy's able to get back to the platform, but he is very close to kill percent at this point on his last stock. noeL is just controlling everything. We might be very close to a bracket reset. There's the dare. Tries to follow the second one. Remmy does turn around, misses the second dare from noeL, gets around it, and ends up punishing, turning that edge guard around in his favor. But is it too little too late? It very well could be. Just procced into kill percent on the latter stages of that neutral light.
These dodge and dodge outs from noeL have been so effective at baiting Remmy into those side lights, and then noeL is already out of position for it to punish, and it's just working so well for noeL. Down sick thrown out, and that will do it. noeL gets the reset, and we are going into another best of 5, going right into it. It's going to be Remmy versus noeL. Remmy had 1 stock to win. He just needed 1 stock. But noeL closes out. He gets the run back, and we are going into another best of 5.
And there was like a 200 damage difference between the two. They've been really, really close so far, but all of a sudden last game, noeL has just figured out what Remmy has, and I don't know if Remmy has the adaptation to do it. He was looking so strong going into the first best of 5, but noeL has just immediately changed everything up, complete 180.
Remmy getting hit. I'm surprised that Remmy's still playing this match, as it seems like noeL just knows what to do. Like we were saying, noeL's just completely turned it around on a Remmy. At this point, I almost want to see Remmy swap characters, maybe just keep noeL on his toes as far as what character he's going to play, as far as like how to play against it.
Oh, very dangerous territory here. I can't believe noeL missed the down air, and there's Remmy yet again turning an edge guard around. He has a little bit of a lead going into this, but we've seen those Remmy leads shrink and then disappear.
Remmy playing very patient. Looking around noeL. Oh, but noeL picks up that side air. Remmy not able to widen the gap just yet, but he does get back. Looking for that downlight. Oh, gets underneath. noeL picks up that recovery. Another recovery. Remmy's still alive. How does he extend the stocks of a Hattori for so long?
He's got that 5 defense. He's playing the defense stance, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's the defense stance.
Yeah, noeL's playing movement speed, but Remmy's able to stay alive because of that defense. I'm really surprised that didn't kill at this point. It's kind of getting ridiculous now.
You know, there's defense. 5 defense is like 8 defense. You round up.
Orange is the new black, 5 is the new 8.
Down airs from Remmy. More down air attempts, but noeL is going to get back. There's the downlight sider, and that's what we were used to seeing in the first stocks of the pre-reset grand finals, is Remmy was able to extend his first stock for so long. He was able to get the first stock and then widen that gap. So this should likely be going the way of Remmy. But again, noeL, he's been so good at making adjustments little by little to get the reset, and he won out in the road to shine in a best of 5 after getting the reset. He got the reset here, and it's looking like there's potential for noeL to do it again. Go to another game 5 in the grand finals.
Oh, by the way, Remmy actually won the first best of 5. Remmy came from loser's side of the bracket. noeL was the one in winner's side on grand finals. So Remmy won the first best of 5. noeL won the second.
Oh, okay.
Remmy slowing everything down, matching noeL's speed here. Which is exactly what he needs to do. That's why he got the lead. That's why he's kept the lead.
He's burned so much. Oh, no! noeL has thrown it! He went for the big play, the weapon toss ground pound. That's old school edge guard. But Remmy avoids the ground pound, gets above, and that's going to be the stock. Remmy takes game 1.
And was every kill there Remmy turning around an edge guard?
2 of them were.
Yeah, 2 of them definitely were. I think
the second one was a side sig.
Okay, yeah. There was a kill, like I think the last game of the previous set that was Remmy turning around an edge guard. But maybe noeL just needs to go back to not committing to edge guards.
Well, that's the thing, is Remmy's actually kind of trying to force these edge guard plays. Is when he goes off stage, you're seeing Remmy go for bigger committal movements, going for lots more of those dares, but we are seeing noeL going for the edge guard, goes for that neutral signature. Remmy able to punish, but the damage is very much in noeL's favor off that trade.
All right, Remmy needs to slow down just a little bit. He does pick up the first air. The second air probably would have led to a kill. There's the downlight into the side air.
Second attempt. Gonna wait for the opportunity. noeL trying to play it out, but the dare again. Remmy has the advantage on the edge guard, and this is where he needs to play it. This is Remmy's time to shine. He's figured out the code. He's got the better edge guard. Nice neutral sig read. Ground pound. Dare. Goes for the ground pound. noeL gets a bump for the dare. Remmy able to touch the wall.
How is he able to make it back? He has the room to go. You saw him like dip under the stage, and noeL went back onto the stage in case he needed to make the quick rotation to the other side. That fake from Remmy gave him the time to get back to the stage. Uncontested.
Down like ground pound.
He had the goofy placement, and that's another stock going the way of Remmy. The weird interaction with that downlight completely out of noeL's hands. Just really unfortunate for him, but Remmy might have some serious momentum on his side.
He has a huge deficit to make up if noeL wants to win it out. It's going to start off with a down air, but still a full stock difference between the two. Remmy has no weapons, but he's got the edge guards. Which is, I mean, that's the secret weapon. It's edge guard.
With this spear, he needs to be really, really careful. You see noeL punishing a lot of his attacks. With the recovery, he's going to struggle a little bit in terms of recovery lag time off of his whiffed attacks. That's when noeL really, really likes to punish, so he has to be extremely careful. He needs to parry a little bit more than he does with sword when playing against someone like noeL.
Yeah, noeL really likes to punish his opponents, try to get those spacings, bait them into an attack, and then punish positionally. Remy's got to take note of that and try not to play out this neutral too long. When it comes to the offstage play, Remmy just has such a strong advantage. He just needs to shove noeL off stage, which is easier said than done for sure. Down sig thrown out, side sig to punish.
We're actually seeing, it seems like a little bit of cracking
Side sig.
in the way that noeL is playing. Obviously, we saw him drop the first downlight ground pound on the edge. The second one was, I think, out of his control. Just by how goofy it was, it ended up sending Remmy like up and to the right. So I think that was a little bit out of his control, but then he dropped a sword downlight recovery. So we might see a little bit of cracking in the consistency of noeL, which would be a big change from what we're used to seeing.
But all things said and done, Remmy was very much ahead of noeL, and noeL has done a decent job of mitigating this. There's the downlight recovery. Remmy takes game 2, but we've been in this position before, and noeL was able to get the run back, win 3 games in a row to get the reset. Will he be able to do it again as we get into game 3 of the final set of the day? noeL versus Remmy. Winner of this will be the grand finals champion. Or no, winner of this set will be the grand finals champion. Remmy has to win this game. noeL has to win 3 in a row.
2, 1, brawl.
Of course, Remy's still sticking with his Satori. I think noeL is really, really going to slow it down. Remmy needs to follow suit and do the exact same thing. He needs to try and counterplay the speed that noeL is going to be playing at. There's the side light. There's the weight following up the side light.
Went for the downlight, but noeL didn't burn his dodge before getting caught by that second sidelight. Instead, Remmy with the adjust going to be going for those neutral light pokes, keeping noeL at bay.
There's the poking neutral lights, follows up with the side light, then waits for the attack to come out of noeL, and then parries that attack with a side air.
Downlight can't get the ground pound. Neither of them have been able to get that downlight ground pound. Side sig connects. noeL gets taken down. Stock lead for Remmy. Reasonable health lead as well on his first stock.
Remy's looking like he might have this figured out. He has a serious lead right now. He's orange on his first stock. noeL fresh on his second. Just barely misses that downlight. There's the nair. No actual recovery follow-up coming out from noeL. He just gets back on the main platform. There's a recovery and a downlight side air coming out from Remmy.
More nairs coming out of noeL. Able to pick up that recovery underneath. But he's going for a lot of sidelights, and Remy's been able to punish those. Surprised noeL hasn't adjusted to go for more neutral lights as kind of a response to Remy's neutral light-centric play on his spear.
noeL stuck on the edge, gets the recovery, not quite enough to kill Remmy, spending some serious time off screen before he gets back. He's able to pick up the spear off of the whip toss.
Oh, that recovery will do it. Weapons have been cleared. noeL has the weapon advantage, going to try to deny, but not able to keep Remmy from picking up that sword. And we've got the sword versus sword again. noeL going for those side lights. Remmy gets behind, gets the downlight side air. Wants to go for this edge guard, but he's waiting for noeL to make a commitment. And there you see it. The second noeL burns his dodge coming back up, Remy's able to pick up that down air. Nice punish. The side air from Remmy. One more hit is needed, but he's not able to get it. And noeL very high, waiting for the opportunity for the dare.
Remmy making me feel real uncomfortable using all of his movement options. Dare into the recovery coming out from noeL. He's done a great job mitigating this damage lead that Remmy had.
Ground pound from Remmy.
Ooh, I can't believe. Okay,
stun for the weapon toss, and that'll give Remmy the stock.
I'm surprised the ground pound didn't kill on its own. Granted, it was from the middle of the stage. You used to see that as a very consistent kill option at later stages of health for a lot of spear players. noeL did shrink the lead. Last time he died on his second stock, Remmy was in orange on his first. But we have seen him struggle to find the kill options against Remmy. We have seen those really, really late stages of the health bar color transitions coming out on the side of Remmy. That almost maroon color scheme coming out from Remmy.
More neutral lights coming out from Remmy. wants to widen this gap, wants to make sure he has the best chance possible, goes for the double side light, but again, noeL's not dodging out of the first side light, so Remmy picking up the second one does not lead to a gravity cancel, neutral signature connects, sends noeL flying, but that's going to be the recovery kill for noeL. Stocks have been evened up, but noeL is very damaged, but he's also mitigated this distance before. There's still a possibility for noeL.
That neutral signature was a slick read coming out of Remmy, just perfectly placed. Didn't quite have enough force on it to kill noeL, but he is getting closer and closer to total victory. There's the neutral light. The dodge is already blown, won't be back up for 3 seconds. Remmy still being very, very careful. He knows that noeL has came back
do it.
from leads
Remmy's
before, but not this time. Remmy winning his second qualifier tournament, the second, I think, singles tournament win that he has won overall. Ingwa Remmy Naforsi taking first place. He's going to have a solid seed. I don't know which seed is going to be better, whether because he's number 8 on the CP leaderboard, or this. Well, I mean, you're gonna, that's true. Going into the round robin, obviously everybody's gonna play everybody. So Remmy coming out looking like the adaptation lord. I thought noeL was gonna have it. I thought noeL had Remmy down to the
Especially
peg.
after that reset.
He got that reset. He slowed down the play. He was parrying Remmy really, really well, and it looked like Remmy didn't have the answer for it. Remmy was struggling with the range that noeL's spear had. He was struggling with the stacked pressure that noeL's sword had, the mix-ups going from the downlight side air into the downlight neutral signature, all of the juggling recoveries into the air, but nah, Remmy had it down pat in that second set. 3-0. What we thought was going to happen in the first set happened in the second.
Really well played from Remmy, showing that he's just winning out all of these NA qualifiers. Do not mess with Remmy in a qualifier, because he has been getting first place in all of them. Really well done by Remmy. Congratulations to him. He is going to be the first place finisher. He's going to be getting all of those circuit points. noeL going to be coming in with the second place finish. Third place will be going over to HyperHero, who got taken down by noeL, and fourth goes the way of lynx. Those are the top 4 placers of this tournament, but they're not the only ones who get qualifiers. I mean, 2 of them have their top 8. So I believe Isidroo, Wilson, Stevenator, and HyperHero are all people who get qualifiers. I don't know. You'll probably figure it out. Brawl League will put out a thing.
Ties will be broken, I'm assuming, with CP, and then if there's a tie there, which is probably pretty rare, there's going to be a ranked ELO matchup between the 2.
Yep, that is how it breaks down. And again, congratulations. Thanks to the viewers, those of you who stuck around, who got to see all of this hot Brawlhalla action. Thanks to the pools casters. That was DJ Tech Live and Toast. Toast is also the streamer for the day. So if anything messed up, blame him, but also thank him, because he did it and it's a thankless job. And also thank you to the admins behind the scenes, Ice Pingu, Sloshula, Annie Pop, Drop, Cassidy.
It's not a thankless job. You literally just thanked him.
Yeah, well, you don't thank him. Did you?
No, because I'm letting you thank him.
Yeah, but I mean,
your
you
thanks
can never have too many thanks.
Your thanks is from both of us.
No, it's from me. That's like me buying a present for someone and you putting your name on it.
No, it's not!
That's what just happened.
That is not the same thing!
Hey, I got you this blender for your wedding, and then you open up the card and be like, also from Sparky. That's what just happened right there.
If I sign the card, it's on there. It's from me. Thanks, Toast, and everybody else. There. Now, I would wait for you to say this, but I honestly don't trust that you're going to say this. Tomorrow, we have another one of these bad boys, but it is for EU. It is going to be the EU qualifier, #1. It is going to be in the exact same place, twitch.tv/Brawl League. It is going to be at 2 p.m. CEST. That is Central European Summer Time. Look that up, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm not going to convert it to everything else. You can find it on Smash GG if you go into smash.gg/Brawlhalla. Scroll down for the schedule tab. It's going to be one of the first ones, if not the first one down there. Make sure to look at that so you can be here at the beginning. I don't know off the top of my head who the casters are for tomorrow.
Remmy, defensive.
Who else? Who's casting top 32?
Creed? Is it Fronin Creed?
I don't know. I'm streaming it. That's all I know.
Not. I have no idea, to be completely honest.
Nice job, dude. Good job.
I mean, it could literally be me, and I wouldn't know. That's how like out of it.
Good job, bud.
Like, I'm in the moving process. It's not my fault.
Yep, good job, bud.
Yeah, well,
Make
I
sure to
guess we're
tune in
done.
tomorrow. It'll be a
says
mystery.
hosting.
It'll be a surprise. You'll
They're
find
hosting
it.
someone. Are we done?
I don't know.
Did
That's
they
kind
just
of
cut us off?
that's kind of messed up.
Yo, that's dirty. Yo, they're just hosting someone.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Fuck you, Brawl League!
Yeah, they just hosted you guys.
Fuck you, Brawl League! I was talking about when your shit is! That's messed up, dude! Do we have an after thing meeting? I don't know.
Dude, you forgot me. Fuck you.
I literally was listening to people and nobody said anything.